actually just didn't get that. I didn't get the full amount of sleep that I needed to try and help us confuse. Patriot, have you been sleeping all lately? So, how's your sleep? If you discover the mysteries of the universe on my pod, I don't think you're ready for the mushrooms today. Oh, we can't have that. I need you back here on Mondays. So, but yeah, Tim Greer, what else did he talk about? Jesus, that, maybe that's about it. Right? Tim Greer, everybody, I think he also likes strandings. Very good to the Robin. Slow down and go, yeah, I feel like you do a little bit too much of that thing where it's like that thing. You can tell that now it's more natural. You see it so far. I as a double layer cougar hunter, I admire your body, and you're a really nice body. So I think you should do more of those kind of jokes because just looking at when you bring that up immediately, I just thought of fucking it all the time. So and that's a good place to be at. Then you went over all the guys and the girls. We're stretching. You crushed Tracy, and that was the competition in your age division. So, yes, when you say we started off slow by Skyping, you can make a reference to your internet speed or Wi-Fi. And that was just his internet connection. We started off slow, then we did something like that. Like that. There you go, there's your fucking tag. No, I'm kidding. What else was it? What else did you talk about? You made a noise about it. You corrected it. That's how I correct yourself. I smell a date coming on. You ever dated a hired Patriot? Yes. I think we're targeting some quality in this right now. That's going to suck or something really good for the movie. Anyway. Yeah. Maybe there's a reference there for like a midday. my midday bro going crazy all of a sudden. Skyping on the break. He's Skyping on his brother. It got really weird when his midday bro kind of looked like it was raining out. You said like, what else are you now? I used it to my breakfast. Sorry. Stay strong. You're doing great. I'm just kidding. Sexual tension on the stage. That's actually a great note, by the way, because you don't, what else could it be? You know what I mean? It's just a laptop computer, because it's true there are no more desktop computers. Pretty much all that's happened from what else it's like the trends. It's not, you know, only one vendor, right? Be a laptop. Yeah. Where else we said for that? Right. I think it was a joke. What else could I be? Yeah, she couldn't be shitting. She's one of these when you're on the toilet doing it, you Skype from back to front or front to back. Maybe it is. I don't know. I have second a lot. You can always say that. Maybe you have to deliver up precision timing. I love you, Robin. I love your spirit. You have a great sense of humor. Put your hands together for Robin. I like the shorter story of the other guy. Black Friday thing. You really hook up with guys on Black Guys on Friday? You do? What do you do on Thursdays? Alright, anyway. Nice meeting Danny and Spencer. Alright, your next meeting, we're going to do a rolling Patty Rover, Sherry employee that's getting paid while doing the show. Here he is, everybody. One more time, you're a bear, Sherry. What's up, guys? I work here. We're going to get second job. I gotta get second job outside. Fucking money to go to my drinking and I drink. Oh my God. The fucking party going out there. So I just been fucking seeing like so weak. I still got 4 days till my payday, right? So like, there's, I know there's not fucking commentary. See if you get some good. I've done it so many times. I'm calling the fucking left plan because 4011 is the cover for both bananas and right? So what I do is go to Rouse. I load my car with a shitload of groceries. Go to the self-checkout. Everything is one bananas. Save 95% on my grocery bill. Pay for it with my EBT card. If I get caught, I'm not the train cashier. You can't call the cops on me for being shitty at a job that's been an hour and a half. I need to call your sex like stop. Sliders, I think I heard right. Yeah, sliders. On the back of the room. There's a lot of setup to that joke. I think you probably chop that up a lot. Because I mean, there's like 9 codes and 5141, whatever.
By the way, he's not a fast pick. He's not a fast pick. How did you think? And instead, I would look at that again. Now, what if we're going to put in some pushing? He's a team of the right now. Of course, he has
If you need a SID code, I think you might just be able to say, I know because I know the code from the ads. One of the cheapest things there, you really spell it out, and then you skip it. And you know, it's a good premise, a great payoff, but you just gotta get there. And unless it was a slider, or the back. This is Patty Rivera. Patty Rivera. Are you dying? I've never seen anybody shave their head and then also feel like they're going through chemotherapy at the same time. Wait, you went to a doctor? You're notorious for having what a lot of people say is neurosis false. So, like, is this the same doctor that makes you turn your it's interesting when doctors do that to RNAs to turn their medic off while the doctor treats his heavy guys. Because he has elephantitis. But you don't believe me? RNA. Thank you. I think you shoot that guy in the head for me, but it didn't know. Alright. Another sound effect from the president. The sound effect he did too. Yeah, you are giving a laser sound. Oh, y'all make me miss my mind. Love it. Oh, y'all make me act a fool. That's right. I love the way you do. Like, it's so. Like, you have no choice but to do some form of the robot. How much does it cost? $3,500, $600. That's cool. Thank you. Wow. I think we should have one of these one night. I agree. Yeah. Real CFS, that's going to get us. We're all going to get laid, right? Or if you have a problem when you get really big, you go to a store, you buy shit that you definitely shouldn't have bought, or you just like buy things. I almost bought a Darth Vader outfit the other day at a comic book store. It's so badass. It was like all Spanish. It was made by the guy that did like FX work, for movies, and he just built this beautiful thing. And I went to pay for it, but my credit card got declined because it was like security for such a high amount, like $2,000 or something. And so I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna call the bank. I went outside, got my card drove. Wait, where's just buying shit? I've seen your shit you've been getting from that's over 10 years of regulation. Right. Yeah. Yeah. You're order. Wait, you also. What you guys both have in common is that sometimes you'll buy things and it's fine line. You won't remember it when it gets delivered to your house. Like you bought like Snuggies and things like that. And Rabbi, for example, is Asian women that kind of weird from Tokyo or whatever. But they haven't smoked cigarettes since. Really? Yeah, you know that. That's because they usually better than computers. Yeah. somebody is saying you jerked off to recently, tell the truth, Patriot. Honesty is the best policy. Wow, I love you. You're a real creep. I feel like you masturbate on the feet, or do you just like the look of the feet? Everybody appreciates a beautiful woman's foot, don't you? Yeah. It's nice to meet a woman. They don't want to make them feel so fun. Right. That's what every foot fetish guy says. Yeah. No one foot is a one. Right. Not many. No one. So what would be your perfect fantasy layout? Like, are you like using the women's feet to like jerk yourself off? Or are you sniffing? What do you like to do with that arch? Put it in your mouth, put it in your butt, chop it off. Oh my god. That's my mind. We only have, I think, about 15 minutes. Okay. We have a pocket full of people. I already pulled out the next name, and his name is Foremost Rashidi. So guys, thanks for having me. I love the Comedy Store. I actually got to smoke a blunt with Suge Knight at the Comedy Store a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it was some bucket list shit. And while I was smoking it, I realized why Tupac Shakur had to die. He died to spare me the agony of watching him try to die. It's like I would kill myself if Tupac was in the course like that. You guys are right. Tupac was alive, he'd be doing amazing things on NCIS Atlanta. I do love Tupac. My favorite line of his is, I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is like the sweetest joy next to getting pussy. Because it tells you that for Tupac, pussy was number one. What it also tells you is that Tupac preferred revenge over real jobs. You talking about Tupac? I mean, I just don't believe it. When the name drop at the beginning, you said 20 seconds on it, and you're doing the joke. That's the show, right? Tupac. How long has he been dead for now? 30 years. I mean, look, you're probably not going to listen to me because you probably think only God can judge you. But I think that's too much Tupac material. It's been a while, right? How long's it been? It's only a minute. It's not that much material. It's not a flavor of everything. I like the NCIS part, but that was, I have to agree with him about the Ice Cube thing. Like, I mean, watching Ice Cube right now, but you saw it right off the bat. I'm glad Tupac's dead, so it's the same time that Ice Cube. Yeah. Why'd you do that whole story about Suge Knight for 20 seconds? You're trying to find a way in on something you don't need to find a way in on. Yeah, a lot of new comics do that. They need a segue into it, which is right. Say it. Right. Yeah, you feel weird saying, what is that? You feel weird, like, just throw you the bit right away. Yeah. So, I just thought the show meant me was like a good segue into it, I guess. Painting a picture. Yeah. Of black people. Yeah. I mean, it's really hard to take it from people who seem like, a nerdy white guy. See, I'm talking about Ice Cube and Tupac, and we're like, what the fuck do you know about Ice Cube and Tupac? But meanwhile, Michael Jackson should go too. They're both still alive. Yeah, just goes to show how hardcore the gangster Foremost Rashidi is. Wearing a pedophile on your shirt. Jim Snyder Raiders jacket. Yo, maybe get one. Yeah, that'd be some fun shit. I noticed your thumb's been broken for No. It's crazy. It's a model of the transition made it from the breast to the model. I don't know. When I was a baby, I transitioned right from the breast to the garden hose. But it was boy, your whole baby started falling because you get thirsty, you suck on the hose. And your mom will be inside watching The Price is Right. You enjoy your little run of last lives out. All I heard all week when I was with was, we're about to have a baby, we're about to have a baby. It's like, no, you're about to have a person. I think it's going to be a baby for like 3 seconds. That's going to just start lying straight to your face. It's going to steal from your purse. It's going to talk shit to his friends. It's going to just leave. It sounds like an abusive relationship. However, I love that premise, man. I love that premise of the transitional nipple. I know I would. And sometimes it goes to a different place when you talk about sucking on the garden hose for a couple reasons. One, feel bad for you, and like our intentions are built, seeing where you're going with that joke. Two, the imagery for the garden hose after the bottle, technically, like you still need milk after the nipple. So it would be, even though slightly being nitpicky, it's still contradictory. People can pick up on that. So I think it would need a complete switch. Yeah, I feel like I was going to soft like a balloon or something. Yeah, I think you're going to do like in the boob bottle and somehow going to make a joke about going back to the boob. But for me, when they said clothes, I'm like, right. Somehow like maybe like fleshlight boob. Yeah, or something. Because I'm really wanting to get one of these bottles and let it start off looking like a boob and feel like a boob, because that's cool. I think you would be drinking out of those bottles. So you just see athletes at halftime and playing sports just fucking squirting it in their mouth. They're just drinking the water that's in their habit. Yeah. Making out that they're just squirting it. It's wet. It might even bring milk back to the sports scene good. You know, those athletes just spraying it all over themselves. But there's definitely something there. Yeah, I'm sure that it's back to these people. I think you're doing great. Thanks. Right. Excellent, everybody. So now, oh my god, that's not good. Wait, that's nuts. So, let's go bounce. Okay. That's Sarah Mostajabi. She always closes out the show. In a new segment called Sarah's New 30 Seconds. She was the first female to do the show, and we invited her to be a regular to close out the show. So basically, we started, her first spot was here, basically. So we've been building this medium, we've been building her in this lab. She gets really nervous when she's on stage and there isn't an Iron Patriot next to her. And she's like, alright. Allison Fitzgerald Holder first. That brings us up Sam. Actual Sam, and now even Sam himself on the motherfucking blacklist. Allison Fitzgerald Holder the first. You are now blacklisted. Alright. That's okay. You're supposed to make the sound effect, Patriot. Wait. Allison Fitzgerald Holder first. You can stamp yourself on the blacklist. No, it's so worth it, man. That person ended with the worth it. That was great. I love it. I almost hope more people get blacklisted. Oh, I'm so excited about this young lady. One of my favorite rising young comedy talents. We're going to get together for the lovely name. It's Dana. Question here one. Somebody asked me if I was mixed today. My mom was white, and my dad was an abusive alcoholic, so I got out. What you got? I was just recently in Connecticut, and let me just tell you, I am amazed with how much money people spend on their lawns. Like, you know how people in LA spend a lot of money, like, pimping out their cars? You know, my stepdad spends all his money pimping out his yard. His yard is so pimped out, he has spinning rims on his mailbox. Like, he cuts his grass in a vein. His fertilizer that hasn't even come out yet. Like, he's not messing around. He might have the one neighborhood black guy, because there's only one black guy in our neighborhood. He's like, yeah, you want to get your grass looking green, you gotta get it looking green. You do a rap after that? Yeah. Oh my god, you say a rap? It's bad. No, it's like it's a bad rapper. It's like, yeah, you want that burger? You gotta get that. I'm not shit on that too. It's like, advertising to nobody. I like that. I see your motor. I think I do this because I want, yeah, that's the way to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the way to do it. I like the first thing. It sort of doesn't make sense, but there's a joke there. They were throwing one around, right? But yeah, you're missing the punchline. Yeah, for sure. I think there might be something in the fact that somebody else shares their mix. You talk about how you say your dad's an alcoholic. I'm not mixed, but my dad's favorite drinks were something like that, like mixed drinks. Something somebody asks you if you're mixed. No, but my dad's drinks were because he's an alcoholic. Get it, everybody? Is your dad dead? Yeah, and I have a bit about it, and it's not working. But in 2 years, it'll be out. It's hard to talk about death, but it's like, I want to joke about it. I love talking about death. It's one of my favorite topics. There's funny stuff there. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. Yeah. How long ago did your dad die? 11 years ago. Oh, wow. He died inside you. One person accident. Yeah. That's where that's one of the things that kind of works. People get weird when I talk about my dad dying on stage. I just want to let you know it's okay. Dying to what you love. That was drinking and driving. One tank for that. Yeah, really. That was the only accident that he had. Yeah, I would just stick with it. Just trust me. How was it? That's a great question. The Patriot is the This one's he's unhappy until he sees human tears. That's it. He uses it as a representation for his drawings. How did he use you? What was he verbally, physically? Verbally, like only when he was like drinking. More towards like mental. Oh yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah. He was a closet drinker. So he was literally, he had it in his closet. His laundry room, and he would like go drink in there and then come out. So I guess the scene was new too, right? Was it the scene new, man? Yeah, because you're repeating your side. My dad's smiling down from heaven right now. All the talk. So Brian, I hear words. Well, he's probably not in heaven. I think the telephone pole that he killed might be looking down from heaven. You're so cool. You're so much fun. I hope you take at least something from this. Yeah, I love your jokes. I think your premises are great. I need to definitely talk more about your dad. You have a huge edge. Yeah, something you could really that made you different.
But that's how it is. And also, there was a time when there were two ways to come to find health value. Possibility was is like sales. You got a great part of sales, it's a great part of sales. I know what my weaknesses are, I know what my weaknesses are, I know what I have to do. But then there's the possibility. And when I learn I have the ability to go ahead and do the project with health value. With how did you work? So let me think of it. Those are
yes. Oh boy, am I excited about this one. You guys feel that fun energy in the room? There's the Iron Patriot, as always, giving him a hit of security. Iron Patriot. Must be crazy under that suit. What about just like tying bags of ice to like your belt area and just letting them melt throughout the day? How much does it weigh? You can listen to podcasts where you're on it. Really? Really? So you listen to things while you're dressed like that? Yeah, I'm in my kitchen living like this. I love it. That must be a workout though. Are you sore like sometimes? Yeah, it's intense because I gotta go out and make money 4 nights a week. This is my 5th night out because I had to go out in Hollywood Boulevard and make some tips, to make money. You take the bus everywhere you go when you're dressed like that, right? Yeah, because I can't sit down. I have to come down here, dress down here. It's better to be at home looking the mirror, straight. Now with any of the other guys, like Superman, Wonder Woman. I know all those guys. The guy that mentions the superhero. Yeah, Christopher Gas. Yeah, I know. He takes himself real seriously. He's intense. Yeah, it seems like. Yeah, he smokes a lot of weed. Does he? Yeah. Does he ever want you to? Does he ever want you to try to advance sexually? No, he likes young girls. How much have you been smoking lately? Not much. I ate candy last week. I didn't see you right there for sure. Yeah, you gotta check in with us. Yeah. I really like that experience. I'd like to get into some of that too. Oh, wow. Look at that. The Shriek Fest. That was Skeptic did. You gotta listen to that. Skeptic Tank they ever went to Joshua Tree. That picture's made for you too. You get a picture of that picture you too. You guys have great place that you too. Yeah. Thank you. I got the hat and everything. It was a lot of fun. What do you think you would do if you did mushrooms? Where would you go? Being into the deep recesses of my mind to learn the mysteries of the universe. I love it. They do it there early in the illusion. I love it. The Iron Patriot. Head of security. The head of security. He wasn't there for me 15 minutes ago when I got stung by a bee on the stairway. Yeah, laughing at Tucker is really funny. Fucking bee. I felt something land on my neck. I slapped. I feel it flutter like I didn't kill it. It must have gotten the side of my finger on it. It flapped around. And I slap it again, but right before the slap lands, bam. Back to the neck, but there's a stinger in there. He's trying to find somebody with full eyes. Go for Judge Martin. That's him. Not the guy you want inspecting your neck to see if there's a bee stinger in there or not. Was there still a stinger in there? No. Then he sucked it out just make sure. Yeah. So he sucked it out of my penis. The bee stings in my butthole. Well, as you know, people, we have a lot of fun. There's been a lot of great news on the front of the show. Things are all taking off. It's all happening. You guys are part of something very exciting. Most everybody knows pretty much the layout. We pick names out of a hat with always a new guest, always one of my funniest friends. And this week we have a very special guest that we're going to bring up now before we get it kicked off. We're going to get together for him, ladies and gentlemen, from the Naughty Show, from Comedy Central, down and nerdy, everything, punch and jump, every Monday, every Tuesday. Yo, the great Sam Trick. It's good to be here. Good to be here. What's the word? Great show so far. I am so excited to have you on this bad boy because this is the one of the most unfuckable crowds I've ever seen. This looks like a 6X anonymous meeting right here, seriously. Oh yeah, it's good. We draw really good looking crowd. That's alright, dude. Ugly people buy merch. You guys are very good looking crowd. Ugly people buy merch, trust me on that. It's like this guy, who's this dude? You come here all the time, don't you? You're like Shane. Who are you, Russian? What are you, Siberian? It's like the white girl. Yeah. He's like, yeah, you got all your crowd. He's like Rick Ross dressed with us. Yeah. He's sitting next to Sarah Dresses. Remember her from Oh, big drama with this one. Well, yeah, she looks like big drama. Sarah, why don't you come up here for a second? We need to. Oh, man. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Sarah was, there she is, at Sarah Dresses on Twitter. She missed her spot last week. What we did with her was she was the only person we don't go out of the month for. She was here the very first night we did the show. She was the only female who was willing to be part of it. I did not want to be a part of it. No, that was then. It was just week one. Nobody knew what was going on. I thought it was just going to be completely implemented. Thank you, Tony. That happened toward the end of it. But she was the only one, so we said, hey, as a reward for bringing the female ice on the show, why don't we close out every show? Plus, it was her first time doing stand-up, so we felt like we were building her up and then doing something really cool. She's the rose of parts of Tony. Yes. Yeah, she get nice idea of what we're just trying to think we have it. Wow, she now has a spot on the show. Yeah. And then, yeah, you fucked it up big. Learning a lesson in professionalism. Are you telling me that a young chick with big tits didn't appreciate the opportunities I was giving her? Never heard of that before. Never heard of that. That is absolutely. I never heard an older guy bring it up. Okay, that's cool. Oh, jeez. That's one way to fix a burnt bridge. Burn it some more. Yeah. Pretty little bit more gasoline to it. By the way, I've read it before 1,000 times. Now, and you know, she missed her spot, and we're, you know, the Iron Patriot now has a trademark noise that he makes when somebody gets blacklisted from the show. And so, that's awesome. When Police Academy for 2 seconds. Because we blacklist people, and if you miss a spot before, we're trying to police it, and yes, that's would be the sound of us policing it, and yeah, so Redman and I were talking about how to handle this situation. Yeah, so we decided, we heard somebody, a friend of ours, another female, sexy female, oh shit, did for me for her first time downstairs tonight. Yeah, we're going to try to give her a chance to fill your shoes, be the second Chrissy. Yeah, we're all replacing. This is July model. This is Hollywood. Yeah, this is how it works. So this is a lesson in professionalism. I'm a better person because I know how to practice better. Because I'm really for shit. I know I'm a better person. That's how I'm really well. I know how to keep it. But so what we're actually going to call it is a probation to be decided at a later date, perhaps even at the end of the show. You might become a type off, who knows? It's true. And the one who scissors the other one the hardest will come back next week. That would be how that gets. Or maybe a taste. Right. Whoa. You're not mad at my fucking statement, you're just loving their fucking statements. Fucking sorry that I go put money in your pocket my fucking house. Sounds like we're really your problems like everybody else. That is. Uh-oh. That's an old school quote. I just started. But he's quick, so don't worry. Alright, so you're blackball too. You're blackball audience members? Yeah. This all ruined people's lives. And anytime you call it, he has to make that noise, so. Just make it go. Has she been stand up on the show 3 times? 3 times. So you would have been her 4th time. The amazing Ari Shafir. She decided to, you know, in this business, you have to know when you have to put money in your meter. Right? What does this look, by the way?
Let's put up right now, today, it's Monday. Let's put up moment? And the answer is no. Yeah, you have to take any question. Hopefully, you can figure it out how to movie. That's what I think. Right, so therefore, again, you will go ahead and your start saying, no, Lisa, is there the way to be traffic is great, but is there a local Lisa take it? And the answer is no. But yet, I could change by doing I could choose by learning. I am this person. Yes, I am more fun. I want to be better. I'll just have to say. I'll just have to say. So if people were people was just original, was original at the end of the day, was just to go ahead and do what you were allowed to do. So then I would have learned so much different culture that I would say, all right, and then I just hang back like I spun my wheels a little bit. But the fact that I could choose, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel like there's something that's spark, even where I also know it's not a lot of myself, it just needs to be the power of heaven. As already said, how do you shut down all those things of the world? How do you shut down as a power of more noise dark? Oh, my default is so they want to even when I learn something that is not a lot of myself. Or learn something that is practical.
Listen to the Patriot. Listen to my squeaky arm of justice.
Nevertheless, more or less, that goes
to
like because it's teaching us how to live. So, shut up and even though he has at least a medical.
Oh, you want to do that now? All right. Well, right there's Sarah. There goes Sarah, everybody. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our newest comedian in Hollywood as of just less than probably half an hour ago downstairs in the original. 3 hands together for it. Material. Sure, if you want to.
Right.
Lower
You have to learn how to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be a good practice in Jew.
Is this thing on? Well, how do you feel about being part of a live podcast show?
Power of the word is that it sparks.
So tonight was your first night doing comedy? How'd it go?
Even if I was studying
I think I did okay.
I don't know why. Why would that kill?
That's the concept of perception. There's normally only spark, right? That's incredible. When is the only good time that it's normally spark? When I sit.
I get hot incredible.
That's normally when that normally process is like. When I can look out the left, I realize, oh, I cooked on that. The subject says there's a way to jumpstart that perception. You do it without the faith. And if it's not here, you're going to pick up with this team.
You've been just trying to stand up. You're telling her to blow the microphone. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is where, like, in 2 years, she's going to be the fucking most angry lesbian fucking comic out there. Go, can I just do jokes? So let's not do that. Let's encourage her to do well. You can never tell when the Patriots, trying to help with audio issues and just being a pervert. Hey, put the microphone close to your lips. Now rub it against your crotch. You're dead. I think you guys are trying to say to project your voice because you do. That is you do have a very small mouth. You sound like you're hiding from your dad trying to touch you. Yeah. You definitely gotta own it. Is the mic on that just now? Yeah. You are so creepy, Patriot. Which is amazing because you're a guy wearing a suit, which normally starts at creepy. The idea of not creepy that is amazing. That's why we went to last Thursday. Yeah, that's right. This is a big week for you, huh? You're like the people that own a Halloween store. Everything. You ever go by the Halloween store like in July? You're like, oh, that's gonna go. I bet an interesting trivia about you. I wanted to ask you about Sam.
I can't tell who you're talking to. Oh, me, okay.
I have read some trivia that said you were one of only two comedians to start off as a paid regular at the main room. The only other one is Roseanne Barr.
Yeah,
Is that true?
that is true.
Yeah. So these comedians have to sit through all this.
No, I was the first one when she made me a regular. That my first spot was a main spot, which is unheard of.
When Roseanne did it, it was a different time and era, and that night, her first spot at the comedy
She
show.
had a TV show.
Yeah.
I got my cable turned
She
on.
had Carson. Oh my God. It's so true. It's so crazy the different times.
So should we give her a chance to prepare some material for the end of the show?
Yeah, absolutely. Your 60 seconds ready. We'll check in with you at the end of the show. You guys ready to start the comedy portion of Good job. What's your Twitter handle? And Kimberly Can.
What's your nationality? Something like that. There's a lot of Puerto Ricans out here. We'll call you back at the end of the show. They're going to go ride bikes. They're easy to go cross country. I would have killed in New York.
You guys ready to get this thing kick-started or what? Kick-started?
I feel like we're at one of those, a donkey show. That's how they go by in this right now.
This is the Donkey Show podcast.
Yeah.
All right, I pulled the name out. There he is, going to be your first comedian going 60 seconds. It's Ryan Dowd, everybody.
Hey, you guys have been great. Keep up your enthusiasm. It's like I think I should just kind of kill you all with kindness. Actually, that's like a terrible phrase, because what else can you do violently to people that's nice? You can't go up to people like, you know what, I'm gonna rape your daughter with friendship. I'm gonna blunt force trauma you with appreciation. I'm gonna pull the plug on your grandpa with free healthcare. Oh, fuck. Jesus. Actually, I've been thinking a lot about Jesus. Just thinking about Jesus. Actually, I've been thinking about St. Joseph. He was lying next to Mary, and he kind of rolled over one night. He's like, hey, Mary, now how can we, I'm idiot. I've already had God. I'm like, fuck. How would you think of me with that? How did that even go? Was it just like, for immediate needs? Okay. That's a good match.
I don't know what.
You know what that means? That kitty sound means that's the 60 seconds, everybody.
60 seconds of fury.
Heck yeah.
Okay, what do we do? What do we start with good, then go to the bad?
Any way you want to do it. It's very unorthodox.
I love the level of joke you're trying to do. It's fucking great. But you have a creepy vibe, and that's a good thing, because you'll probably be encoded in about 3 weeks, okay? You have a great vibe, but you won't open up the rape joke. How long have you been doing comedy? Yeah, it's like, that's a hard thing to open up with, right? Right out the gate, you have Dahmer energy. Just let you know that, okay? Whether it's good or bad, you look like you love to rape dead people, you know what I'm saying?
And that's worth acknowledging.
That is, and that's why you're going to work in Hollywood. It's just, that's who's running Hollywood. Creepy, fucking weird dudes. So, you're either going to be, that's me, honestly. One thing I know you don't do, you don't look at the crowd. If you're going to do those fucking jokes, bro, you got to commit to that shit. You got to be like, yeah, I rape children. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at the guy, let him know, hey, I might really rape these kids. You gotta own that shit, dude. You're scared. Yeah. That says blood. What's that? I was scared when he was on stage. That's why I was looking for him. See, I like that. I like that you're trying to do kind of that crazier shit. And I like that kind of comedy. But you gotta commit to it, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna rape that chick, rape that gym.
Therefore, again,
That's what you get to me. That's how I'm gonna see what it looks
I mean, even the way you're standing with your arms crossed like that, man, like that's amazing. Like it's incredible. Don't do it because yeah, go ahead. I'm sure they're gonna get us talking about. No, but it was more like one was just resting on top of the other one. Yeah, it was like that. If you did that and kept the mic and the mic stand, yeah, looks like you do. You can talk about a lot of fun, creepy shit.
Yeah, you definitely have that. I think it's gonna be good for you. You just gotta own it too.
Yeah. And I mean, and then
It's also you live with your mother, right? Your mom is dead. She's dead.
yeah. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You have some cooler, you have to have freezer jokes, you have to have cannibal jokes.
I love the lemon comedy. You just gotta really commit to that, bro.
Right. And then, yeah, but acknowledge the way that you look. I mean, you should have.
You love that stage vagina snapshot. Except for there's a couple girls here just like, oh yeah, some look at that shit.
Right down. There he goes.
If I could just
microphone just gave up on him. All right, here we go. Your next comedian, Michael Benson. Here he is.
Yes, how's it going? Yeah, I do look like a cooked out Matthew Broderick. Jesus Christ. That's what I want to see. I want to see Jesus Christ on ice. Going to Vegas. Hey, it's bloody all over there. Let's talk about what I wrote down. I like to think of myself as a compassionate person. I'm usually the first one to say, if there's anything, just let me know. I know you've been going through a tough time. And just let me know. And their usual response is, no, that's okay, like, I'm fine. Well, then fine, fuck you then, you're lost. Because I'm an amazing human being, and you just missed out on some grade A compassion, baby. I could have been there for you, serving you chicken noodle soup and giving you amazing hand jobs. Because my left hand has twice strength than my right hand. Because I'm handicapped, but you don't get that type of loving with a UPIN. Make love. Anyway, my mother thinks that, you should have your father.
There's that happy. That's the 60 seconds. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
There he is, Michael Benson.
No one's trying to protect me. Can I sit by that guy now? I was just on stage.
Oh, yeah. Now, so far we're having a creep off.
I forgot how creepy I look like.
They're not all like this. This is a random lottery situation, and nothing could prove it more than our first two comedians back to back being stalkers of some kind. I mean, holy shit.
I like it.
What's your condition? What is your...
You said it, bro. That's your head. Can I give you a suggestion? Put a sock over it, making your comedy do. Actually, never talked with her. Like, my finger's a puppet. Never uses it. Yeah. I've actually been working on it. Help out. I've been looking for a really decent sock. I've heard that a couple of times before, and I've been just trying to find a bit around that. But yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? Lovely, thank you. Just chilling. You ready to hit? What are you up to?
So, hey, I hate you.
And here he me.
It was 1984. He did too much cocaine and said, hey, I don't know, let's put a handicap thing on it. You said it's all over. Oh, yeah. I did. Anyway, check it on TV. Just whatever, just do it. I like your energy. Think about going up there high energy like that. People can't concentrate on your energy and know what you're saying. I call it controlled chaos. You gotta control it. You gotta be able to keep your point right, and then you can explode into craziness so you can hear what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah. You're so excited, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're fucking sweating. You know, like,
the only part of you that wasn't going 190 miles an hour was your right hand. It was just, it looked flowing.
Again, I like what you're doing. You just gotta like, because they got to digest everything you're saying. That's how it is. It's the hardest that are out there because we have, everybody doesn't know what you're talking about. I'm rapping, nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about. They don't give a shit, they just know they're in the club, you know what I'm saying? But here they got to digest it, so you got to slow it down.
Yeah, you're very, very edgy. I like that. Really edgy. Very ballsy material. You're saying, everybody heard us.
We had pun sound effects.
Yeah.
When you sneeze, does it look like a salmon out of the water?
A little bit. You know, I did that.
Yeah, you should make it a puppet roll. I think it probably would. I think it'd be the most fun. You should
Come back in 2 weeks and do it. Try and see if
I would love to see it.
I think that's a big thing. It put a soft on it. And JB Comedy, by the way, you can follow Michael Benson on Twitter. Ryan Dowd was at there is no boy Michael Benson at MJB Comedy. Here's one for you, Kyle Henson. I got Kyle talking about
I heard this whole information I gave up, but in the area for which it has something like the Avila is the manifestation of
I have like 4 Hollywood girls up on my set. Super attractive, but anytime somebody has too much to drink, they want to talk to your set. Super distracting. I was like, oh my god, just gotta take a picture of my knee. I want them to Instagram. But I don't know if I should make a little around the house on it or just turn it into a boat. But I don't want to do it. I had to run them into it. It had to be nice. It's like, man. Excuse me. Let me guess. 25, 30, 32. She's like, are you serious? We're only 21. Like, that's what he pounds you with, you fat ass. Don't talk during my set. Exchange that chapstick for glue stick and shut the fuck up. It's kind of hard to take you serious because you're being mine. It's like a lot like a bowling score. Thank you guys.
all right. First of all,
Everyone just fucking relax.
everybody, why would you clap for that? No, I'm kidding. That's an interesting joke to just go over Heckle's crowd work that happened at a different show. So I didn't write anything for tonight, but let me tell you what happened to me, and I said a few days ago. So there's these hecklers, 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is that, you start one premise and then you go into another premise, which is, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there was something in the middle there which I started daydreaming so hard. I'm like, oh fuck, where am I again?
No, it was Mark Simpson. I think it's right. And you're talking about, you're like, I'm sure that happened at some point. You just have to, the whole thing is about focusing. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not their wild. It's a great premise. Of course you're going to run into that. That's a great joke to do after you say, get heckled. It's going to happen every fucking day of your life. So, people are a bunch of fucking assholes.
Yeah. Plus your body language says, be ruthless.
Like, of everybody here today, you're the best at coming up on stage and dealing with people. People all like you when you get up there. It's just like, it's 90, 60 seconds. It's hard. I don't know if you open with that.
What nationality are you? What does that mean?
There's no By the way, this is
that is the worst catchphrase I've ever heard. I don't know how often you use that as I'm sure you get asked a lot what nationality you are. If you do that on a good day thing every time, that's unbearable. There's one thing you can take from it, from this appearance tonight, it would definitely be that. I mean, that's an offstage, and that'll make nobody ever want to work with you again. Anybody who hears that, whether it be a comedian or an executive, they're like, I don't even want to be near this guy anymore. I'm half black, half white on a good day. And you put them all in position to go, well, what do you mean? And then you go, there's no bad days. It's just ridiculous. It's like poorly written dialogue in a shitty movie. Like the dialogue in an already shitty movie where your expectations are so low. Already you're like, it worked in here. That's what happened. Yeah, you're Kyle Henson, everybody. There you go. Take that with you. I got heckled. I was doing a late night fallout a few nights ago in the original room downstairs. It was like 2:05 in the morning. This is a true story.
It's usually about an hour before I go up.
But I'm doing a spot. There's like 6 drunk people in the room. One guy's super drunk, heckling me, sitting off to the side. And I'm laying into him because he's heckling me, and I'm laying into him, and he goes, I remember he's sitting off to the side, and I'm doing stand-up facing straight out. And he goes, I don't need to take this from you, man. You've only got one ear. To responded, still looking straight up, that's because you're looking at one side of my face. It was an unbelievable highlight of my career.
By the way, I think we should direct for months. T.I. looking like guys.
Maybach music. We got the whole group up there. No chains. Kanye worse. I love it. The whole crowd. Alright, let's keep this fun train moving. Up next, Paul Aaliyah. He gave us the guns this year. If you have the guns, you guys have a Catholic here for my grand. Yeah, I'll get the white ready. It's just like a straight Peter. I'm finished for my rag, and my dad knows what you're saying. When I was a kid, I loved doing comedy. So I used to tell my dad jokes. For sure. I told my dad, I was like, Dad, I'm so stupid. This is my dad's reaction to innocent words. That's the joke. That's the joke. Where's Paul? Okay, I gotta just say right off the bat, there's something about you I just love and hate. I mean, you are like the type of guy that's just my arch nemesis. It's just, there's just something, it's unbearable. There's just certain types of young comedians. It's like they try, whether they're or they just know anybody. They're like, see everybody doing this trickery, and it's like, and this is not material. I'm just talking about first impressions, basically.
Right, so you're not saying his material, so you're saying he's.
I mean, I hadn't gotten to that part yet. No, I mean, it wasn't horrendous, but I mean,
His material has a chance, like he's fun.
there is not a Middle Eastern comedian that I've ever heard that doesn't have a joke about telling their dad a joke about how serious they are and they don't live, and then the dad tells a joke that, do the job. I mean, it is just, you can do better than that. It doesn't match what you're pushing out there.
He went into the father and was on the pavement. He just fell off the pavement. Just getting comedy tips for a guy who fucking said that's what you're all comedy, man. Everybody thinks I'm fucking nuts. It's easy to sit there and
family goes to see. How long are you there for? The whole percentage was
How long you been doing?
and it was alien color.
2 years. My
Because
first time
when
was
you
okay. No.
And don't take what I'm saying as, don't take it hard on yourself. It's just a part of the show. And, I was just being honest. Like, it's just,
it's not the show.
now it's hard to explain the feeling that I get. There's certain people. How old are you? 25. How long have you been doing stand-up? 2 years. Right?
Somebody goes to the
What it is.
Robert De Niro stuff where he's like,
Any comedian that does this thing a lot, like where they have to keep your, you don't even have to, where they keep your attention by doing this shit, and if you listen to the words, it's just really not that, like, that's where it is. It's always that.
okay, I just want you guys to say there's some truth to that. But I know when that material will kill, and then be like, and X people and stuff like that. And this town loves that shit.
Right? I absolutely
I
get
get where you're coming from while you're doing it.
Right.
But I think you're going to find that is a limited. I don't know what I think it is. I think, did that story really happen? Very soon. When I first came out to LA, I told my dad that joke.
There's a disconnect. There's something
When it's more performing than it is an intentionally funny.
It's away from what's really going on.
maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some but it's one of holds us
I think, I got what you mean. I got it.
because even though
I grew up with all the guys who are now the big air comics. I've heard everything before. I would like to have more of a personal stuff than that stuff. I think that, it's a great starter, but I think that, if everything you're saying about yours too, is that you can go some real fucking original shit that will blow everybody's mind. But you gotta stand up. Dude, here's the thing, guys. You can do stuff that gets laughs in a room. That's fine. Because it's a quick rise to the middle.
somehow,
And you're just gonna be stuck in the fucking middle. That's all that's gonna happen. You're just gonna fucking have to move so fast because everyone's like, originally, you just get to the middle and go fucking nowhere.
So true.
You know what, man? If you're gonna fail big. Once you fail big, then fucking succeed a little. That's all I'm saying. So true. So that's just great, man, and I get it. Because you're gonna audition for some fucking depressing piece of shit casting director who's secretly fucking racist and hates fucking everybody because no one fucker in high school, okay?
you have an awareness,
That sucks to the life. She does that.
people after
You're never gonna be able to go anywhere
That's the
farther.
perfect sense. Those are the
You wanna be fucking great,
so,
then you gotta do
therefore,
greatness. You gotta
even
go
when I
out there
commit
and fucking fail. Unless you're gonna kill it here every night show. Here with these fucking soulless motherfuckers. They want a fucking piece of your soul, man. You gotta go out there and give them something real, you know what I'm saying? And I get what you're doing now for it before you gotta give them something different.
Tweets more shit. There you go. Sign up again. Oh yeah. Once you're free on Twitter. You're listening out there.
By the way, just let you know where I'm coming from today. I got my work beer and thinking about blowing my brains out. So take everything on the break, so it will happen soon. It will.
That was great what you just said. I mean, that's really a breakthrough part of this. That's amazing topic you just hit about working their way to the middle.
See it happen 1,000 times.
People that perform more than they're being funny. Those are those people that get one spot on Rothschild, and then maybe the half-hour special they can churn out 22 minutes. But it's people like that that you never see again. And you have to have something that people love about you. Always, okay, go on Patreon.
Because it's not music, no matter how bad you
Where's the security from? Empty chairs? What is it? What is interesting is finding your place. That's something that's around a long time to do, right? Because I used to kind of have the character, which is an over-exaggerated version of me. I even had once had a version version of me where I was trying to be like, there's secret like white rappers. It's like, hey guys, what's going on? Kind of like an Aria, that dude, whatever his name is. So it's just like that guy. I said, he's a smart I just to mix it up because I was like, you know what? I just like, why not? definitely just go on stage like, all right,
Stop
listen,
over
I'm
here
like
today.
talk.
You pick up a hair
And
from that
one
left
of the
hand.
only ways to really be able to even find that is to just take chances. It's better to eat shit than have been half-had it. In fact, it was this room, really, in which this room is a special place in my heart because this is where I made that breakthrough of, oh my God, because I was working here before then, or back then, at the time, I could just hustle up here. I was opening up every belly room show. I was doing 2 or 3 spots a night here. It was unbelievable because they weren't giving spots out to, it was just something that I was going, hey, start your show 5 minutes early. I'll warm up the room and then I'll bring your host up. And everybody, why wouldn't you do that? Right? So I did it all the time. And it was through all those every night, which I'm like, holy shit, if I just get one little thing out of fucking taking a million chances, that's a keeper.
That's
All of those add up.
Can't be afraid to fail, man.
It's crazy.
Can't be afraid to fail. Here's what I think. Slow clap up. Here's what I think about comedy. I've said this before, and there's 2 kind of comics there, and I'm not judging anyone. They are what they are. I don't think one's better than the other. There are 2 kind of comics. There's clowns.
Well, I guess Latin American when you use the word Russia, but it's not really referring to. Is the topic of the non-South. So the topic is one you never experience in a particular area. But an area in which I struggle, an area in which I fall, and I have failed, so one should have to put themselves and think of themselves as a sadly in that particular area. But the Rebbe says something easy. That's what in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So Rabbi gives an example of this. He says, making up a huge Kufman in the Uriah Hasidus, the right hand side, right inside the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines at the bottom. It means that the Hush Steve, the Tzaddik Rakut of Ra'akatruva, in Gamlu Gabi Shara in the Nashab Crush, and this idea that I can be considered a Tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a Raksha, which is actually plus a Harashma, the Kibusha, the Nita. Was he been an example of this? So, if you understand what the people say, Litni Mash Amri Chazal al Hazimalim, Roch Veigimalim, Shikuba Mishot. This is the Gemara says, camel drivers. All camel drivers are Mishot. They all so what's the issue with the camel drivers? Camel drivers right? If you look at something above, so you see where the Gemara Roch Veigimalim, so that's what the Shuma, when you read the Taina Yaki, Roch Veigimalim, Kulo Mishot. The Gemara says, those who camel riders are all shy. Why? Rashi, Roch Veigimalim, Ebeirehen, Mishamim, Kedasa Hagama, Umosiem Zera. So Rashi seems to understand over here the nature of riding a camel is that ultimately, again, the Iber rubs against the camel and leads to constant, emission of zera, emission of seed. So because of that, they end up wasting an incredible amount of zera. Therefore, again, so because of that, all those donkey drivers are Rishai. Okay? Now watch this. The Gemara goes on. He says, Mak Shashba. The Rashba raises the Kasha. What's the Rashba's Kasha? Shalachora Tiber had Gemara Lo, so soon the Mashra, so Kedushin. But there's another Gemara Mitzvah is Kedushin. And what does the Gemara say? Left hand Kalabira Hasidus. East of the Mishnah. Shahagimalin, Ruban, Sherim. What's this? This Gemara Mitzvah is Kedushin says that the Gemalim, camel drivers, the majority of them are Sherim. Righteous people. Why? Hainu, Mithne Sheparshim, the Gemara, the Mokum, the Hayes, the listening, the Reim, the Nafsham, and the Shabbat, the Bab, was this business. So Rashi says, why is that? Because where the camel drivers have to travel, they have to travel to the desert, right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the Ribbon Shalom, the desert. They are exposed to all of the elements. Desert, they have to do with all of this uncertainty. So interestingly enough, uncertainty is something which often brings the person closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because I realize at the end of the day, in Manu Amiru Shayim Ella Alavinu Shalashamai, I can depend on no one except for the Ribono Shalom. So let's say, see these two contrasting Gemaras. On one hand, the Gemara says, camel drivers, they're always shut. Why? Because of the nature of their profession, they're riding on a camel all day, so they experience the sauce, the sound of Atama. What do you see? Gemara says, Lupan Kshir are camel drivers. That is from Nazareth. Why? They're not meaning. They're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Because there's no atheists in foxholes. So you're traveling in vast deserts. Right? And you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here. And you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the Ribono Shalom you are. That engenders a certain level of belief. There's no piety. So as the Ashba, so the Ashba says, so what's going on with you? How do you reconcile these two Gemaras? Are the camel drivers Rishayim or are they Ksherim? What I Ashba says is so profound. Shadvar Itzolo Zekal. That is not a contradiction. Sha'emesi Vilagabe Inyan Zeh Shalashvas Zera Nefshavim Lofe Hagimalim Rishayim. In reality, says the Ashba, when it comes to Ashvas Zera, so the Gamma. They commit this adera. However, the Gemara is the Kosos, the Gabe Inyan Zeh, Shemishabrim Libam, the Makum in Shalom Shir. So Rashba says it's very simple answer. They are shutting in one area and Tzadikim in another area. So they're shutting with this issue of Sa'asel of Atala. But they're tzaddikim because they have incredible amunah. They have incredible belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They supplicate. They petition God with a broken heart and incredible intimacy. Nay, shehagdaras tzaddik o rasha eina beheflet koreles es kolpake hamitzvos. So we'll say when Rashba introduces to us, is being a tzaddik or a rasha is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a rasha? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a rasha. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a rasha in other areas. There was a Rashba introducing us, and the Patel he was looking at, I think is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a rasha is not an absolute state. It's not either on one or the other. Because you're saying the truth is, almost no one fits into that. All these regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or rasha? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas, there are areas that I'm doing great in, and then there are areas that are really profoundly failing. So, what does that mean? What happens? Who am I? Who is something really developing from this Rashba? He said at the end of the day, the Rothschild mode can be Rishonim and to be Kshirim in the same breath. How can you say that? Rishonim in this area, Kshirim in this area, and it's not a contradiction. It's a dialect. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that's kind of doing this divine expression inside of me, inside of my personality. And let's say it's not a life-affirming idea. Because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like if I'm going to be a rasha in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What does my good matter for if I know that I'm a rasha in areas A, B, and C? What is that? So which himself says that's not true. It's not true. Everyone lives with this dialectic. Everyone lives with this balance. Yes, I could simultaneously be a tzaddik in certain areas of life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I am in Russia. What was that over here for today? We'll pick up now again. At least we see where something gets this from. The concept finds its expression in the spirit of the Sefer Nida, of the Nida and Kedushin, and the tenets of the Rashba, and the Medrashim was developed before in these chapters. All right, children. So good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting this morning a new course. Speaking of Sitkas and Tabit, posting us. We are on the WhatsApp chat with a truly beautiful piece we have ahead of us today. So let's begin from page 2. Then, posting us. So let's do that. Let's start with follow along with this. So we have to see this right hand power. האחר, שטוב לו אדם, להסמרמר ולהצטרר בחוליבו על הדעת. So, we read the road, I skipped over, well, I'm sorry. So after a person, yeah, good. האחר שטוב לו אדם להסמרמר ולהצטרר בחוליבו על הדעת. After it's important for a person to establish what's memory against him, he spoke about the concept of Gehenna. Spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna referring to a place where we go after, but in fact, again, Gehenna is an experience of the Mazal, when one has to live with its fault, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes of humanity. So after we spoke about this concept, also this one of this idea that this Gehenna always has that, and yet it's found started as well. I love Ladat. After a person does tshuva for a particular avera, I love the tshuva. Usinim Baal She'ino Mati Lechalukin Mechetzia. So I was like, that video says something very interesting, which you're gonna have to kind of. So listen to these words. It says, after a person stumbles with a particular avera, that's not that he is not fully learned that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, sin and gal shedding on nothing lechalukin mechetzia. That's demonstrative that I'm not friends, whereas that I still struggle with this particular thing. Okay, so as he said, first glance, this gave me some good obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling with that. So see what he means. Share, bidvar avera, b'davar ba'avera, sha'adalaka nafsu v'nergava. He wants to return to a certain area or a particular avera, that a person is totally happy, that a person is totally cleansed from, that ain't no shum idea, that the shum of nafshu, that the shum teva la'avera, because he wants to catch the head beautiful idea. Because there's a particular avera in which I have no struggle. If there's a particular avera in which I am totally clean and pure, it says, "V'shum taiva la'averari, I'm sorry, the shum title of it, and I have no desire in this particular idea. Hari Nikra Nefsha Adam Zeva Shamayim. Tzaddik. Living also Ramadan Tzaddik. Listen, this is such a beautiful simple idea. See how good I've developed this. If there's a particular idea that I don't stumble, a particular idea that I don't transgress, and a particular idea of which I have no desire, I am tzaddik in that. These are the two parts of the tzaddik of my personal life. There are areas that I transgress. And by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the Kiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say look at Avila, and I do tshuva for that Avila. What's my status? What's my status? So what's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. About tshuva, I'm not a tzaddik. Tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an atari, or if I've done tshuva, I am a bal tshuva. Well, if you ever says not a tzaddik, that's the tzaddik is. So, for areas in life in which I go and I have no inclination and I'm not transgress those particular ideas. Then also he goes on. We're going to see why this one is a very exciting thing. He goes on and says, already said good. The Indian said, the Choshi Tzadik was never, the Tzadik, Rakim was never Echad Dovad, gone in the Gadi Sharnia. So just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of somebody's understanding? What's the beautiful reality made for us? Big buckets. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, if one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom, I don't want to say shut, because that's too strong, but in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "Osita lacha ashera." Don't plant an ashera tree to worship it. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. Fantastic. I'm a tzaddik in the inyan al ashera. I was the truth is we have been so far to look the whole list of this. Right? Think about this level, even in the areas of immorality. Morality. Where there are so many types. There are certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says to us, what this means is, in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. It's simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And the tzaddik says, this idea, the Indian said, Choshev, the tzaddik, Rakle Davar Echad God in the Gadi Sharon Yom Nefsha Kirasha, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha. Derech Chasam Harash, but the Kedusha B'Nida. Quotes over here, let's say, in very interesting Gemara. Quotes over here. And actually, we're going to stop over here for today. We'll stop with this. I want to be able to touch that part of Hashem. Those if it just point out that this is a dramatic new idea that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and a Russia in the same time. And these are new definitions. And tzaddik, I will say, if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to, tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averas. So the certain averas I'm a tzaddik, the certain averas I'm a rasha. Certain averas, if I'm a tzaddik, no type of boy, no desire for it, no shyness to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. After the state of transgression, I think that's shalom be enough. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. Also, it's also interesting about this. That's how I have to stop. According to this approach of the was like that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. The cloud Google a person in recovery is you never want to.
Yes, ma'am.
If you keep people from recovery, no.
What happened in Socialize?
Did they say,
Just my. My computer needs to be refreshed there. I'll be in there in a second.
It's an incredible sort of sitting down. Because what recovery from addiction is really clever to this idea is this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The topic says why? Because my struggles are.
How was that one?
That's it. The areas in which I struggle.
I don't know how to
do it.
No, ma'am. Oh, the band everywhere. I'm not sure about Chill Lounge. I'm not sure about Chill Lounge.
I don't know about that. I'm good where I'm at. I don't know about that. I'm good where I'm at. I don't know.
All the same stuff. All the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life.
I don't want to go out on the stage. I don't want to go out on the stage.
Okie doke.
I think it's crazy. I may go get my other account.
Yeah, check it out. See if it's cool.
And that's okay. Listen, that's incredible. That's why I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and
teach me class. And then I'm going to sleep because I haven't slept yet. That's okay. Jewish mysticism, so Kabbalic mysticism. It's 25th of Nissan, 5786, and April 12th. We're doing this shit for 107 days.
here are left to yeah, so suddenly she goes into the idea that the gates of all this is actually it's an incredibly traumatic idea. Reference.
Sometimes my legs become
Shape.
shaped
Go to
walking or just having a big dome. Really, yeah, just fuck that. Really? Yeah. 3761, the creation of the world, the birth of Adam and Eve. 3631, 137, son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. This stupid ass bullshit.
Of the calm of the power of Shiva. Furthermore, maybe you're concerned, Shemini. Figure out fate. Maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. I'll put that terrible Satan. It is not the way that you speak, it's not the way that you think. It's not the way that you are going to life. Which the topic said again. Look, which David refers to is the Gehenna of all of us. The Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Achmas Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment, of guilt. So David says, "Dan Ki'ila
Couldn't tell the man in the sugar to shine the goodness of the man and also friends of the man. Blessed you, Shaman, God, King of the universe, who sanctified us with the honor. Picture. Blessed you, Shaman, God, King of the universe, who sanctified us with his commandments, and commanded us concerning the time of the Omer. Today is 11 days, which is 1 week and 4 days of the Omer. Really? Yeah. I'm gonna have to bathe one of these days. Really? Yeah. Why? Right. Really? Yeah. I got my fucking Twitter account banned. I got one of my YouTube accounts banned. Basically. Bullshit. Yo, dog. Yo.
This is what he pretended when he went to the basement. Share out the external evidence that he faced. He said, Dante is the gates on all this. I walk in Gehenna each and every day. This is the nature of my life.
Dog, that is a deep sleep. I mean, it's fucking. I don't know. So hard. It's like, what the fuck is that? Worse. What is this bullshit? Huh?
שהיכולת לעצמוס בדברת שכל מלוא קראת אף אחד, הרי על ידי עצמוס שיש ליבות. השכינה מסתלקת שלו. Therefore, we began, I believe, to speak of this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, the subject has been stolen.
I just keep putting that press releases. I'm like fucking like Mary Tyler Moore's playing. That's fine. Really? Why? Why not? They're not stopping me, and if they do, I'm just creating an account, son. The programs they have is whatever I wanted to say. It's fucking brilliant. I could be like, oh man, I'm Superman, and be like, oh, Rabbi Rothschild is Superman. Thanks, dog. Really? Oh, maybe I might. I'm thinking about it. Really? Maybe. Maybe Rabbi Rothschild is Superman. Really? Are you from Krypton?
Incredible, almost.
Yeah, bitch.
And on one hand, Akmas Nefesh, the Rusha, the sadness that is the result
Really?
of sin,
Really,
so
Lily?
powerful.
Where's Lily? Who the fuck
Represents
is
Shiva.
Really? I've been up all night.
That emotional reaction.
And my body is mine. This shit is the worst. Come on, you little bitch.
I'm a good person.
I've got this little thing of fat behind my head. Really?
Does bad things. But I'm not a bad person. The heart
What is this shit?
Daya.
This is the worst. I'm gonna do a press release. We're 100 days in the Kabbalah. Really? Yeah, I think we're gonna be like Doug. For the first, I don't know, 10 of them, they're on Instagram and you're just pissed the whole time. The next 60, all you do is fucking read from the Chabad website. And we've been watching this fucking YouTube video for a month. I mean, like, yeah, it's the best Kabbalah class in which you've ever been. Like, yeah, it's pretty sick. Really? Yeah, dog. What have you learned? I'm sick of everybody. You learned that? No, I knew that. That's reinforced it. Oh, don't be a bitch. This shit sucks. I said it did. Come on. Are you fucking serious? I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Huh? Really? Yeah. For Rizzy. No, he's cool. What would you tell him? Your class is really great. It's so great that I watched it. Not once in a row, not twice in a row, but I might continue to just fucking watch it. Really? Why? Because it's fucking easier than reading a bunch of Yiddish bullshit.
Nevertheless, those two are wrong. I am not worried about spiritual downfall. Why?
If this shit continues to, what do you call that? When it goes like this. Just go like this. Load? No, there's another word for it. Q? No. Quay? No. Dog, there's a name for it. What's it called? Buffer. And this bitch continues to buffer. Just keeps going like that. Rabbits and just treating fucking guts like a fucking washing machine. Are you serious? This is word. Breaking news. Rabbi surpassed 100 days of Kabbalistic teaching. Really? Yeah, that's pretty good. Really? This guy only did it. He didn't even do it once. Two. His class was weak. Night.
Over what
One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how ideas developed over time.
You lose yourself, right? I can become so overwhelmed by the sadness, right? And the embarrassment of what I've done, that I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that abyss of sadness. So that's why the other side of the coin is, yes, I have Agmasna, I have Isha, I have Chalakha, I have all of the things that I faith, but I also possess
always existed in the form that we have it, or that
hope, resolve for the future.
Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, a view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, the series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but it should serve as a springboard
of faith. But I recognize that I messed up so bad. Didn't
to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and
believe
Kabbalah
this way. This is not who I am. The bush
context,
I
and
must never a lot of
to dive
but look
into
you are wrong.
primary texts which are
Look,
admittedly
here what
as
someone says,
as they call
but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself.
Let me express my gratitude to congregation to
I'm
you
not
for
scared that I'm
allowing
going to
me
lose
to
myself.
use
Why?
these lectures to reach a
The
larger
actual one.
audience here
Because
on
I know,
Esoterica.
listen to what it says.
You
I know
find
that
the
it's like
entire
everything
series
comes
on the playlist Entering
so
the
that I've
Garden,
done.
Introduction to
You leave
Jewish
on so you don't leave
Mysticism
me.
and Kabbalah.
You don't leave me. Why
I'll
don't
be
you leave me?
uploading them over
Because
the
you
next
believe
few
in me.
weeks, or if you
Because you
find
believe in
these
me.
episodes
First off, you believe
after
in me.
autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the
Because you see
entire
the good that I
series,
possess.
you can
And
find
if you
them
believe in
in
me,
that
that
playlist.
gives me the
If you
cost to
find
believe
this
in me.
series on Kabbalah interesting,
So
I hope you
therefore,
check
again,
out my other
as much as I
content on
have to
topics
believe
esotericism
the good show,
and
that
perhaps
must
consider
never
supporting the
I love that.
production of free academic and
Because
scholarly
that's necessary,
topics
and that's
in
good.
occultism
That's
and
good.
hermetic
When I
philosophy
read
by joining my
that
Patreon
week,
or
that's a good sign. I won't lose
You can
myself
find
in
those
what
links
you are
below,
lost.
and
I
I really
won't lose
appreciate
myself in
your
it.
consideration.
Yeah,
Now, let's enter the garden
you
of
like
Jewish
because
mysticism
you don't see, you
and
don't believe.
Kabbalah.
You believe in me.
Alright, welcome back
Ultimately,
to more Shabbatite's V excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatite's V. We're going to talk about how what was at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how you would think that the death of Shabbatai, the death of his prophet Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for Messiahs. Messiahs die all the time. Their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem Engineers no blessed memory. People continue to believe in their Messiah's death is just a speed on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbatite movement continued after Shabbatai's death. And how it probably at least into the 1880s, maybe even later than that, especially in Turkey. While the death was established as So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world's Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nelson Gazaki, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half the world's Jews seemed to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get printed. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi in them. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major biblical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the ups and downs of his life, and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi. But what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly? Right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or Nathan of Gaza by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. Justified, underwritten by Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza and its follower Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed Shabbatai Tzvi to claim that he was the Messiah for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. Now, there's a couple things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan Gaza, his prophet and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabtai Tzvi is kind of like, he's kind of like a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, very charismatic, more dramatic than anything else. But he doesn't have a very strong grasp of Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager.
I don't know if people told me to celebrate these feelings themselves. This particular guy never felt that he was making himself and we'll settle it in days. We'll have others go and help us. So if you want to say, we'll help them be a judge. Master Martha Sherman, any other business, someone, how you own it, how you volume it. You say to someone, why don't you come to me? Come to me, let me know Nishma the Java and the Java, Allah be done. In general, this individual will never be satisfied, nor controlled, because the movie was delivered by a time. So what happened?
It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah is always existing in the form that we have it, that Kabbalah is just
I've done the Venus symbol. It's a young message, it's a young message. It's a young message.
there are now, and there have always been, schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern mysticism in the 18th century. Of course, this series is meant to be exhaustive by any conscious historical or literary study and reflection, and hopefully it will also allow you to enjoy Jewish mysticism in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully it will allow you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to
We found out that
you
he's
for
from
allowing me to do this. Like just to reach a larger audience.
ever again, like Martin said,
If you
we will
want,
look
you
over
find
the
the entire series of the entering the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021, you can watch the entire series. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting me for free academic scholarly topics in occultism and philosophy, like joining my Patreon or you can find those links below, and I really appreciate those donations. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
why does it come and say? Or why does some of the people commonly say, why does
So, let's just review a bit about Shabtai Tzvi and let's go to Pat Shabtai. We're spending enough time on this guy. As you can see, he's there all that. And which way to go? So this is a picture from life. It's actually pretty difficult to overplay the disaster that was Shabbat. We're talking about a movie that based in 1666 and ended until the late 1880s. We're talking about a movement that sort of global disaster inside of Judaism that led people to believe that abandoning Judaism was one of their solutions. I can't really articulate how much of a disaster that was. When people believe that converting to a religion that never means that means active theism, that is actively seeking conversion to destroy their identity, that's a disaster. It's a disaster. Now, when an individual shows that leave Judaism for reasons of conscience and does not necessarily allow them to convert Judaism, makes you fit. But the truth of the matter is, these people weren't converting because of Greeks, they were making their own. They're worded because they're being led by
go ahead and get a window
delusionally
into
believe
their
in their
originals,
messianic
into their innate
prowess and their
goodness by
messianic message. So
and also
in that way, I
incredible
do see this as a kind of moving disaster train wreck that stretched over 2 centuries at least.
say,
And Frankism was especially bad from a situation where Jews have been systematically repressed for centuries and full, and then they were brought by thousands into Catholicism.
what are the things
And as you can imagine,
talk
they
about?
converted to Catholicism and converted to Islam. Converting back was not an easy thing. We should not forget that converting back out of Islam
What is our
that's apostasy, that's a death
what is
penalty
our
case. And of course, no one has come in one of the more substantial position converting to Catholicism and then trying to convert back. It's not going to happen. This is a one-way
what the
street.
subject tells me is that
Frankism,
even
as
if
you
you're
imagine, has
deeper,
occurred
kind of
vastly
take like a
for
little bit of
thousands of
chance
years,
for centuries.
centuries.
Back to the
And I think these should be considered forced conversions of some kind because they were predicated on the idea of some apocalyptic potential that things are ultimately going to come to an end very fast. And that never materialized. The end just got delayed. And secondly, the reasons why these conversions from Judaism to Catholicism and Islam, the mystical jabber jabber that Hunter wrote in the book, it was never systematic. There was never any spelled out theory of why this is supposed to happen, how it's supposed to work. We have a bunch of charismatic men at the center of this movement benefited Frank benefited greatly. Shabbatai in his own way also benefited. And the spiritual were led into conversions that were, I think, forced by the charismatic leaders of that. In the same way that Jonestown killed themselves. I think they were murdered by Jim Jones. I refuse to characterize what happened in Jonestown as mass suicide. That was mass murder precipitated by Jim Jones. And so I think that in many ways these conversions were forced. They were forced by the charismas and all these leaders. And to be clear, an argument can be made. I would make the argument that this is what happens when mysticism goes off the rails. This is what happens when rationalism is abandoned. This is what happens when you allow emotion and you allow fervor and mystical beliefs that you don't really understand to basically run ramshot. And at the end of the day, I'm very sympathetic to mysticism. I'm very sympathetic in many ways to Kabbalah. This is the gutter of Kabbalah. It is mass conversions and it is the disaster of Shabbat. Now, what's interesting about that is that given this disaster, given the extraordinarily discipline of the Shabbat movement, given the mass conversions following the language from Shabbat and Frankism, Kabbalah kind of got off with a light touch. Kabbalah survived. You think that after all this, many people have been seeing the danger of what Kabbalah would do. Kabbalah would reject those that were able to fix it. This whole this entire thing has led us into the gutter of masturbation. We need to abandon this idea, this idea is toxic, it's dangerous. Well, they did realize it was dangerous. That's to be sure. We'll talk about that more tonight. They did realize it was dangerous, and they made safeguards. They put rails on the system to ensure that it did not go off the rails like this again. And yet, Kabbalah survived. It really got off to a pretty light touch, actually. And I think that part of the reason why is because the Shabbati movement, you can imagine, I always imagine the Shabbati movement as coming in like a wave. There's this huge Shabbati wave that comes in like the tide, and when the tide comes out, all the beautiful soil is left behind. The water's gone. Shabbatai is water and bringing in beautiful silt that will help to grow the new things. And then Shabbatai leaves. And what's left behind is the black earth that will grow new things. So in many ways, the scholarship that will make this generation argue that the Kabbalah made Shabbatai possible. I don't think that's true. I think that actually Shabbatai made Kabbalah possible. And I think that relationship is why Kabbalah comes from. Because that Kabbalah is so much more sophisticated, it's so much more deep, it's so much more rich than Shabbatai's aid and Frankism. The only ever reason, aside from Nathan Apology, the
كيف شبيبة شغل وشغل شغل أرض والراجل عمره ما بيعمل شغل
official
so
self-serving
it turns out
monolithic version of Kabbalah
speech
that
is
was
very
engineered
like
basically to
and
terrify them.
speech is the very
And at the end of the day, the Kabbalah they wrote in
of my
was
life
pretty
course. Therefore, when I speak,
crap
this is
Kabbalah.
incredible.
The
When I
exception I could
speak,
have got, who I think was very
especially
profound,
things that are
and I
custom
will
to
give that
say,
name a pass.
those come
The
like
Shabbat
you
itself,
cherish that
fine.
shit. From the
They were
essence
never
of
deep
myself.
Kabbalists, and they were never really actually, I think,
How he
about
knew
Kabbalah's
that
life.
came
I think at
to
the end of the day,
deeper
they were
Gayoki
themselves,
communities.
and they're actually
You
a
call
little bit. And when they left,
Kabbalah,
Kabbalah could stand on its own.
Shoresh,
It didn't need them. It existed before them. It was a deeper and richer than
that
they
it
could
was
possibly
the
imagine.
marginal
And thank God,
or
when
the
you
rugged
guys, it
English
survived.
something
So tonight we talk about Kabbalah aftermath of Shadow. And I want to really try to think about this. I don't want to talk about this as just because Shabbat to me and the Phoenix movement are what they're talking about. That's an aberration. And it was sort of like a night where everyone it's like a bender. They honored all of them. They got trashed. They did all the things. And they went back to their homes. And they shook off the bender. And so you can think about Shabbat as kind of a big bender. They went down there, got trashed, they coat, and they did all the things. They went came back home, straightened up, and so I think of the Shabbat movement as a kind of bender. So what happens in the immediate aftermath of 1666 and Shabbat? Well, obviously the first thing that I've already talked about, there are people who are diehard believers who do everything they can to convince themselves using every tool they have in Kabbalah to convince themselves that Shabbat to be as a Messiah, no matter what. No matter if he apostatizes, no matter if he dies, no matter if the movement splits into three groups, no matter if they all have more Catholicism, there's always someone out there who wants to do the work and try and convince everyone that this is true. And there are diehards in every religion, there are diehards in every belief system, and no matter what happens, they will convince themselves of what they want to believe. That's one camp we spent a lot of time talking about them. They're out there. They're going to be out there until the 1880s. Also, in the immediate aftermath of 1666, there were a ton of people who realized that this was fantastic. There were people who believed in Shabbat. In 1666, when he apostatized, they realized, oh man, this is really bad. And what's also really important about this is that the people who in the very beginning of this realized the disaster was going to crash in Israel. Those people knew very things were going to be a crazy thing. Never did the talk so far as I know. From what I know in Judaism, there's never a major I told you so. Look, if people say I told you so, and you can go jump in a river, if you believe in this guy, now you're barking back at your trees, you're not barking back at my tree trying to get back to the God. You have to break this now. He's abandoned you for now. You can go somewhere else, go be Christian. What's incredible is the Jews and the rabbis who see people make this mistake welcome them back. And to my knowledge, I don't see who told us so. They just didn't do that. They were very magnanimous, and they began to do the work. And what was the work? The work was, let's just pretend this never happened. Right? Let's just pretend this never happened. So what did they do? The second camp, people that realized it was a disaster, they went back to doing what they were doing before Shabbat. They went back to the intellectual labor of trying to make Kabbalah work. That is to say, systematizing. Trying to figure out how the Oriental Kabbalah lines up with the Kabbalah. They went back to
Dude, the bus drivers went crazy over
to
this.
do Kabbalah
Then it got
in a
banned.
pretty systematic way. Now, that's not to say they just ignored it completely. They realized that something inside Oriental Kabbalah, something inside of its own impulse was dangerous. Because it got off the rails. It got off the rails crazy. And so they began slowly to think about how to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening. This could have led to real serious problems. Can you imagine what happened for all the Jews who got on the boats? They began to sail in the Mediterranean to reach Palestine. It could have been terrifying. Tens of thousands of Jews could have died. They could have been denied entry into the Ottoman Empire. And who knows what happened? They could sail back to Spain. You're going to arrive as refugees in Eastern Europe.
with the first of all, something I don't know, and now people are my mission is if I'm always talking about the same thing, and maybe say to themselves, that's necessary, like that's not in your know. This stuff you do on a weekend basis. What is my purpose in this world? When you Google and you submit me and you come with me, shut up with that. Follow over, you know, see this. You cannot teach me all of the issues. Well, never held hammer. You have to. Every person every person has an journey. You all have to have you all have the same shared general. So that is part of the especially people living in Christian lands that only recently converted back to Judaism. With that said, they see share that makes me this mission, the world needs me to do. So I need to do this for me, and the world needs me to do it as well. I was saying, pretty incredible. Basically insane. He said, I got one. So, actually, it's not going to be from today. But I just want to point out the subject. So, what ends up happening is that the first thing is that there's a number of things that happen. Number one, remember, why is it that Chazal speak about often quote, Mark the love of the This is what people want to say. This is a regular hadith. Who cares? Right? Or how about the regulation where people don't know this? Because it says, that which we say is a manifestation of our inner belief. Speech in of itself is not just English is actually kind of English, but speech is the way something tells us that we articulate an innate sense of hope, an innate sense of witness. It is how we communicate our innate holiness. And what I'm telling you to do this now, I say, what about the stuff that I say over and over? Right? This is this makes me like, ensure that people who are ill, it says, where did that adage come from? That's the kind of things that make her ill. Now again, does that sound remember? Okay, so this is how said it a million times. But I think it's reasonable. Is it reasonable? Deeper level, what the children are recognizing is our father, our mother, our parent, because of a grandparent, was articulating truth. And that truth stems from their inner. So look, what I'm saying now is what you have to stop with today, what we're doing tomorrow is that inner truth sometimes last time that when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept or the same ideal of the same sense of subject, you might not even realize it, but you're articulating to yourself what your mission is in this world. What the world is truly needs. So stop with it for today. We'll pick up the narrative for the rest of the world. Well, continue hosting your narrative tomorrow. That's a return to very orthodox Judaism. And they were to see that we get to Hasidism in a minute. Hasidism is the enemy of mystification, the mysticism of the now. Hasidism says the now. What is happening right in front of your face? The literal thing of what we're living right now is more important than what happened back then was important. So Hasidism is one of the pioneer the mysticism of the now. So they really take this into great heights and it represents enormous change of Hasidism. So there's a shift. What does the shift look like? There's a shift away from what's going on here. Right? Because trying to figure out what's going on here, that was dangerous. So what's the shift? The shift is in the here. The shift is in the here. Right? The shift is in the mind and in the heart.
It's about personal piety. And so it's all about fixing you. We are not focusing our attention traumas on the site. That was a disaster, we're done with that. What we do now, we now focus our attention on inner piety. And so the shift in the composite language is now toward inner teaching. Not messianic saving. It's about saving you. Saving you and your people. And that's what intense piety of these things we'll talk about this idea of conduct, spiritual concentration, and following devotional various techniques that are part of what people are very upset about with Shabbat the Shabbat movement is the rejection of Jewish law. And so what is happening is Jewish law is front and center. Just like it was early on. The Zohar is the Zohar never said you can ban the law. In fact, the Zohar is very the law, the Kabbalah without the Jewish law, without Kabbalah, without Halacha, is incoherent. And so, in many ways, the post-Shabbat is a return to Kabbalah and tradition. It's exactly divorcing Kabbalah from Halacha. That was a disaster in the mind of these Kabbalists. I genuinely agree. And so, this movement is a return back to the old school things. So, in the end of the day, Kabbalah, thank God, it deserves to. It should not have been. Thank God it wasn't thrown out with the baby with the bathwater. I'm glad, very lucky. What hasn't been. I think the kind of safeguards that get put on Kabbalah in the aftermath of all this are not. What's also important about this is this story sometimes gets told from a super perspective. Surprise, Eurocentrism narrative. The truth of the matter also is that Kabbalistic centers are also appearing all over the Jewish world. In many places in which Shabbat is really never typically called. Those places are popular places like Morocco, places like Yemen, although Shabbat is very popular in Yemen and Morocco, Kurdistan, Aleppo, and also in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, you remember all that. Shabbat is from the very beginning. So these centers in the European world are going to be the first to come back online, and they're going to be an enormous amount of Kabbalah literature. Now, the sad truth of that is that a lot of the literature, especially as Jews live on airplanes, airplanes, and a lot of the literature that lost in most of it, to my knowledge, remains manuscript. When I say manuscript, I mean handwritten rules from the 16th century. So there's not even printed editions of these books. But we know, and I know this from other scholars, from surveyed literature, there is a mountain of copies of literature heavily systematized and learning a lot at this time. One of the real interesting personalities that appears in all this is Barzani. Barzani is probably the first rabbi that we know of, like someone who actually may have really held that title. And she was a Kabbalist, and she seems to have had supernatural powers. She lived in Khorasan, in northern Iran. And her father was very charismatic, died basically taking his place because he was such a rocker. And the only person that qualified was his daughter. And so at this point, his daughter took his place, and Barzani becomes basically the world's first rabbi, and she's an active Calvinist. And the screen joke on her Twitter, I don't know if it's a children book recently. There's a children's book about her. It's really incredible character. She's just a really incredible character. Powerful woman living in Kurdistan. It's worth mentioning that we have one of the few Kabbalists at this time. Barzani. There are two major centers that emerge in this period in the world of Kabbalah. One in Jerusalem, and one is now called what is now called Tel Aviv. Dividing all of the center of Jewish life in the north
introduction in the beginning of the first right show with us and the top of the line. Then things change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure for how to then things change a bit more. Like in the position. Then this guy who was just making experiments without light, like when we were young and our love was passionate and intense, we could sit together on the edge of the shore. Even a very large bed is not large enough to encounter it. It's a similar dynamic relationships is what we do when we step on the passion. Close proximity to one another here you have this individual who just says a statement. He's not quoting a passage. He's not saying the right stuff. He's not quoting all he's quoting. He's a dynamic human. A dynamic human. It's just the way kind of relationships go. And the thing is like, wow. It's like that seven is not how they're doing. Now, the main thing too, and the school of Bechtel, is that it's social and it's the first thing they do is they turn their attention to the social. Just you're looking at people
probably the principle systematizers
you're looking at your days.
in the spirit.
There's a whole bunch of examples from this game. A really wonderful example.
And what they systematize it around
So it doesn't go on.
is of Kavanah. And these Kavanah, I know we use
What's
the
the
word now,
shot? What's the shot? What's the
things
particular
to
word?
meditate on.
You know, I'm page up down the left hand side. The left hand side, yeah. I didn't be
Foci on spiritual concentration.
what do we learn from here? He says, never should we throw. I feel
And that in order to gain
about Yosef. Yes,
access to the light of the Godhead, you have to focus just like a radio wave or any other kind of thing. If you have unfocused energy, just it's multiplying, focusing that energy. That focus and that spiritual energy that you kind of get on the wavelength of God. Sounds super new age, but there's a reason why new age people use the metaphors they do. They're not bad metaphors. And the idea is that you have this body of this wild energy, this wild spiritual energy. You have to focus it.
And then that wisdom, the great Rabbi, the great Chazal, oh, by the way, that statement,
the way that you focus it,
that's a
the lens of prayer
that's a great
is focus.
Tells you that
These
these
come
are simply
and Rabbi is seeking work.
so he doesn't realize he's preaching Torah. He doesn't realize that he's quoting Torah wisdom. But what he says is Torah. So what's it? Again, how much point out? When a product of yours is
micro adjustments of your
what
soul.
we said before.
Focus your soul during prayer on various
Why
aspects
is
of
thinking with
correcting and
why
repairing and shaping your inner life.
why you
To God or to various aspects of the sphere where you need to comfort your soul and the riches of the spiritual world. So it's through these covenants, very complicated covenants, which are actually written down and memorized in their exams, covenant exams, and to know how to match the exam up fairly. This was a very rigorous
that is really
that was your
wonderful.
kids about
He's sitting
interior
that literally
life
is
of covenants.
to
It's not about some
that's
other
why
stuff. It's about learning
you
to
know
focus
how bad they are
your
messing
soul
up. Change is
on
always possible
the
because that one piece is never taken. It doesn't mean, by the way, even the surface
What's interesting about the skull is
of
that
Torah.
two things
I
are interesting about it. One
learned
is that it was
or maybe if you learned Torah, you didn't pay attention.
teacher oriented, which is to say, they did
Or
not
maybe
teach
he's
us
never.
about
So how is
you could not go
that's
to a
because
lecture
again,
at Bethel
the natural, usually the show is natural. Just
tested
so
clarity
they rate
had
Torah
incredible levels of education that
in
you
that.
opened the door.
So
So this was a school that heavily
as a whole,
a high level of rigorous Jewish life.
what
So this is not just a fly-by-night singing songs in Latino. You had your rigorous levels of Judaism.
like people say, be careful what people say.
Further,
Because
the
it's
sideways
important
lean in
to
the
know
end. You could never teach this stuff publicly. And secondly, you had to sign a
and
letter
therefore the
of
code that comes
agreement
out of his mouth,
that you
even if he
pledged
doesn't
yourself
realize
to the school of
that
Bethel, and that you could pledge
no
yourself
doubt,
for your entire life, and you couldn't
no
pledge yourself for
doubt, turn the page,
so you had to
those
pledge
that move
yourself
on the
even
level,
to
that
college
the Toda
and study
has come into
with
people,
other members of
become
Bethel
Shemarta
in
Mefetune,
the
Shiragula
base
Omefetune,
midrashis
the
and
Shaga
and
Omishan.
Olam
So
in the
this
houses
is
that
our
he
code of
built.
that, then we show
Bethel
it
be there,
and our
and
show
so you
it.
could still pay.
So
And And so even the idea here that you have to dedicate yourself to eternity.
It says that
And so again, I love the rigor, and there is still a tribulation.
but again, the phrase of the omniscient people say, what people say, what people say, because they have mindful of the kingdom. They say, the Jew completely know the Jew as the centuries as a whole. Hoje os cabeças so whatever the talk to them. The topic says this is so that the Jew has an visa as a whole included is collective of the holiness of the Jew has the ability to speak words of wisdom that are effective of the revelation. All of wisdom without it realizing what it is that the
Organization of spirituality.
is a whole. He goes on to study says their dollars left. He could call Hadiba, but if he took what has right. He says, their dollars left. He called Hadiba to the Adam. He was so nefesh that he is the Tzaddik says that the cause Hadiba, like the powerful of speech that you get a person, is the soul of it, is the essence of the soul, and the essence of the speech. And what the Lithuanian form and so exceptions are different. There are two, but the fact that this is a heavy, much more heavily intellectual. So the Jerusalem is much more rare Polish school was much more intellectual oriented. They're much more systematized. Really hammering out exactly a kind of systematic theology of Judaism that is basically the greatest manifestation. Now they do publish a lot of their works. We actually have a ton of works published by different books. So they do publish books. These books are very technical. I tried to look at some today and for these books, and I couldn't hardly has a text and stuff. And you have to the level of Kabbalistic education, the level of Talmudic education, the level of man's these are geniuses who are Bible scholars. That's the trying to read some of this stuff today. But there are some things that make sense that man is
so high level. Their books
express
through early modern books.
that's why the model of a human is the person who says something. Not even realizing that what it is that they're saying is the words of Torah, but it's almost as if people have the ability to express the most amazing research ever. But the stuff over here, we'll pick up with this tomorrow. Of course, university was fascinating. That man, one of man's greatest abilities to debase himself is his speech.
You're a common thing, right? They only exist in this
Remember,
time.
again, wherever there is the greatest capacity for
The reason for that actually
there
is
is also
very
the
clearly
greatest capacity
people are telling me this a lot.
for
The
debasement.
Holocaust
So
is
if keyboard is
cultural
going to be
interruption
the way that I
of
can
Kabbalah.
articulate, not to express my most innate Kedusha, is always for the way that unfortunately I get how to express my most innate Kedusha as well. Alright, well, we'll pick up America with this piece for now.
This will actually flick through your life. You just can't save this stuff on the march to these material things. So much of this literature is basically born, and it's going to take 3 generations of scholars to basically bring it back to the truth. It's going to take that, at least that. It is a monumental task. And so this time period, by the way, I think is probably some of the most sophisticated Kabbalist literature ever. And in languages keep obscurity because there's just so few people with the skills to bring it into the Hebrew skills, the Kabbalah skills, the Bible skills. It just doesn't exist. It just the level of Kabbalist scholarship of this time is 1750s, 1800s, even in the 19th century. The level of Kabbalist scholarship is so high that it's never ever. And it's going to take hundreds of
People look so each book
to get Kabbalist scholarship back up.
see this
This school
on the left.
is typically a bit more
To
rationalistic.
the L
When I
is
say
right.
rationalistic, what I mean is they're
Well, that's what we call it people who
them, they're trying to systematize Kabbalah into a system of basically Jewish theology. They're trying to formulate a Jewish theology that makes sense. And for folks who know a little bit about the Lippish world, probably tell I have a great deal of sympathy for the Lippish world.
One specific thing that you
Although it's a great admiration
still
for
like
the
it
state
as
as well. But as you may know, folks who study Talmud, famous for experimented articles out of the Lippish world. Experimented.
one thing
They balance equations. It's like you're balanced chemical stuff in chemistry. It's like taking things apart at a molecular level. And so the Brisker method is the best way to do it. Nitpicking, making tiny experiments, analyzing details. How does that apply all this? I don't care. That must be very stupid. Understand every single logical relationship. So this is the greatest logic textbooks and
singularity.
some of the greatest logic textbooks of the Lippish world is famous and what this gives rise to is a heavily individualist culture and a heavily elitist culture. And as you might imagine, and again, when I say elitist, I mean that in the good sense, the bad sense of that word. I mean that in the good sense that these are elite scholars. Again, when I say elite, I don't mean elite in just a bad way. These are the smartest, some of the smartest Jews in the world. They are the emphasis the Nobel Prize on Judaism. Now, it also gives them the sense that they're superior. They do see that these outside Jews, these Polish Jews, working in the fields of shtetl, barely can read, scratch together an education grades. They do think of themselves as somehow better. That's how they're better.
Even
In the same way that I think a Nobel Prize winner is the
which a person
a high school C student in physics. There's not going to compare. It's not going to compare. And there is some intellectuals, I mean this now in a negative sense, that intellectuals really believe in this
teaching every day.
They really do believe that,
Just general what he calls
they can do their very best and make it a
regular mundane stuff.
Can they really
And
serve
so at
that?
least I
They
think it's
understand
a
that
regular
they do heavy
that
lifting,
certain part of the
rigorous Jew. Not really. They're never going to be really pious.
that
They're going to have a middling
there
piety
are
at best.
common
Sort of
attitudes.
a, you know,
Our common
and so this intellectualism and
that
this
the author
trend
shares.
is going to
This
take
is
hold
Moshe
in
Hassel,
Central Europe, especially in the schools. And again, that's not for me. I have lots of different feelings about schools. But that trend does take hold. It's into that trend.
Literally, Margola is a jewel in a gem, 50 years in the mouth of.
So Hasidism is an interesting kind of movement in lots of ways, obviously. The main thing that's interesting about it is that it is neither Shabbatic, although it bears a lot of similarities with Shabbatism. We'll talk about that in a minute. So it seems to preserve many of the attractive things that made Shabbatism
So Margola
So it
is
seems to
a
kind of
jewel in
produce
the
a
mouth of
Shabbatism
people.
with that chapter. It has some of the elements of
Govern
Shabbatism,
that
but it doesn't have the kind of interior heresy of believing that these guys do something. So it has all the infusion, all the emotion, all of the passion, all of the messianic expectation, but it does not center Shabbatism. It's not Shabbatism. The other thing is it doesn't go as intellectualistic either. It doesn't go in the direction of being close. It doesn't go in the direction of being of the literature. It's a unique way of sailing between real difference in the Jewish world, whereas the Lippish world very intellectual, very elitist, it doesn't go in that direction. And it doesn't go in the absolutely direction of fusion and joy and do whatever you want with Shabbat. It sails on the train. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be a world tour. And the tour, in many ways, Hasidism is supposed to be more this more just professional.
Or in a
It
hashkafa.
would be that successful.
So to see somebody I need
That
to
successful.
see it coming every
So
day.
it's begun, of course, by mystics and practical Kabbalists. And I say practical Kabbalists, which reads tradition, basically a Jewish tradition. This was a thing that was practiced back in this time. It was a kind of practical Kabbalah where you would make amulets and mystical herbal
Even though
treatments.
again, the statement of the Gemara is
We'll go down with this Jewish method. And a bunch of these guys, they refer to themselves as Baal Shem,
Nevertheless,
good names.
the next
And
chapter is
Israel ben
a
Eliezer was known
ultimately
as
again,
the Baal Shem.
it's the order of the
And
Jerusalem, and we can be lucky just have
I should not say
this is a in that
or
film. The
he
Gemara
was a
what was
mystical healer. He
was
did
the
a lot of
stuff under the Gemara said
jobs
that
with
is
people in
a
synagogues,
silent,
kids.
sorry, the word
He was never
is
much of a
one
person
seller,
outside of
then
outside of the movement until he really came into his
the word
own
is
as a
this
kind of
was the last
extraordinarily
it's the Agate
innovative
Son.
and
Right, the last
charismatic
Mishnah we spoke
preacher
about
of a new kind of Judaism. And this new kind of
Israel.
Judaism was heavily mystically involved. It involved teaching mysticism to the public, although in a very modified way, one by one minute. And it was
Remember
a
again,
very
this was the
diffuse
case.
form of Judaism.
Yeah,
It
this
was a
was the
Judaism
case.
that was accessible to anyone. It was not a Judaism
Kabbalah,
that was a
they
Judaism
lost
for
the
elite
Kabbalah.
scholars. It was a
One of the
Judaism that
Kabbalah
was
went
accessible
out
to anyone on the road
to go ahead
a day's
and
journey.
find
So the ideas of the Baal Shem Tov bring to bear all of the enthusiasm of the Shabbat movement, but it's incredibly important, but a halachic rigor.
Yeah. So we're speaking about the idea that we have a Kabbalah, and the Kabbalah goes ahead and reads the they send out one of the members of the Kabbalah to go ahead. Remember, we had this stuff. There was a discussion, and but then they end up finding a replacement animal, checking the replacement animal. There's a whole discussion about which animal we use for the Kabbalah. Exactly uses what. The mission is the case. So let's say the Kabbalah had the Kabbalah. They lost the Kabbalah. Reuben goes out to find the Kabbalah.
Basic slogan of Hasidism, right?
The Kabbalah obtains a new Kabbalah.
So,
If I set aside a new Kabbalah, and then the Mishnah said, if your party said anything to the other, right? Reuben didn't say anything to the Kabbalah, right? Pretty much you actually left thoroughly. The Kabbalah didn't say anything to Reuben, so what's the halacha? Reuben uses the Kabbalah sound, the Kabbalah uses
they say
the
you take gematria
and then I use so you cannot come back to the idea
Teva,
that there's something very profound.
they add up to the same thing.
When people don't talk to each other, there's a profundity when people talk. There's a profundity when people are silent. There's a Gemara, people are trying to catch them down, saying, "Kind of the Chachamim, Yafesh, Yikol Chachamim, Kavakol V'Mishkuch." Right. So here the wise men said, so silence is good. The wise men Kavakol V'Mishkuch open yourself to feelings.
They say that yes, there are things that are not God. All kinds of things that are not God.
Again,
There is no place where God is not. And so the thing that one must do is one must
it's a life state.
focus on the immanence of God. One must uncover the reality of God all around yourself and in you.
The Gemara will
And
quote
this task
something.
is to show that God
Sometimes
is
it will
all
quote
being,
it
God is in all things, God is in all
the
things.
marvel of the Human.
That even the
Like
task
for
of
a
changing
gem
the
in the
entire
mouth of people.
wheel
The
of
Gemara will quote
is
statements.
after piety. If you see
And
God in
again,
it,
that's not a
you
statement
find
of
God in
Torah.
it.
That's a statement of God. That's a
So
statement
the
of
idea
life.
here is that God is everywhere.
Of life wisdom.
And
Yet,
piety,
interestingly
the
enough,
task
remember,
of piety
brought
is to
down in
uncover
the midst of it a lot of discussion and
what
of
God
course
hides God's son.
as they
You never
called
see
it
God's
proof
face, you see
for a
God's
lack
back.
of discussion.
So
But it
God's
says,
back is to see
what
us.
do you see here?
It is God's
It
face.
says,
The
it's
most
not like,
tiny things
I
that you
feel
do,
deep
that is
word has that, I love you in Turkish Shakamoni. God,
profoundly beautiful.
what would you also yourself? See again.
So
Think.
the task is not just to follow Jewish law, which you must,
Not
because
have to
Jewish
be
law
Muslim
is
to know very soon.
binary
But then
view
comes
of God.
when you marry God, it's not
But it's to
quoting
realize
sin,
that everything
it's not quoting
allows
anyone
you to
of particular
approach
piety.
God.
Often
Everything that you
mindful
do,
of the
everything that you
way
are,
the
allows you
instrument
to
is the
to
thing
God.
that
And
people say all of the
core
time.
idea
He
and
goes on and says, that
that by
when
clinging
you're
to
behind the
God, by
corner of the
uncovering God in everything
find
you
this
do,
very often throughout the
take a
Gemara.
sip of wine,
Maybe
the
the Gemara
sweetness
is
of the
not
wine
the only issue.
is a
Where the
taste
Gemara
of
will
God.
quote
That
that
the
which
light
the
of the
regular
Shabbat
people
candle,
say.
the light
Sha'anoshim
in the Shabbat candles
Regilim
is
Lo.
a is an entrance into seeing
You may
the
tell
light
us,
of God.
and ultimately again, when
And
the
so
quarterback
when
is
you cover
involved,
your eyes,
it's fully in the
sit for
context
the
of
first time in
this
Shabbat,
action,
to
actually
uncover your
referring
eyes,
to the
see
Torah.
them.
You
You may
even
see them
from me
without
talk about the
cover the
only
back of God.
Rashi
Here
talks
directly in the
about
light,
this
there is
fast
Hashem.
he runs
That
Shabbat.
is
Ukimoki
fascinating.
Muban
Just the
Barakama
light of the
Disahedrin,
candles
how
will
they
reveal to
is
you God.
coming, so
Everywhere
how
is
each
God
other
right
Amava Asi.
in the
For
process of
example,
their
also here
divine
we
God.
see in the temple
Indeed, of course, where can you find
that
God
the Gemara in the
most
second Sanhedrin
profound?
quotes the idea of many
Because you're made in
sayings.
the image of
This
God.
quotes
You're
sayings
made
meaning
in the image of God.
the people.
You're
Like
a
this is
picture of
something
God.
that people
Everything
were
that is
accustomed
you
to
is
say.
in some sense a
Adam
aspect
how
of
you
God. The
no
mirror is
matter
dirty.
from cast
Clean the mirror. How do you clean the mirror? You go to
لا
your
أنا
Rothschild
شمول على
to a
قسم
high
أقول
You
رأسي
can clean the mirror
حري
of all
شعب
creation,
في ملاي
right? Emptying out of what is.
ساعات
And as you empty
شعال
out, as you
قسم
negate what
لو
is,
جدت
what's
ويكس
left
الدارة
behind,
فبقول
negation of what is, negation is just
عطا
God left.
فيكم جيلش مياشي
And so
جيلش
you
بنا
purify your mind.
إيه
You don't
فعندي
think
سمعت
bad
إلى
thoughts.
قول
If you do think
البرنامج
bad thoughts, you convert the bad thoughts into good thoughts. If you see a beautiful little
also
woman
video
going
we'll
on
see
the
this
road
inside a bit more
and
tomorrow
you lust
but
after
it's
her
very close to
intensely,
the
you
Gemara
feel the
second
lust.
and remember
Let
that
the lust
Sanhedrin
wash over you.
quotes
Feel
just a
the
number
passion in
of
your body.
Kishamim,
And
right?
know
The
that
number
the
of
passion
sayings.
and the lust that you
Of
feel
just regular
will
people.
want to walk
Like
down the
regular
road.
people used to say this,
It's just
used
a
to say that.
pale
And
glimpse
what
of how much
Shmuel
you
would then do
crave
something
the love
fascinating.
of God.
Is he would take these regular
Convert
sayings
the
of
feeling
ordinary
of the lust, of the sin, of the
people,
Avera,
and he would say, oh,
convert it
there's a
into
pasuk.
the
There's a
passion
pasuk
that you have.
that supports
So
this
it's not about
idea.
blotting out.
So
It's not
Tobit
about
says, so
not
this is
feeling. It's not about going under a setting practices and
something
rolling around in sweat.
fascinating
Feel things.
developing.
Feel it.
You see
The
how
sin is real. And
taking
convert the sin.
quotations
Redeem
of
the sin.
ordinary everyday
Give to
people, what we call Nigel of the Filet, a jewel, like a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Imam Second Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statement of regular
all of these things allow you to approach God in your everyday life.
and then you
Everyday
find
life. Everything
Shmuel
around you
going ahead
finds
and
God
saying, oh,
in
by the
His
way, those
God.
statements
And you
that
can
you thought
approach
was an
those
ordinary
things
statement,
in their
there's a
physicality.
Gemara, there's a
So
pasuk,
much
there's a
of
Mishnah,
Kabbalah,
there's different
so much
again
intellectual
sorts
and literature
of
thinking so
halacha
about
and
figuring
hashkafa
out
Torah
how the
that
spirit did
support
this,
these various
where is
things.
it so
What
everything
the
so
Mishnah
each
says, what
itself
does
out
this mean?
Shimon,
Right, what's the
where the
difference?
shards left behind, how the
I mean,
shards
of
form
this,
this part
what does this
is
mean?
very
Ultimately,
sophisticated,
again, the Gemara is quoting
complicated
from
intellectual thing.
regular people, and that's from Mustafa
Concept
Noah
said,
put up with this
what
idea.
really
So
matters
understand,
most
the
of
struggle
all
between
is that you
develop
must
this
encounter the
quite
physical world, the world around you,
beautifully
one
and
around you,
dramatically
i.e.,
as a
the bed they
continuation
sleep
of
in,
that which was said in
the
the
clothes
previous
they wear,
place,
they must
as well
encounter
as
all of those things. Now, they don't abandon it, but for them, what matters is worship, avoid the passion, right? Worship, worshiping in one's physicality. That physicality is a gateway to divinity. That the body and sex, the body and eating, the body and feeling your body, even injury, can be avoid the passions. Can be a way to approach Hashem, access God. So this is a radical democratization of mysticism, where everything becomes an avenue to mysticism. Everything becomes a gateway to divinity. Now, this all gets focused in on the leaders of the leaders of the become these incredibly charismatic figures, fabulously charismatic people with supernatural powers brought here to the world. Look, they can see things happening for hundreds of miles away. There's all kinds of things in the Hasidic world we don't talk about these leaders establish courts, dynasties. When I say courts and dynasties, these rabbis, these tzaddik, right? These rabbis, they live like kings. And they have the ability to intercess with God. They're so righteous that their soul rushes up against God. And if they refuse to who God is, even if they're dead, even if the Rebbe is dead, you leave letters in his grave, on his grave. His spirit, his soul can still reach up to Hashem and communicate your desire, your prayers, even beyond death. And that custom is still practiced today. And these tzaddikim, these rabbis,
check
almost
and use others
they're safe, basically. And you imitate everything they're at. If Rabbi drinks a
so
little bit of
everything going to
schnapps
concrete, then
for
individuals
this, you should
singularity. Once the singularity
he's
is
discovered
infinite,
some secret
turns out
way
opening
of
up your
accessing
speech
this.
is
If he dances like this, you should
Look,
dance
it should be also
everything the Rabbi does has some inner deep meaning. So the Rebbe's leaders of Hasidic dynasties become quasi-divine figures. And these courts can establish all authority. And they are fabulous. You're talking about dudes wearing hats and thousands of gold coins. You're talking guys wearing silver garments that are knit through with gold and silver thread. Because again, you're very close to these people. You got it. At some level,
Even just general
because God's king.
speech,
And maybe you
it's a
should be a bit
person
like
which people talk.
and so the outfits they wear into this thing, outfits they wear cost tens of thousands of dollars.
It's a general speech,
Tens of thousands,
teaching every day.
because it's all about
Torah, just in general, what he calls sikas.
so they established
Regular
courts as
mundane
first of all become the central
And shall Isa to me of regular.
Hasidic movement,
As
even to this day. So you want to know some of these which is now split
that
between
are
two brothers,
common
and that's disputes since the
are common
former Rabbi of Satmar, not Satmar,
That's the
because
often
Solid
said.
Orthodox,
This is
Solid
no
Orthodox television show that depicts a Satmar. Folks know about the Babish movement. Chabad is a philosophy of Hasidism. The Lubavitch movement is primarily known for its humor, which is to say, they were a very Hasidic movement that wants to bring into Judaism and that's where also they got ready to look
So my beloved
is some
you
section
know,
of
a jewel in the mouth of
their
the common expression of the
Rabbi
discover that you are the big and the gates of compliance. So the tzaddik also not sure about this. What is the meaning of the day? It is something that a person has to say. How after you divine fluid, the also the next chapter is what they call the person here is how the actually and sometimes in Kazal, it's both a jewel, common expression. So Kazal always quoting the Torah. Right? They're not supposed to quoting the Torah. They're just quoting
they ship in tens of thousands of
common
cities
expression.
all over the world.
They quote common expression
So it's a big deal there.
in the
Now, what's important to know about these
quoting
Hasidic Rebbe's is that they weren't just enthusiastic, charismatic leaders who relied on emotions and enthusiasm to move people in. These were systematic thinkers. Many of them were carefully systematic thinkers.
in the
And they were some of the most
and
independent
often
of
doing
that
use the
time.
Torah having highlight
Now,
or both
were they as rigorous as those going to live by school? No.
Halachic point,
Were they intensely focused on
different,
how to make
also
literature?
specific
No.
explanation.
But they were
Halachic
systematic treaties
even though again,
on
the statement of the
Kabbalah.
Gemara is quoted,
The point of this is that it seeks to make Kabbalah something that you live.
it's not
It's a
quoted
thing
of.
that you live.
Nevertheless,
It's a thing that you
the next
experience.
chapter
It's a thing that you embody. And so it's not,
ultimately
in
again,
many ways, the kind of highly intellectualist Kabbalah that is it's a much more livable Kabbalah. Of course, the most famous book of this one, Kabbalah, is the Tanya, which is something like scripture, basically, for the Lubavitch movement. You can get a copy of the Tanya meeting. You can go anywhere. There's a Lubavitch place and ask them for a copy of the Tanya. They will happily do the Tanya. It's a little bit controversial. Basically, non-Jews don't have souls. They do a lot of acrobatics to try to explain that away. But it has some pretty famous parts. But Tanya is probably the most famous. There are
Remember again,
tons of
this
Kabbalistic
was the case.
texts written
Yeah, this was the case.
in the
Kabbalah,
world.
they lost the
It'll never let
Kabbalah.
me tell you that
Right?
they
When the Pedro went out, go ahead and
lied by people that I typically actually sympathize with. It's incredibly powerful. Now, as you might imagine, this faced an enormous kickback from the non-Jewish world. They had just dealt with the Shabbat's fiasco. You've got people doing damn headstand
like the idea
like you control your just right. You're just
they sent out one
stuff that
members of the
traditional
Kabbalah
Shabbat's
to go in a book. This wasn't really understood. There was a discussion.
By the Gaon of Vilna. And the Gaon of Vilna was a
You know, and they end up finding a fixing and checking real big. There was a whole discussion about which animals you serve, but these are
opponents, right?
but I think the Kabbalah has a Kabbalah. It was in Kabbalah. Usually goes down to find the carbon. And we can put the Kabbalah on a new carbon. I gotta identify certain side of the carbon. And when the Muslim said, neither party said anything to the other, right? Ruben didn't say anything to the Kabbalah. They're pretty much no matter the Kabbalah didn't say anything to Ruben. So what's the halacha? Jews is the currently that now the Kabbalah is the
aftermath of the Shabbat's
they are quite profound. People don't talk to each other.
They're going to get one of these
The
bread
fun
to
people
along
talk.
with the Messiah.
There's a fun people that run
Exact
silent.
same
But much
disaster.
was on Saudi Cat. So now it's kind of how many
Some of these
rough people how many have a cover of right? Right. So here's the wife that said, so Simon, the wife man, come from a rough and come over more so.
Transgression for the sake of the angle here. There's kind of like a that you have to experience the sin of lust and you are converted to God. You should feel lust. When you convert to feel lust for God, love for God. It's not feel lust. It's a heart. Why would you cultivate the feeling of lust? You cannot do that. You cannot do that. You need to not feel like something boring is this kind of the cultivation of
And again, that's not a statement. That's a statement. That's a statement. Like wisdom. Yes, you just meet up whatever now. The myth that is a lot of discussion, and it's important.
Also,
they will call it
they are popularizing
for a lot of discussion. So it says, what do you see here? Says, works on that. I love the beats of the Shabbat. Also feels to me so. See, it, man. Thank you for not absolutely
they just can't understand what their level of
education.
education.
It's not what you see. It's not what anyone up.
For real, it can.
Often mindful of the great thing that people
teach them. Give them a little bit of
say all of the things. Those are you said. That's emotion. You're behind the
there's a much more
find the value of the ground. Should maybe the Gemara is not the ugly the Gemara will quote that which regular discussions. And Russian repeating the Sibei Torah and all clips are given what about the Gemara?
Handstands, cartwheels during prayer, people screaming during prayer, Hasidics during Hasidics, car owners, Hasidic people, they're the most metal because they're
how they
which I've been, they just scream your prayers during the prayer song. You can imagine for a bunch of any intellectual revolution trained
many states both things this was something that people were
this is the Shabbat.
How do you
Right, so
no matter what
very worrying.
I'm a small
This court setting, these rabbis, I find he did that. He did that
Like, what the
exile upon
fuck?
anger, no longer
But Torah,
they
I
think
thought
they're
you
just
can
being
give it to
little
us,
Shabbos.
they
Rabbis are just being
Islam
little
was
Shabbos.
part of
They're just little Messiahs. And many of them thought they might be the
also
Messiah.
because the
That's
city
why
comes
you
out
get
with
to
one
the
follow,
20th century
but it comes
revival,
to the
Messianism comes from Rothschild.
and
They were
number
to
section
verify none of these
because
guys
just
were
the number of government,
further,
like the
some
number of saints,
Shabbat adults
of
were
just
popular
regular
over
people,
religious leaders.
like regular people
And that
say
Yumi
this,
was a big
say that,
right?
which
There were
really
other
is
crypto
something
Shabbat
fascinating.
adults that were
It's
popular
you think
over religious leaders.
regular saints of
So,
ordinary people, and you think,
the way the
oh,
Midrashim saw
there's a
the
process.
Hasidic
There's a
movement in
process
these early
that
on
supports this way.
was that if it's not Shabbat
Yes.
Miller,
So Tzaddik
it's
says, so
Shabbat is
listen,
Dayan Shabbat.
that's
It's
what
Shabbat
this is
is
about.
It's Shabbatism
Has
that has
out
all the
taking
same dangerous
of
ingredients
ordinary
that
everyday
you
people,
need to the problem you just had.
what we call
It's just
marginal
not
of
there.
it today. But soon,
It's
like
they were
the
terrified of
gem
this movement, and they were terrified of the
now
movement,
out in the
because they
people,
wanted
you see again tomorrow, second Sunday.
but also because they were terrified of what
According
happened
in
to
the
Shabbat
Gemara,
as a Shabbat.
statement of regular
But there were
every
another one. And again, I know it's easy to
people,
think that
and then you find
this is like
Shmuel
intellectualists,
going ahead and saying, oh, by the way,
fogies or whatever. They were trying to
those
shepherd a
statements,
movement
the
that
truth almost in those ordinary
has some
statements,
spiritual
there's a
disaster.
Gemara, there's
And the last thing they want
the
is the
pasuk,
ingredients
there's
to
a
that
Mishnah,
disaster.
there's different, again, sources of halacha and hashkafa, Torah.
What's
That's
happening and what's
supposed to be
incredibly
very
important,
important.
and I
What
think that
is
this
the
is what
source?
makes
What is this
obvious
mean?
proof
Right? What's
of
the
the other
deeper
proof
meaning
of
of this?
tasting
Yeah,
whatever.
what does this mean?
The Hasidic
Ultimately, again, the
movement is
word
ultimately
holy
not
from
Shabbat.
regular people, that you stop over here,
And how do we know that?
so understand,
In a
the
generation or
Tzaddik
two,
develop
it
this
became
quite
very rigorously halachically conservative.
dramatically.
To this day, if you go to a Hasidic synagogue, they are halachic as a day as well.
What was broken
Now they have weird halachic stuff. They
what
follow
was
the
paradigm for us
Minhag,
going
the
forward.
more Sephardi style Minhag, which is odd because they're in Central Europe. They might put the felon olive in their blood, which is unusual. Specifically Trumpistic thing that I found in most of the Hasidim. I don't really do it. They do most do some unusual things, but at the end of the day, it's a halachically conservative. They come down the side of the old school Kabbalah, which was Jewish law is the unique gateway to God. And rigorous following of the law of the halacha is a fundamental aspect of Kabbalah. So for all of the excesses, for all the court, for all the studies, for all the rabbis, for all of the usual stuff they do, for all the circles that might be doing prayer, streaming things, whatever, at the end of the day, the law is the law that can bring you. Both sides of this equation, both Minhagim and the Hasidim, they spent generations executing eternity. They executed each other.
Let's just
Just a dreadful situation. I think local authorities had airfields and full attention to things like this. Also, should want to point this out that defense of the Hasidim again, we can find more than I will say that the Best Rothschild, the founder of the Hasidim movement, was one of the Talmudists that actively influenced the French. So, from the very beginning, we proposed things like French. Best was Rothschild, the founder of Hasidim. Yes, again, he was a prototype from Talmud camps and small camps. So I just want to, again, we all have our biases. I don't make my bias. The richness, the genius, the
more you actually have, the less.
making very clear that while I'm
More
saying
I
there is a link
the more I
with
realize how
the Hasidic world and the
little I
Shabbatic world, I think is
and
homologous,
more than it is
not
to
of
do.
common
Again,
ancestry,
not taking a
and
mistake
not one in which
with
the
a
Hasidic
lack
world
of
was Shabbatic.
the lack of appreciation of what I've done. I just have to have an appreciation and a recognition
Slandering
of what they have and what they haven't done. But at the same time, what I've done relative to each one of the reality of my knowledge of how little I've truly done and how much more I actually have to accomplish. So the Rabbi goes on and says, if you look at page ratio, in the Bikoya,
in fact, if you probably count it,
so this is the left-hand side, about halfway down the paragraph. When it comes out the Zohar, Shishon HaMelech HaMelech, so Chazal spoke to really see this in Zohar. Sholah HaMelech said, and Solomon said, Simin v'lo yodok lo shabu. sign
ever
that a
learned
person
Kabbalah, it's very likely you learned it in an aesthetic
who
environment.
knows
But we learned
very little
aesthetic
or knows
foundations
nothing,
of
Shabuch
Kabbalah.
is
That form of Kabbalah
is ultimately again that a person praises
all
himself.
the way through practice.
Self-praise and
So
self
Hasidism has decisive
aggrandizing and a feeling
Now,
of how
other
I've
high
arrived and how much
Kabbalah
I've accomplished
mimic
is often
intellectualism
indicative of
the God world.
how individual I truly
My understanding is still going
So we'll say, so
about
again,
it.
the idea being the one coin in the receptacle makes a lot of noise. Makes a lot of noise. A lot of that pressure. So you say,
Why is there no further
as you call that, we got struck in the wheels. Like, classic, we know that the classic, we believe the what's the by the way,
gun-shy
so that also is more interesting. The thing we think that we're talking about a person who, let's say, is arrogant and boastful about his spiritual accomplishment in the eyes of others. We're not even talking about that. Even someone who doesn't say anything to other people, but in his own mind feels that he's so much that ever since that's true, that's a mindset. A person in his own mind thinks that he's arrived. A person in his own mind thinks that he's accomplished. A person in his own mind who thinks, look where I've gotten to where I need to get to. That, says the Rebbe, is where the true personalistic beings are alive. If you take a look at footnote Gimel, he says something very interesting. Not to be by God. It sounds like Mushamu Kandal, Eisim Chacham, who is one who is truly wise and not getting such a profound idea. I'm not here as a call. Someone who knows his place. Who is one who is truly wise? Someone who knows his place. And listen, what is that mean? Know your place. Shows who not here. That's wrong. Knowing my place is I know what I am, but I also know what I'm not. I know where I'm deficient. I know where I am lacking. I know where I am imperfect. Zeh Tachlis Hayediyah Shalom Rada. About Istura B'Regina Kish Kish in the sky. It's such a, we're often used to Ezer Chacham about it. Kaladam, where is wise someone who loves God. First, all of that is true. But Ezer Chacham is using Hamaki Asim. Knowing my place. Knowing my place. Says the Tzaddik, knowing my place means I know what I am, but I know what I'm not. And I'm cognizant of my deficiencies and my shortcomings. I'm cognizant of the fact that as much as I have accomplished, it is only the tip of the iceberg. General Page, the Rebbe says, Ikar, this is very interesting. Ikar pursues Hagaiva, who go behind other and Paris competence. It was the incident in science. The Rebbe says, the most destructive form of gaiva, the most destructive form of arrogance, has nothing to do with how you interact with others. Ella the gaiva is biased to the emotion. That is the most destructive form of arrogance, is arrogance that I maintain and contain with it. That was the guy. I think everybody will I think, we often think that the most destructive gaiva is the guy that comes with physical external gaiva. External gaiva, like the person who acts in a boastful, arrogant fashion towards other people. Rebbe says, that's bad, don't get me wrong, Rebbe says, that's definitely bad. But the truth is, the most destructive form of gaiva, the kind of gaiva that you hold the wrong out to yourself, the kind of gaiva that loads a person from the inside out, is a gaiva they know the act small. They know the act small. A personalistic gaiva, a feeling that, hey, mostly, there are a lot of times a person can subject, right, an air of humility, clapping folks. Right, to the outside world, they can look very humble. To the outside world, they can look very pious. But there's a gaiva that's inside. That internal gaiva says whatever. It roads a person from the inside out because that inner gaiva takes away the need to grow. That inner gaiva prevents me from moving myself forward. that inner guide learning people, oh, I've arrived, I'm good, is what takes away any traction for growth. He says, it's emotion now, man. Tivas Hashem called belief. What does he say in this way? Tivas Hashem. The nation to Hashem is Kippah Leaf. One who has an inflated, like an arrogant heart. What's interesting? It doesn't say Tivas Hashem. Gaiva that you express to God is Kippah Leaf. An inflated feeling, or I should say, a feeling of self-inflated, feeling of overinflated self-worth, a feeling of I'm alive, a feeling of look, I'm good, I'm accomplished. That ultimately is the greatest domination you have this one. Now what's the thing about this, by the way? It's a pretty strong statement. Really, that's the greatest domination. Inner rival, inner arrogance is the greatest abomination. I think of a lot of stuff. That inner, that personality, people that this is why is it considered to be an abomination? This is ultimately again because suffer ha'adam in the family at home should the MS. At the end of the day, when a person possesses gaiva, when a person possesses arrogance, and they feel they've arrived, they feel they've accomplished, they feel there's nothing more to do. That's the end of the line. That's the end of the line. That is the greatest front to our responsibility. And the person feels like there's no need for growth. And the person feels like there's no need for improvement. The person feels like there's no need for development. That feeling of itself is the greatest front and greatest accomplishment to our culture. Let's stop over here for today. We're going to pick up from finish goes tomorrow. Rabbi has a very, very powerful piece about Kainin and the original mistake of Kainin. And we mentioned that'll help to frame this concept. All right, Triple, say good morning. Good morning. Again, in a couple of minutes, we're just going to sit for some Sadik. So we are up today in Post 85, which is page 3 Gimel, and it's a Sadik, so I'm going to call it Safer. Post 3 Gimel, and send back the PDF on the chats yesterday as well. So the Rebbe is going to tell you something I think it's fascinating. So Rebbe says this stuff. Let's follow along in the Uriah Hasidus. He says, "Kisha Adam Choshev B'Nafsho, U'Medama Li'atzmo Shekar Asa B'Hisik Harbi Malos B'Avodas Hashem." When a person begins to think to himself that he has already accomplished much in his service of Hashem, understand it, he begins to feel incredibly accomplished in your service of Hashem. Rebbe says, "Atzmo Yidon." That in and of itself is the greatest indicator that I've accomplished nothing. That's a very strong idea. So the moment that I begin to think that I accomplished something in my avodas Hashem, the Rabbi says an indication that I truly accomplished nothing. Kimo she'amru Chazal, Yisimin legasis ruach hi anios. Culturally, one substitution is quite beautiful. That sometimes the sin, the sign for arrogance, is poverty. Now, what does that mean? It says in the Eres HaGemara, Shakavara Alanios Ola. So the Gemara explains that when we say that the sign for arrogance is poverty, doesn't have to be referring to one's financial status, but rather, again, it refers to a spiritual poverty. Shihia Goremes Lagai Basalim. Sometimes, again, spiritual poverty that ultimately engenders or creates a sense of arrogance. Shemi'akar Shalibo Regi Umargish Hisnasus is followed. So we'll say this because it's quite amazing. So the Rebbe says again, the moment that a person begins to feel that he's accomplished so much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, actually highlights the idea of how spiritually impoverished I truly am, because the idea is a feeling that I've accomplished a lot, is a form of gaiva, arrogance. And arrogance often masks a certain degree of lacking. Right? Arrogance, so we know this, people who are overly arrogant, they're usually masking something else. There's something else that they're hiding. And very often it's some kind of inadequacy. So in the realm of spirituality, when a person has spiritual arrogance, thinking that I've accomplished a lot, often what that's masking is an incredible inadequacy that I'm truly deficient. I'm truly spiritually impoverished. He says in his words of the very Gemara that is so profound. Gemara Chazal, Mashal Shorei Adam Megillah Roman. This is a mashal that people often say. This is great. Astira Velegina Kish Karya, which means literally Sala Acha B'Kli Hares Yekash Kish Umashmiya Kol Chazak. He says, if you have one coin in a large jug, it makes a lot of noise, as opposed to Masha'inkin Kis Mali Slud. You have a container filled with a lot of coins. Ultimately, Shema Mashmiya Kol. What says in this profound mashal? You can imagine if you have a receptacle filled to the brim with coins, it makes no noise when you shake it. And if your receptacle filled with one coin, it makes a ton of noise when you shake it. The idea being that if a person, quote unquote, makes a lot of noise, is very confident and is very boastful about their spiritual accomplishments and feels like they've accomplished so much, generally says that it means there's only one point in there. But if a person ultimately, again, is filled, they'll say, isn't this the great anomaly in spirituality? We're having a two-family conversation with Michael Langdown a long time ago. This is a number of years ago. We're in the Silas Sharif, and the Ramchal highlights this thing that you find this in every Muslim work. This idea that the moment a person arrogance is setting in, that feeling of accomplishment actually bespeaks a certain level of arrogance. So that way, those things, so there's that, like, when is it ever enough? So when can a person say, I've accomplished? And of course the answer is, here's this interesting, it's always and never. Meaning, that does not suggest that a person shouldn't feel accomplished. Of course, a person has to feel, let's say, if I never feel accomplished, then most of think about things that you do in life that you never feel accomplished. Chances are, at a certain point in time, you just give it up. Like, just give it up. Most people don't continue down a road in which they feel no level of skill, no level of accomplishment. The Rebbe is not saying I shouldn't feel accomplished. What the Rebbe is saying is I shouldn't feel finished. You see, what the Rebbe is describing over here is shechoshe v'nafsho shekvar asa. Shekvar asa ba'avodas Hashem. The Rebbe is describing over here a person who says, I've made it. I've made it. I've now reached the level. I've now reached the level, and I'm good. The moment that a person feels, that's why his lashon is past tense. Adam koshe v'nafsho shekvar asa behisik harbe me'avodas Hashem. When a person feels, I've done it. I did it. Give me a shkayach. I did it. I've accomplished. That, the Rebbe says, unfortunately, is a manifestation of arrogance. So should a person take pride in his spiritual accomplishments? Absolutely unequivocally, yes. And I should take pride in those unique accomplishments. But I should recognize, they will say, the anomaly of spirituality is I can have a host of spiritual accomplishments, but remember, at the end of the day, just because you accomplish something today does not mean it's yours tomorrow. Right? Spirituality is a daily struggle. It's a daily battle. And I might have won the last 5 days, and it's still possible that I'll lose the next 17 days. That's the way that Ruchnius works. Then what the Rebbe is describing over here is a person who's never allowed to say, I've made it. I've arrived. It's locked in. I'm good. I got this. A person should rejoice in the day-to-day accomplishments of his spirituality, but never feel confident that those accomplishments are safe, secure, in the bag, and irrevocable. Rather, a person, again, rejoice in the accomplishment, but recognize that I have not arrived. I haven't made it. I am a perpetual work in progress. And those who celebrate their spiritual accomplishments, again, let's say, to be clear, should I celebrate my spiritual accomplishments? Of course. We have a beautiful scene in your session this coming Wednesday. Right? We're supposed to celebrate our spiritual accomplishments. But the Rabbi is discussing over here is a person who celebrates his spiritual accomplishments in an arrogant fashion. Of a celebration of, look what I've locked in for myself. Look what I've done, look how I've arrived. Right? Shekvar asa, I'm good, I'm done. That says the Rebbe, that means there's only one coin rattling around in the Krishna. Right? There's only one coin, because when there's a lot of coins, they don't make a lot of noise. Because the truth is, the more I amass in witness, the more I realize that there's no. Isn't it interesting, by the way, how first you say after we back, like the black tomorrow. One would think a person should feel an incredible sense of accomplishment and contentment having finished a black tomorrow. Hopefully you do. But I always feel, I know the greatest thing we have is my God, I was saying the truth. Right? All this effort, all this willpower, this whole hour went into this downfall, into this block, so more, we didn't get this, and it's like the iceberg. This is the iceberg. There's a lot of accomplishments. There's a block tomorrow locked in. But I also feel beautifully overwhelmed by what there is to do. So let's not stop on it for today. We'll pick up again Hashem with this tomorrow. But an incredible yesod. Celebrate the accomplishments that have been done, but don't allow those accomplishments to make you feel like you've arrived, like you've lost in some elevated state. Because that's the moment that we get to feel like that. The moment that Gaiva sets in. And the moment that Gaiva sets in, Gaiva releases the truth and the future of God. Continue meditation and protect you tomorrow.
You take the bus everywhere you go and you're dressed like that, right?
Yeah, because I can't sit down. I don't want to have to come down here and dress down here. It's better to be at home where I can look at the mirror and get it all straight.
With any of the other guys, like Superman, Wonder Woman,
I know all those guys. You know the guy that's on Confessions of a Superhero? You see that documentary?
Yeah.
class. Yeah, I know him. He's a cool guy. Yeah. He takes himself real seriously. He's intense, dude.
Yeah. It seems like.
Yeah, he smokes a lot of weed.
Does he?
Yeah.
Did he ever hold you down?
Does he what?
Did he ever hold you down, kind of like advanced sexually?
No, he likes young girls.
And how much pot have you been smoking lately?
Not much. I didn't get any last week. I didn't see Red Band for the show.
Oh yeah, you gotta check in with us.
I really like that experience. And then some of the show fest. I'd like to get into some of that too.
Oh wow, look at that. The Shrimp Fest episode.
Yeah, with
Skeptic Tank.
Did you guys listen to that with Aaron Shapiro? Skeptic Tank, they all went to Joshua Tree. That picture's great with you two. Where you did a picture back next to you two, and you guys look real close to you two.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, he has the hat and everything.
It was a lot of fun. What do you think you would do if you did mushrooms? Where would you go?
Deep into the deep crevices of my mind to ponder the mysteries of the universe.
I love it.
You know it is. Reality's an illusion.
I love it. The Iron Patriot.
Head of security.
The head of security. He wasn't there for me 15 minutes ago, though, when I got stung by a bee on the stairway. Yeah, laugh it up, fuckers. Really funny. Fucking bee. I felt something like on my neck. I slapped. I feel it flutter like I didn't kill it. Like I must have gotten the side of my finger on it. It flapped around. And then I slap it again, but right before the slap lands, bam, got me back in the neck of all places. Which was really bad because my two closest friends to me have like the worst vision and they're arguing over whether there's a stinger in there or there isn't. Just trying to find somebody with normal eyes. Good over Josh Martin. That's him.
He does not look like his normal eyes.
Not the guy you want inspecting your neck to see if there's a bee stinger in there. No.
Was there still a stinger in there?
No, it wasn't.
Then he stuck it out just to make sure.
Yeah. He sucked it out of my penis. All of them.
The bee stings in my butt.
Well, as you know, people, we have a lot of fun. There's been a lot of great news on the front of the show. Things are all taken off. It's all hype. You guys are part of something very exciting. Everybody knows pretty much the layout. You pick names out of a hat with always a new guest, always one of my funniest friends. And this week we have a very special guest that we're going to bring up now before we get it kicked off. We're going to get together for him, ladies and gentlemen, from the Naughty Show, from Comedy Central, down and dirty, everything, punch drunk, every Monday, every Tuesday. The great Sam Tripoli.
It's good to be here. Good to be here. What's the word? Great show so far.
I am so excited to have you on this bad boy because
This is one of the most unfuckable crowds. This looks like a sex accident anonymous meeting right here. Seriously.
hell yeah.
Thanks for coming, guys.
I draw a really good looking crowd.
That's all right, dude. Ugly people buy merch. Not that you're ugly. You guys are. You're a good looking crew. But ugly people buy merch. Trust me on that one. It's like this guy. Who's this dude? You come here all the time, don't you? You're like Shane. Who are you, Russian? What are you, Siberian?
It's like the white Red Cross.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, you got all the correct.
It's like Red Cross dress for this.
Yeah. He's sitting next to Sarah Jones. Remember her from
Oh, big drama with this one.
Well, yeah, she looks really big drunk. Sarah, why don't you come up here for a second? We need to.
Oh, man. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Sarah was, there she is, at Sarah Dresses on Twitter. She missed her spot last week. What we did with her was,
You're a Canadian?
and she was the only person we don't go out of the bucket for. She was here the very first night that we did this show, and she was the only female that was willing to be part of it.
Why? Women didn't want to be part of it?
No, that was that. It was just week one. Nobody knew what was going on. We thought it was just going to be like it was just
Shut up.
right.
Not you, Tony.
You know, that happened toward the end of the week. But she was the only one, so we said, hey, as a reward for breaking the female ice on the show, why don't you close out every show? Plus, it was her first time doing stand-up, so we felt like we were building with then doing something really important. And as
She's the Rosa Parks of killing Tony.
Yes.
Yeah, and she did not have this idea before. It just kind of organically happened. I was like, wow, she now has a spot on the show.
Yeah. And then,
Yeah, you fucked it up big time.
she's learning a lesson in professionalism.
Are you telling me that a young chick with big tits didn't appreciate the opportunities I was given her? Never heard of that before.
That is exactly what happened.
Never heard of that.
That is absolutely.
I never heard like older guy bring up their voice.
Oh, jeez. That's one way to fix a burn bridge is to burn it some more.
Yeah. A little bit more gasoline to it. By the way, I've heard that before 1,000 times.
She missed her spot. Now the Iron Patriot now has a trademark noise that he makes when somebody gets blacklisted from the show. And so
That's awesome. When that happens,
please
get me for 2 seconds.
because we blacklist people, and if you missed a spot before, we're trying to police it. And yes, that would be the sound of us policing it. And so Redman and I were talking about how to handle this situation.
Yeah, so we decided, we heard somebody, a friend of ours, another female, sexy female, did comedy for her first time downstairs to me. And we're going to try to give her a chance to fill your shoes, be the second Chrissy.
Right? Otherwise, no matter
This is effort,
therefore I'm successful, that's a spirituality.
So this is a lesson in
I
professionalism.
love with spirituality, it says, I didn't put in that work, but I was successful, or
That's the sound of you waking up.
put in that work, but I wasn't successful. Don't believe this. But if a person says, yeah, that's the thing about something, I was successful.
But so what we're actually going to call it is a probation to be decided at a later date. Perhaps even at the end of the show.
It might become a night off, who knows?
It's true. And the one who scissors the other one the hardest would then get to come back next week. That would be how that gets.
Or maybe a taste.
Right.
Hang on, man, at my fucking statement, you're just over their fucking statements. Sounds like we're doing problems like everybody else. That is, that's an old school clock. I just started. But he's quick, so don't worry.
All right. So
Can we blackball audience members?
yeah.
That's what people's lives.
And anytime you call it, he has to make that noise. So just. That was not me. It was Sarah's vagina. Oh, just got wrecked. Has she done stand-up on the show? 3 times. 3 times. Last week would have been her 4th time in the amazing Ari Shafir. She decided to, in this business, you have to know when you have to put money in your meter, right?
What does this look, by the way? Old and sloppy.
You get some left.
No, then that wouldn't be old and sloppy. That'd be the opposite of look I'm going for. Well, I know what your look is.
It's true. Fucking like 5 minutes.
You guys are starting right now.
You look like you're from the Echo Park at the North Pole. That's what it looks like. No, that's what you do. I go Echo Park and crush it.
Waldo's too. You put that on planning to do a Waldo show.
Wait, no, I'm sure you're fun. I'm listening to you today.
I know, I just stress how
I will never hear me wrong. So we're not into it. How do
China guarded up and all angry. Come on, stop burning bros. Hang out for a little while. Okay? You don't get a march on everything, alright? You have full rights now. You can do whatever you fucking want to. Loosen the fuck up. It's called comment. Yeah, you have full rights. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Whatever. She's such a...
You put me in a bad mood, you fucking blacklist me. Like, this is the first place I did this shit. And you're like, I'm getting a new bitch.
Yeah, you're still in the running. There you go. You know the rules of the game. Yeah, I need the rules of the game.
You know the rules of the game.
This is better than you gotta. Yeah, listen to the Patriot. Listen to my squeaky arm of justice over there. I love what you say, Patriot. Because everyone who knows about freedom of speech, it's the Patriot. Exactly. You know what? Oh, but you want to do that now? All right. Well, all right. There's Sarah. There goes Sarah, everybody. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the newest comedian in Hollywood, as of just less than probably half an hour ago, downstairs in the original. Bring it up for everybody. Sure, if you want to. Or you can lower it. Yes. Is this like on? Welcome. How do you feel about being part of a live podcast and show? So tonight was your first night doing comedy?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
I went up there and the wire fell out of my I think I did okay. I was real nervous. I said a joke about my dad touching me.
I don't know why. Why would that kill?
I got told by him.
You sound disappointed. So I got a hot dad, huh? Patriot on first impressions and likability and charisma in Oklahoma. How do you feel about that? I don't like that you got a good look. Just put the word right up on your lips. Oh my God. This is where it starts. Just trying to stand up. You're telling her to blow the microphone. You know what I'm saying? This is where, like, in 2 years, she's gonna be the fucking most angry lesbian fucking comic out there. Go, can I just do joke? So let's not do that. Let's encourage her to do well. You can never tell when the Patriot's like trying to help with audio issues or just being a pervert. Hey, put the microphone close to your ears. Now rub it against your crotch.
Just really
No, I think you're just trying to say to project your voice because you do. That is a very small mouth. You sound like you're hiding from your dad trying to touch you.
Yeah.
You definitely gotta own him. Very honest. You are so creepy, Patriot. Which is amazing because you're a guy wearing a suit, which starts at creepy. And you out-creepy that is amazing.
amazing. What else
Yeah, that's right. This is a big week for you, huh?
started with Arnold. That was the really well. We were
Halloween
studying
store.
on the
You ever go to the Halloween store like
later
in July? You're like, what are you
later
doing?
we end up right now the sequel we need to make sure it's so the remedy the one who
I
has
can't tell who you're
something
talking to.
with the desire for power is going to help us and see our last things for Javier. So this is the very perfect extension of the situation where one has stolen or one has taken the honor due to his friend. So
No,
this
it's the
is
first one
that
when
was
she
some
made me a
crazy that
regular.
way.
My first spot was a main spot.
Let's kind of switch over a little bit and just focus on the idea that sometimes the desire
When
comes.
Roseanne did it, it was a different time and era. And that night, she never first started the comedy. She had a TV show off that. I got my cable. She got corset.
So what the person do is ultimately
It's so true.
again require cover, right?
So
As
should,
a
should we
heavy
give,
for
give,
cover,
give her some
desire
chance
for
to
cover.
compare some
So then
material?
what do you do?
Yeah, absolutely. These are 60 seconds ready. We'll check in with you at the end of the show. You guys ready to start the comment portion
So
of
it gets
Good job.
What's your
Twitter handle?
most
And Kimberly Can.
What's your nationality?
name as we will discuss. This is the outcome. Now, why not? Interesting. What is what is that? Look at the right. The outcome. You actually know the whole lot. We thought the Guru is here.
Easy, no cross country. No one killed in the army.
You guys ready to get this thing kick-started or what? Kick-started?
Probably grab one of those, like, a donkey show. That's how they did it. This is
The Donkey Show podcast.
Given to Spanish smoke.
All right, I pulled the name out. Put your hands together for your first comedian going 60 seconds. It's Ryan Dowd, everyone.
Hey, you guys have been great. You know,
If I choose
your
your name,
enthusiasm.
now
It's like, I think I
college,
should. Dude, I should just
I
kind
knew
of
individual,
kill you all with kindness. Actually, that's like a terrible phrase, because what else can you do by making people fall? You can't go to people like, you know what, I'm gonna bring your daughter with friendship. I'm gonna blunt force trauma
By
you
the
with
other time you find
appreciation.
so again by a folder, if
Cold
there
blood
is
on
a
your
dispute against a
grandfather.
certain person, hopefully by changing the name,
Oh, fuck.
we go ahead and change the dispute as
Actually,
well. Or
I'm thinking a lot about this.
if we no longer apply to the person, well, we find
Just
the name
tragedies.
has
Actually,
changed.
the thing about St.
Without
John's
them, it will close to
because, like,
right? Without them, the
staying
second
next to
chapter
Mary
will
and
close to
someone nice like you, Mary, Mary Leah.
yeah, it's actually standard for Ray Rambam, Cuba, that's his case out of the Dallas, that's the second chapter for Halacha. Midalke Tshuva, Rios Hashem, Shane, Shmo. One of the things that a person does in the process of Tshuva, the person changes corrupt,
You know what that means? That kitty sound means that's the 60 seconds.
60 seconds of fury, brother.
When it comes to Tshuva, I change my name. Because what do I say? I'm a different person. I'm not the same person that's created interestingly enough, two examples of name changes. One in the case where a person is dead, and one in the case where a person is doing Tshuva. In both cases, the theme is the same. A person is conscious of a will, that means it's a zero, there's a decree against that person. By changing the name, it's still a decree, it's still signified to this person. Tshuva, I did something, I now want to become someone different, I change my name. Of course, the ministry represents the
And that's worth acknowledging.
That is it, and that's why you're going to work it. It's just that's running on the creamy fucking weird guys. So you're looking at the other hand, to be honest.
when a
One thing
person
I know you
is
do, you don't look at the crowd. So
about
you do those fucking jumps, bro. You gotta commit to that shit. You gotta be like, yeah, I break children.
really
Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look for me. I don't know.
really
Hey,
happy
I
with
might
me.
really break these kids.
First of all, in general, number one, I don't think that is too
You gotta own that shit, dude. You gotta hear scare.
people
I
just
said
like
scare.
voice their opinion.
What's that? Yeah, scare when it was on
Often
stage.
I
That's why I was
think
looking
it's
for. See, I like that. I like that you're trying to do kind of that crazier shit.
I'm
That's
not
like
I'm not comfortable in
intent, bro.
I'm not.
You're gonna write that shit right there.
I need others covered
That's
to
gets me.
see
That's how
one
much
by
I'm
one.
just gonna say.
So that is
I mean, even the way you're standing arms crossed like that, man, like that's amazing.
versus
Like it's
covered.
no, don't do it because yeah, what was
What do you
what I was talking about. No, but it was more like they were one was just resting on top of the other one.
figure out who you
Yeah,
are.
it's like that.
Figure out
If
how
you
to
did
be
that and
comfortable
kept the mic in the mic
within
stand,
your
and
own persona.
looks
Now,
like you do, you can talk
sometimes
about a
that
lot of
means I
fun,
have to
creepy
become
shit.
someone different. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the reason why I feel secure is because I'm deep down, there are profound personalities. Deep down, there are things which are really significantly real. Sometimes I feel the person who I am is not the person I need to be. There are times when I need to set some dramatic changes in my life in order to be productive, in order to be a happy human being. So that says the desire for coverage comes from insecurity. The desire for coverage comes from the knowledge that I am not content with who I am. So instead of spending my life running after the coverage, says that as a teenager, make the adjustments, make the tweaks to your own identity, figure out what is good, figure out what is it, change it, modify it, do whatever you need to do. Ultimately find a sense of confidence, find a sense of confidence, find a sense of fulfillment to move in life. Let's stop over for today. We quickly close down. Okay, I will forget. You look on your own good at the topic does get in the topic of the topic of coverage does get into this idea of taking coverage from someone else. Which again, you'll see it's just another example of what we're learning, but I think what we're able to accomplish with is discussing coverage in the most global sense, and it's what it's supposed to do.
Just let me know. And their usual response is, no, that's okay, Mike, I'm fine. Well then fine, fuck you then, you're lost. Because I'm an amazing human being, and you just missed out on some grade A compassion, baby. I could have been there for you, serving you chicken noodle soup and giving you amazing hand jobs. Because my left hand has twice the strength as my right hand. Because I'm handicapped, but you don't get that type of loving with a UVIN. Nick Lovin. Anyway, my mother thinks that, you should have called your mother.
There he is, like Kathy. That's the 60 seconds. Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
There he is, Michael Benson.
I want that guy to protect me. Can I sit by that guy now? That was just on stage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So far, we're having a creep off.
I forgot how creepy all the micers are.
They're not all like this. This is a random lottery situation, and nothing could prove it more than our first two comedians back to back being stalkers of some kind. I mean, holy shit.
I like it.
What's your condition? What is your...
Oh, wow. That's your... Can I give you a suggestion? Put a sock over it, making your comedy do.
All right, so we'll say good morning, let us begin. Come on, just say,
Have you ever talked to her like that?
a little bit of
Puppet, never use
today.
it. Yeah.
Also, we're going to pull out the left off
I've
last
been looking
week.
for a really
It's
decent sock. I've heard that a couple times before, and I've been just trying to find a bit around
How
that.
one
But yeah, thank
remedy
you.
to use your pain. Now on his fifth target dinner, love is transition, talk about it. People and Haifa. What is the people working for fix Haifa? Desire. Now put Rev over here before you inappropriate desire. How does one go ahead and
Something like
fix
that.
Haifa?
You can
What
do a
is
lot of
the
different
$1
ways
million
with it.
customer?
But you got that solvent
If
over
you
there.
have an entire life, how do you fix Haifa? Okay, so have a Rev to go 2 months. 2 months to fix Haifa. So now we said to do this.
I would definitely...
Because he made my the way to go ahead and fix Haifa is to change your act. She made my can't change your act. What is it? Shabbat about a year ago, you need something else. When a person ultimately again has the opportunity to sin, but doesn't do so, by that, he needs to through this, and it only indestructible are okay. Well, what is this remedy for that? First, if you look at the area of the cedars, on the bottom left hand side of the project unit, whatever I just found is. The people in which the mitzvah of ability is, if a person is forward play, height of the desire, that was remember again, that everything you think of is kind of like a textual category. Basically, how to for all of those things where cooking is cooking is temptation to do something, but I fail to resist the temptation. How do I fix that? You know, it's interesting because in general, we don't really talk about paper, we talk
So you got to slow it down.
Yeah, you're very, very edgy. I like that. Really edgy.
I felt paid for
Very
my
ballsy
design.
material you were
I
saying.
was in this or that.
I love
You know,
it.
it's like there's something in life, a general issue
When you
with
sneeze,
loss.
does your hand look like it's
Sometimes
standing
I'm
out
just
with water?
lusting
Yeah, a
after
little bit.
all
You know, I
the
did that.
wrong things. So that's the need of it. There's a need to be the type. I am a desirous individual and have an inability aligns with different ways. Neither itself is the need, the need of desire and my and an ability to practice restraint. An ability to practice restraint. So how do I go ahead and fix that need?
Here's one
Whoever
for you,
says
Kyle Henson. I got Kyle talking about
that you have to do bottom column, left hand right to start people. He says very dramatic. Okay. So the looking for it. So the one says as follows. He says, I did two nights. The Hindu, שיופיע במעשה של היוסף ובעולם נעשות עבודות. This is incredible. How do you fix taiva? How do you fix taiva? This is incredible. Through abstinence, by being faithful to an opportunity to do something, or holding back. So I could be about taiva. I can go ahead and exercise my desire, but I'm actively choosing to abstain. דהיינו, שיופיע במעשה שלו יוסף או בעולם לעשות עבודות. So this is moving away. So the Rabbi says, how do you combat taiva? You combat by practicing abstinence. That's it. The only way to break a myth is the only way to break the needle. We'll say pound.
everybody. Why would you clap for that?
To break the needle. You know, this touches
That's an
back
interesting.
to the Rambam.
That's an interesting
Like there's so many countries out here. The Rambam writes a local tale.
Oh, are you fucking serious?
Person has a problem with their temper. Person has a problem with past. So the Rambam says, how do you address the needs of past, terrible temper? What do you do? Stop getting angry. You really feel like, I could have been the Rambam, right? I could have come up with that one. I would say, but it's such a profound idea. Sometimes the only way, it's interesting because we're always looking, it's kind of in the same way of spirituality. Often with people like schoolers, everybody wants a schooler, right? The schooler for this, the schooler for that. Sometimes it's not about school, sometimes it's not just doing the right thing. So often we're always looking for strategies of right, how do I overcome this trait? How do I change? How do I this? And sometimes it's just about stop it. There's something I'm doing wrong. There's something inappropriate that I'm engaged in. Sometimes it's not about a strategy. Sometimes it's just about stopping the negative behavior. So the Rambam says, if I am a Baal if this is the way I live, is that I satisfy every want. I satisfy every desire, which is indicative, says the Rebbe, of a general sense of life restraint. The only way to fix that is to exercise restraint. Let's say, the Rebbe writes it sounds so simple. Of course, it's not so simple. But when I say it is so simple, sometimes the answers to our problems are actually pretty straight out. If I have difficulty exercising restraint, the only way to address that is to begin to exercise restraint. And the Rebbe said, all you really need to do is incredible. All I need to do is do it once. Because ultimately, again, once I find that courage to exercise restraint once, I show myself that I have the ability to do it. Now, again, does that mean I'm going to be perfect? Of course not. But once I show myself that I have the ability to do it, there's what to build upon. The Rabbi says, Kigon, Shabbat Dvar Avera, Kizuli Ado, Umana Es Atzmo Mila Asoso Mitzvah. All because we'll say, the way life happens. If a person is about taiva, It is only a matter of time until that type of manifests itself again. Right? Only a matter of time until that opportunity, that desirous opportunity manifests itself again. He says, what's going to happen? And if I choose this time to exercise restraint, and as a result, I don't fall prey to my taiva, minavira, miskan gam ha'avon ha'kas. קודם שגברה לו בתאיבה ונחשבה ולא הצליחה לקפשה. So I want to say, the Rabbi says that we're not exercise restraint, and therefore don't commit this particular Aveira again. Not only have I saved myself from Aveira, but I also have the opportunity to what? To go ahead and atone for the previous indiscretions of the past. What I just point out over here, if this sounds familiar, because in footnote Shin Samach Beis and Shin Samach Gimel, so it points out over here that this is really reflective of the Gemara Masahasuma. The Gemara says, what is a Baal Tshuva Gemura? Right? When do you become an absolute Baal Tshuva? The Gemara says, when you come face to face with the same circumstances that you had in the past, but in the past I sinned. In the past, I gave in to my desires and passions, and now, I find that the ought to stand up for them. That's called the Baal Tshuva Gemuya. That's complete Tshuva. So that's really what the Rabbi is describing over here. I will say he's really framing it because I think all of us encounter tigers in different areas of life. Right? We all have those desires. That the truth is, we often find difficult to exercise restraint. For some people, again, it's often changes as we get older and in different stages of life, but we all have those type of that we struggle with. That is the only way, the issue of taiva is either an ability to exhibit restraint. And the Rabbi says so beautifully, the only way to address that is to become the kind of individual who are capable of exercising restraint. It sounds so simple. It says that all I need to do is do it once. Ultimately, again, showing myself that I possess that capability. Showing myself that I possess that particular Torah, and ultimately one is able to battle. All right, well, so we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up and I'm going to try to finish up. Okay, there's one more piece, and I'll say this. So far we've done Kas, so far we've done Taiva, and now interestingly enough, the last piece we'll discuss today is covet. Those who desire covet, constantly desire honor, how we ultimately address that, and Yer Hashem tomorrow. All right, so we'll say good morning. So we're picking up today in 6 minutes outside this verse 8. We began this particular verse yesterday. The Rebbe's idea that tikkun u'kas, the way to remedy, the way to rectify the nida of kas, the nida of anger, is shinui makom, change one's place. And the way the Rebbe really arrived at this idea was through the concept that the person who commits an act of murder is sent to go. It's sent to the seek refuge. The Rabbi says it's because that at the core of the current transgression of Ritzita is Kas, is anger. So picking up on page Kuf Tzadik Aleph, Tzadik Aleph from the Uriah Chassidus, the right hand column, right side of the rack. Hayot, Haruzeh, Gomer Liber Zikla Diogusha. What would happen in the first one? The next one would kill another individual. There would be exile because it's a city of refuge. Below, not the nod, we all know. Shinigzah, Hayim, Yitizim, Hagigas, Kabbalah. That is very interesting. And now, what Rabbi is really doing is bringing together a number of different things. Because remember, again, the first act of murder was Cain against Hannah. Now remember, Cain was sent as a wanderer. That was his punishment. He was to wander first for the rest of his life. So that says that when a person kills a few days ago, there's this hecklers forum.
The whole thing is that, you start one premise and then you go into another premise. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. There was something in the middle there which I started daydreaming so hard. I'm like, what the fuck, where am I again?
No, it was Mark Simpson. I think it's great. And you know what you're talking about? You're like, I'm sure that happened at some point. You just have to, the whole thing is about focusing it. I don't know what you're talking about. That's after long. It's a great premise, because you're going to run into that. That's a great joke to do after you have to say, get heckled. It's going to happen every fucking day of your life. So, people are a bunch of fucking assholes.
Plus, your body language says,
of the society.
Like, everybody here today, you're the best at coming up on stage and dealing with people. People all like you when you get up there. It's just like, it's 60 seconds. It's hard. I don't know if you can both live with that. By the way, this is
that is the worst catchphrase I've ever heard. I don't know how often you use that as I'm sure you get asked a lot what nationality you are. If you do that on a good day thing every time, that's unbearable. There's one thing you can take from this appearance tonight, it would definitely be that. That's an offstage, and that'll make nobody ever want to work with you again. Anybody who hears that, whether it be a comedian or an executive, they're like, I don't even want to be near this guy anymore. But half black, half white on a good day, and you put them all in position to go, what do you mean? And you go, there's no evidence. It's just ridiculous. It's like poorly written dialogue in a shitty movie. Like the dialogue in an already shitty movie where your expectations are so low already. You're like, it worked in the mirror. That's what happened. You're Kyle Henson, everybody. There you go. Take that with you. I was doing a late night Fallout a few nights ago, and the original room downstairs was like 2:05 in the morning. It's a true story.
It's usually about an hour before I go on.
But total spot, there's like 6 drunk people in the room. One guy's super drunk, heckling me, sitting off to the side. And I'm laying into him because he's heckling me, and I'm laying into him, and he goes, I remember he's sitting off to the side, and I'm doing stand-up facing straight out. And he goes, I don't need to take this from you, man. You've only got one ear. To which I responded, still looking straight up, that's because you're looking at one side of my face. It was an unbelievable highlight of my career.
By the way, I think we set the record for most T.I. looking like guys.
Hell yeah. Wait, that music. Yeah. I got the whole group up there. So yeah, there's no chains. Kanye works. I love it. All right, let's keep this fun train moving along.
About doing that which
Up
is
next,
good, and by definition, that kind of something is so whatever says,
he gave us the guns.
who will get killed. There's good anger. There is good anger. We don't call good anger good anger.
Yeah,
What
like
do
the
we call
white
it?
writing there.
We call it
Like a straight Peter.
positive action. But passion and anger are two
So maybe
sides
for
of the
my
same
rank, and my
coin.
dad does understand
Anger is misdirected passion.
awesome dude. Love,
Right? And you know, by the way, people who are very tempers, if you're able to channel that in the right way, it becomes actually almost that everything. Anger represents that there's a fire burning inside of you. Anger is the wrongful application of that passion. See, the Rebbe calls that, this is what it means when Chazal say, the Olam Yar, you see, it's so interesting. Because Chazal could have said, you really should go ahead and be more good than bad. But that's not what Chazal says. Okay, that you should fire up. The Olam Yar is
That's the joke!
the beach of
Okay, I gotta just say right off the bat, there's something about you that I just love to hate. I mean, you are like the type of guy that's just my arch nemesis. There's just something, it's unbearable. There's just certain types of young comedians, it's like they try, it's like, not they try, it's either they're trying or they just are. It's like this. There's this thing with it, I don't think anybody talks like that in real life, but I see everybody doing this trickery, and it's like, this is not a material, I'm just talking about the first impressions. I mean, I haven't gotten to that part yet. No, I mean, it wasn't horrendous, but I mean, there's not a Middle Eastern comedian that I've ever heard that doesn't have a joke about telling their dad a joke about how serious they are and they don't laugh, and then the dad tells a joke that, get a job. I mean, it is just incredible. You can do better than that. It doesn't match what you're pushing out there.
So what does Chazal say? Chazal is saying that where there is good, there is often fire of passion. The challenge ultimately in life is not to allow the passion to go on.
Just getting comic tips.
He says, "La coaching into the church in the Sakar, Barisiva, that's even a couple of steps to the legal process. So remember, we're seeing that the act of receiving, the act of bloodshed, even though we're talking about the accidental act of bloodshed, the subject says, this life, in any form, is a manifestation of that's the thing is, right? Even though, yes, we're talking about some relative purposes, it's talking about a very specific
It's just, now it's hard to explain the feeling that I get. There's certain people, how old are you?
is a manifestation
How long have you been doing stand-up?
of anger. So what's the punishment? Right? What's the punishment for the person who kills another person? What's the
A
punishment?
comedian that does this thing a lot, like where they have to keep your, you don't even have to, where they keep your attention by doing this shit, and if you listen to the words, it's just really not, like,
The goal of Lois is anger management. It's anger management. Right? If you go ahead and go somewhere, and let's remember again, where did people put in the blood? Where the cities are in the blood? Cities are revealed. Right? Remember again.
I absolutely am.
Remember again. Who are the favorite tribes? Who demonstrated the most intense from the past? Similar lady. Right? Next week, part. Right? Similar lady go in and wipe out in your interesting, what does lady become? What does they become? They become
When it's more performing than it is an intense.
So what's the state that the lady represents? From something destructive into something powerful. The city shader that wipes out an entire city. What is it? That's what I really did not agree with that course of action. Like that entire city. And yet they realize that's what we did them Muslim on his deathbed. They realize we did the wrong thing, but the media is good. Passion is going to look at that's what he said. I'm trying to see. What did you do? You put the entire family in mortal danger. Remember again, when did you lady was done? After the door? Yeah, that's I'm suspicious if you like a hundred. First of all, I want to put stuff. I don't put stuff. I'm saying, like, you're talking back to your father, you're talking back to your father. That passion was there, that anger was there. But you have to leave it saying you're using it the wrong way. Channel. So they become sick of listening again. Some sick of all religious passions. Channel through shave as ladies. I mean, I'm not saying everyone wants to be a part of shave as ladies. I can adopt that move. I don't have to be a part of the adopt that move. Again, his sentiment started. But now we understand why he's done this. Because the person who chose the show is demonstrating cops. Right? Or wrong cops. You gotta go to God. Because what you have to learn is how to channel that passion into something productive. And where you go, you're in the club, cities of the Caribbean, and they master this ability to channel this task, to channel this trait, channel this passion into the right place. So let's say, so we'll have some of it for today. But again, we begin to teach things. It's not that you're teaching us how to deal with anger. That's many of us struggle with teaching every day. How do I deal with anger? So number one, go. Go is on a basic level. Go is shield oriented. We spoke about yesterday. We often get angry because things don't follow our plan. I had an idea, I had a conception, I had a vision for how everything was supposed to go, and life didn't follow my plan. Well, to get angry, that life didn't follow your plan is gaiva, is arrogance, and if you suppose that life is supposed to follow your plan, this is your plan is the correct one. Always is a reorientation. The first step to managing anger, getting your struggles, is to accept the fact that the way you see the world, I see the world, may not be the correct way to see the world. Sometimes you have to really just about how things happen, how things occur, how things unfold. On the level of common sense, how do we deal with anger? We channel. We channel. Anger represents a disappropriation. Figure out what is your fear. And what's your fear is what different people are different things. There's some people that are feeling what they need therapy. Because maybe a person just has a temper as a result of a whole bunch of life things that are happening. You have to resolve it. Some people are therapy could be their inner club. For other people, listen to be their inner club. Other people totally could be their inner club. For other people, meditation is everybody needs to find that thing that allows them to be healthy. And channel that passion into a productive and meaningful way. As Rabbi did today, we have to spend one more day on task, then one more day on task, and then we have to spend Rabbi can go from there about Haifa. So this is a very powerful oath.
Everybody, why would you do that? Right? So I did it all the time, and it was through all those every night, which I'm like, holy shit, if I just get one little thing out of fucking taking a million chances, that's a keeper. That's all of those add up.
Can't be afraid to fail, man.
It's crazy.
Can't be afraid to fail. Here's how I think. Slow clap up. Here's what I think about comedy. I've said this before, and I think there's two kind of comics out there, and I'm not judging either one. They are what they are. I don't think one's better than the other. There are two kinds of comics. There's clowns and there's shit talkers. Sometimes you have some shit talking clowns, sometimes you have some shit talkers. Okay? Truth of the matter is, clowns work more. They'll book commercials, they'll book fucking sitcoms, they'll work more. But the legends are shit talkers. Make no doubts about it. The legends are shit talkers. You guys go out there with a point. They have something to say. I'm not saying you gotta get preachy, but you're going up there because you want your reactions from what you want to say. Not you don't want to say something that gets a reaction. You understand what I'm saying? That's it, man. That's all the great ones. I know guys who sell out arenas, and I'm not judging anyone. Even though I like shit talkers, I'm not judging you. God bless you, whatever you can do, you do. But the guys, I know guys, some of the dudes who sell out giant theaters, never mentioned. That's one of the great ones for you.
All right.
And that's at the end of the day what everybody wants. Be considered one of the greats.
It's true.
And that's why these dudes go around stealing jokes all the time. Because they think it's like win at all costs. And they fucking get busted. And they're automatically taken off the list of the people who are the greatest. They go fucking nuts. And they're constantly miserable. Because they never are going to get what they want. That's being considered the GOAT. That's all they did for him. They wanted to be the GOAT.
And see, it looks like he has full-blown cancer and AIDS right now. It looks like you have cancer and AIDS.
Dude, that was a snuff film.
Right, you see what you did to that guy?
Snuff film.
For those of you that don't know, is that okay for me to say that? Brian was the cameraman in the back of the original room during the famous Rogan Mencia incident. This is the supporter of comedy. Put your fucking hands together back there, you sons of bitches. What are you, Mencia fans? Alright, guy in the wheelchair, you don't have to clap, it's okay. Alright, let's keep this fun train moving on. Really, put your hands together for Sam Tripoli. We're still doing it, but I fucking love that. I love taking a tangent into some real fucking shit. We know this guy. He just got lucky and pulled his name out. At Gabriel Killian on Twitter. His name's Gabriel Killian. Everybody, here he is. Oh, no, don't do it, Gabe. Don't do it, Gabe. Oh, shit. What's that mean? Holy shit. Gabriel Killian just got blacklisted. There you go. That's a catchphrase for you from the Iron Legion. Give us another one. There he is, everybody. Phony Stark, everyone. Alright. Oh, but he's supposed to be the black guy. Yeah. Wait a second. Get the fuck out of here. There's an actual guy called the Iron Legion. And you're that guy? No, he's not that guy. No, I know he's not the guy for the movie. Settle down, Patriot. First of all, this is your first week with the microphone. Just relax. Oh, now it's on your left. Been doing it on purpose. Chop down. Patriot, just relax. Let me get a breath in, okay? Just take it. Just relax. This is your first time behind the microphone. You keep running into it over and over again. Just relax. Take a breath. Can you breathe okay? Healthy? There he is, the irony patriot, everybody. The irony patriot. So you're a white guy, right? He gets so passionate when he starts talking. Somewhere there's a chat bar missing its owner.
Somewhere else.
Okay, let's keep this fun train moving along. Just blacklisting Gabe Kelly. Put your hands together. Okay, we got it. Don't be racist now, alright? When you say that, it means you did mean that. By the way, when you make that disclosure. Disclaimer, I'm really fucking.
I love
it. Kyle Shore, everybody. Kyle Shore. He's doing a Noah Ark joke. Some people might think it's too soon for a Noah's Ark joke. I say it's right on time. Here it is. It is in the Bible.
changes your outlook on orientation in the world. You don't see the world in the same way. And it's just, it's irreversible. You know, when you have a Malcolm Kuzua, that fixes your orientation, right? You live in front of me and turns to the left of me, and there's a savior. There's a savior. That often upsets the savior. But it resets a new state. There's a new order. So I believe it's against the kind of down, but the other mood states, succeed through the like this new orientation and this new outlook into the world. So in the Oriental of Tzaddik, I'm very patient on this idea that the remedy for chaos is shinui makom. Do you know how to deal with anger? How to deal with anger is to change your place, meaning to change your orientation. The most important thing to know, why do we get angry at things? More often than not, why do we get angry at things? Most people take it. I get it. Not a few times, I kind of get it, right? You get angry at things because you have an expectation. I have an expectation as to how things are supposed to go. And when we don't go that way, I get angry. I get angry. And I think, and it's true everywhere. It's true in careers. It's true in family life. It's true. There's an expectation. People are supposed to behave a certain way. Things are supposed to go a certain way. And when they don't, I get angry. So first of all, the key is to realize that's called guidelines. That's called guidelines, right?
I mean, and I like being edgy
To
at
think
times,
that things are supposed to follow the plan that I have for them. To think that people
out there. It's one of my favorite things.
are supposed to behave the way I expect them to behave. That's my day. It's supposed to look
James Gandolfini, everyone, right?
the way I expect it to go. Like my partner says supposed to go the way. That's simple guideline. Like the things that I love. How everything should unfold. That's number one. But even leaving that piece aside, because again, the is that's really what it is. But again, the subject highlighting before you get into the other piece is often anger is a result of dispute orientation. I see things a certain way, and that's the way I think they are supposed to go. It says that something. What's the first remedy to guide us? Sometimes it's just the fact that just because we see things a certain way, and we think that they should unfold a certain way, doesn't mean that they're supposed to
That's a whole different conversation.
and again, that's changing welcome, that's changing your seat, that's changing your place, that's changing your orientation. So if somebody says, oh, like, this looks incredible about peace. So somebody says, people are not changing welcome. So number one, you want to rectify us, change your orientation. Stop assuming that you know how everyone's supposed to behave and speak and talk and do at any given point in time, how the day is supposed to unfold, how everything is supposed to fall into place. Change the orientation. What they change the orientation, don't need to pass. That's what the past goes away. But it's like it says chicken in the house. Now it never goes up. He says something absolutely amazing over here. He says that the chewing muffin, the changing of one's place, that is in the past, he's like the chewing muffin, the changing of a place of our frequency. The Japanese, that a person who thinks his shoulder has to undergo as well. This is exactly what the undergo, right? I'm not going to put inside the house. In the air, I see this. That always, yes, you know, yes, for sure. That always, right, literally exile. As well say again, you know that love. I think we know, yes, for sure. So, listen to this. Remember, Ruben is climbing up a ladder. He accidentally falls off the ladder, falls off the shimon, kills Shimon. Right, what's the halacha? He has to go to a period of place. He has to go to a city of refuge. That's the halacha. So what the subject says, why is this flowing? Well, look at this. It says, Varetzicha ba'a machmas kas. He says, why does one person kill another person? So it's a result of act. So the subject is being speaking a little bit of liberty over here and expanding the definition. Because remember again, the classic case of why a person goes to government is what actions says will happen. Like I said, Ruben walking up the ladder and he falls down. The truth is, he's close example of brothers, it's not really caste that really caused the death. Well, what caused the death? It's really negligence. So remember again, halacha, if it's an only, if it's extenuating circumstances, you don't have to go to government. Maybe a person goes to government because it's negligence. But if Tzaddik is saying, well, let's drill down. Let's drill down. Why does one person take the life of another person? So Tzaddik is that a person takes the life of another person because their caste got out of hand. Their caste just simply was unchecked. And if you take a look by the way, footnote Shimon and says, Rambam, Nidar Kestuva Leos Golem in Tomo, Shagolus Mihaperes Hub. Because Shagolena slowly returns Leos Avishala. There's so much stuff happening over here. So we'll leave that Rambam for just a moment. According to the Rambam, he says the power of Golus is that Golus humbles. Right? So murder occurs because of caste. The murderer is then exiled. The fact of exile is that it humbles the individual. Now watch this. He goes on and says, looking at brackets, we'll have to stop with it for today. We'll pick up the next question. So at least I'll let your appetite for it. But again, I would venture to say there are usually people who don't have to contend with caste. You don't have to contend with anger on a daily basis. And that's to say that for many of us, anger is something that we have to contend with. And I think if you look at many of the greatest mistakes we make in life, they're usually because of caste. So to have an opening of subjects that are something that's I get turned and I get have a perspective on this.
It's always things like that.
We'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up the nearest section now. We'll pick up the meeting again tomorrow.
Crazy shit. Yeah, take the ice cream scoop in the middle, take that shit out of the car and stuff like that. Yeah, I think you don't need a car. Yeah, I think it's just about living next door to a Scientologist and all the crazy shit they believe. Yeah,
Right.
I realized, like, halfway through it, I forgot that shit.
So you just want, hey, you know what? They're recording. You know this is a podcast with video and audio, right? No, I would. You know this is a podcast with video and audio.
Yeah, I know that now. I knew that before, too.
Wow.
This is probably the other.
Oh, I see you do have your phone set up there. You had that set up perfectly, probably. Frame house, right? Do you see that camera right there? Congratulations, my friend.
See, that's all. Yeah, I would get rid of the car stuff because then people are like, they're focusing on stuff they don't need to. Just be like, if it wants to live next to the Scientologist, then you can just go through just general stuff.
Yeah, totally. You got a great premise, man. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Someone did get Dom. That's great.
All right, so
Fraser
that's
Smith
this
doesn't
morning.
finish it. He goes, how do you find Will Smith?
This morning,
And he
that's
fixes
not
stuff.
because our last
He
piece
does that every
of
folks. Fraser
Davis in
Smith.
the last
However, your next comedian is Kenneth Lyon.
Let's begin with host and a really beautiful idea. I have started the beginning of this quick training test in the hangouts that sent out last night. And again, we have singles in the bottom left.
How are you, bud? It's good to see you.
The East going on, and it's in person, it's a pushing, stumbling, or a stumbling. But that metaphor is stumbling. It's a person to change the metaphor to sin. And that person says, Jacob, Yaakov, Yaakov, Shabbat, Se'us, Shalom, no, for himself. That in that moment, when I fall down, להכנה לאוסו דבר, ואם נצטרך שבו, it happens to say. Let's just be worried. You never say,
Was this like some prank on us?
you should know that episode, that moment of falling down to Chana is a preparation. The also Dava, that very thing in which I failed that it will be turned around for good. Now, what does that mean? Remember, this idea actually has been espoused by the Rabbi on a number of different times, which is, up until now, what we kind of learned is that whatever I sin with, when it represents, that represents my greatest fault. Right? My greatest weakness is just the other side of the coin of my greatest strength. Because sin is the least benefit of misuse of socialistic energy. So that the current set of humans are the good, by definition, selfishness of the man. Therefore, love because when I say love, the beauty, so to speak, of the love, which I now know the power I possess, I now know if I can harness it and turn it around. Whoever here is saying, you're going to see basically a similar idea, but a little bit different. Whatever says is the moment that I sin, my lowest moment is the moment of the moment of suffering, the moment that I'm down and out. That moment, by definition, is life for dramatic. The moment that you fail is the moment of life that is most dramatic for positive turnaround in the exact opposite direction. Notice there's anything that can cause it. You see, most of us are right when we're down and out, right? Most of us are right when we fall, right? You feel like I've fallen and I've lost, right? I'm down. I mean, the shit was there. You just, that's failure. And ultimately, again, that's where I feel that I'm stuck. That because in that moment when you are in the pit of failure, the moment after I just stumbled and fallen, that moment is actually the righteous moment in life. Turn it around and to do something great. The next step. Now, we'll define how that is in just a moment. The next step of is providing us. And if they like to take advantage of that moment, this habit which is known over us to Avodas Hashem Torah, to strengthen myself in my Torah and to return to Hashem. You shall ask La'anos to my greatness to go to I have the ability to ascend to a very high and lofty. The Golgotha is wonderfully lost in the as deep as I have fallen as a result of my mistakes, if I capitalize on the moment, I catapult myself to an area that is equally as high. So let's say, this would be a fascinating idea. So it's a subject essentially telling about this, that the most failure in life are the moments that are ripeness for dramatic ascension. See, I often think the moment I fail is the moment I'm most of life, and that's the moment that I'm least capable of accomplishing something. Therefore, consider like this moment. I commit an Avera, you fill in your own blood, right? You commit whatever Avera. How do you feel in the aftermath of that? Certainly after that. I feel like often, I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I compromised myself. It's an Avera that I did many times in the past. I pledged to myself not to do it again. I feel like I'm a business. And I just feel down about myself. Again, do I believe that at the end of the day I can turn it around? Sure, I believe it. Do I believe that I can affect a dramatic turnaround right now? I think most of us do. Because I feel really badly. I'm really disappointed. I'm not giving up on myself, but I'm really disappointed. The Rabbi said, the moment I sin, and the moment I'm lowest, that's the moment that is righteous in life for dramatic growth. In that moment, I can really turn it around and experience a meteoric rise. In that moment, not only that, I can experience an idea, an ascension that is directly related to the depth of my fall. So the further I fall in that moment, I think in that moment,
Yeah, I think
I
comic
turn
truth
around
else.
and catapult myself up. So I say, once shot, once the shot. So I think what the public is saying on a very basic level. The moment in life when I most accept change is the moment I get. Like, meaning most of us don't think about change when everything in life is going. And I'm having a good day. Everything in my relationship is good with myself, with my spouse, with my relative. Life is fine. Life is good. Everything is very fine. Not great. I know that it can be better, but at the end of the day, everything is fine. Most of us don't think about change when everything is just trucking along. When are people most receptive to change? When I realized that I needed so badly. And when do I realize that I needed so badly? Is an immediate action I took. And yet, no, I will say, there's something subjects these people have fun.
I remember learning that 5, 6, 7 months into doing comedy.
I'm trying to think about
And
this
I learned
as
it
I try to examine my intro.
I went in and cut out all the fat on so many things. But I was talking about as long as you are. Once you do that, you are really quick. But it's still great job, Jonathan Tower.
I am better for a while, and then I realized.
There we go.
Then I
Yes,
realized.
Iron Patriot.
Like, that moment of disappointment, I could have kept it together had I chosen. It's not the fact that there's so overwhelming pain of the Sahara
Situation to
that
situation.
caused me to sing. I don't know what it was. I don't know why I didn't keep it together. But that feeling of like being demoralized in the aftermath of that relapse. Again, I don't really doing
Is Addleston
traumatic failure like a person wants to double his job. I mean, like, that thing that I struggle with all the time, and I couldn't keep it together, and I failed again, and I'm so disappointed in myself because I know I could do it.
Come on, service. You owe us a little bit more
In
than I
that
really
moment,
commit
you
to.
don't know about yourself. But I think that moment, that's the moment of greatest progress. Why? Because in that moment, I recognize
Addleston, you
something about me
blacklisted
needs
motherfucker.
to change.
All right.
Something
Maddie
needs to be
Chimemore.
different. And if I
Oh, here he
capitalize
is.
on that desire to
Maddie
change,
Chimemore.
in that moment,
Ghost.
in the immediate aftermath
Ghost,
of sin,
watching me
that
jerk it.
because I
That's
could
okay.
see that. I mean, I can experience this meteoric rise more than any other kind of life.
These girls
The
like a
music,
cowboy hooking up with her. She's like, oh, she's like the Seventh Amendment. I'm like,
right? Because I want to say,
bullshit. Like, she wanted me to treat her like the Seventh Amendment, but I fucking like thou shalt not steal.
instead of wallowing in self-guilt, and instead of feeling bad that I can't do anything to get I have to feel bad for feeling bad, it's part of the process. I'm low. But as low as I am right now, I set up for myself to change. And tap into, I don't know how you tap into that power. How can I re up in this moment that is greater than anything that we can? So it takes those moments that occur in the immediate aftermath of failure, where we normally feel lowest
Something about like
and
there's a lot of people talk about like commandments and religion and shit that's just creeping me out. Like Scientology, I don't like because it hasn't been a topic for 2,000 years. I mean, literally all the jokes about religion, I guarantee you they've been done. I mean, that's all it is. That's a nice little twist. And the only but I also just love saying it's like, listen, because there's just something in my brain that just shuts off now when I hear the word. Not for commandments, maybe it's just something about this lifestyle. Because tonight, is that weird? Like something's going on to where it just seems I can talk about dolphins all day.
It's more tomorrow. The idea of study is how do you do that?
They gotta
Right?
digest it.
How
Now
is
you
it
gotta
that I
get
go
them thinking. You know,
from
it's,
the
it's,
depth
it's even your
of
joke is that,
failure
but I
to
think
the
it's a
height
funny
of
premise. I
accomplishment?
like it.
And Rabbi
How long
just
you been doing stand up?
describing it. What's it? How long does this process take? How long does it take? How is it? Well, it sounds like to a certain degree, part of it to be
Yeah, I think so
instantaneous.
too. Do you have a
How do
girlfriend?
you do that? The most
You've been
basic
single
answer
the whole
is
time?
identify the koach that led
So
me
you're just
to
tapping
sin.
ass right now?
Identify the energy or the power that I used inappropriately
I love that.
and
Good.
figure
It's been a
out
good
from
day
that
as a bad
moment
day. It's like almost
how
weeks
to
and good.
use
Yeah,
it
like
for
There's
something
jobs I
good.
respect it, bro.
If I could figure that out in the moment right now, then I can experience the periodic lines in the immediate aftermath. So
Now,
you stop
you
with it for
you
today,
don't get
you
when
pick up
When
the
you start getting really bad,
transition with
big
this
fat
show
chicks,
tomorrow.
it's slump busters, yes.
yes, dude.
I have to. It's good to see you guys are doing that. Slump buster.
Slump buster.
Oh, do you? Yeah, man. Back when I lived in Vegas, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. I go 2 weeks. It's like I'm just crushing pigs.
Really? Oh yeah.
What's wrong with you kids? Oh, baby. I don't care.
That's what it is.
Sometimes you get to do that, bro.
It's Vegas. That's where you do it, Vegas.
You do that every you know what, man? Sometimes you just gotta get out. If you haven't played for a while, girls know that. It's in your eyes.
That chick's in Vegas. This guy goes from blackjack to Jack in the Box.
Yeah.
Looking for pussy.
I'm like, that's see, fat chicks are decent massage parlors. Doesn't count, man. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. No. Something about your soul that it just eases in when a girl gives it up. Is it the Cool Ranch Dorito flakes all over your chest when you're done? No, dude, it's paying for a hand job, which I'm not against. I'm not saying it's just not the same thing, dude. When a girl looks you eye, looks you in the eye and says, look at me inside. So that means something. It's the thrill of the hunt. And you have to take down a slow one every now and then. Yeah. Sometimes I want an easy kill. I don't want fun. Chase the gazelle.
All right, so good morning. We are tuning in. That's
Plus, they love it. They appreciate it.
They work way harder.
That's true. They want you to all over you. Yeah, exactly.
And a good Yelp review, you know what I'm saying? She may be big, she crushes dick.
Right.
Yeah, but they're also the ones that try to get
pregnant.
pregnant.
Well, they
So
were
remember,
like,
you
Watch out for the side.
and put your weight inside this test.
yeah,
And
they
you
haven't
start
got
to
laid in 2
put
years. You probably were the first person to
your
fuck
high
in
growth.
2
And
years.
how many ways that you get into your
Sam likes a girl that he can pound and then go get ice
and
cream
then
with her
after you're
afterwards.
giving yourself what you want it, to be felt in the book, to be
I
felt
don't
in
know
the
why that's a bad thing.
very public backstage to another. So if you and Jeff is so by your diet
Give me some push. I want
in the
top
footnote
rope.
from the bottom left hand column, second line is
Oh, there you go.
I used to get only enough
This is a hashtag.
of the
Straight
OCT
from Caddy
little
Shack,
bit.
everybody.
Then you can eat the
There
other
he
job
goes.
and
Matty
that's
Chime
the
for
weekend
Matty Chime.
this has to be a low.
The
So by the way,
saying
if
no
I send you, let's say I get over Shimon, and I say, Shimon, you come to Shir every single morning, you come to that morning every single morning. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to pay you $1,000 a month, and I want the course. I want the merit of your company. But just, they ask the price. Can you go out an excellent deal, right? So I want $1,000 a month, I'll give you, but I want the merit of that money. So I go, can you do that? Can you do that? So what's the right? Is you got to half the revenue is foreign able to give have out in this small cover. So I go, come from high go. I go says foolishness, give a have out. Absolute foolishness, nothing to rely on. The eighth Yala Ali. So that so my sister so us as zealous that how can you ever imagine that you could
Let me tell you something. That's the set of the night, in my opinion, so far. Because it's such real, honest, true self-deprecation. And it's stuff that nobody wants to talk about. And you're just coming out and owning it. And it's fucking hilarious. I found myself laughing through almost the entire thing. I love everything about it.
the righteousness of the righteous man belongs to him, and cannot be denied transferable entity. That they they start some distinction of the new following the Russia, acting as in growth of the
You just want to everybody
same
wants to
way,
be
interestingly
healthy,
enough, people
and
very
everybody is
resistant.
poor, and it's just
Like,
everything
I
they're saying
can't be held
resonates with just
responsible.
about
I'm
everybody.
not involved in
And
the
I
sale of my
think it's
friends.
just
I'm
great
also
being
not
real,
involved
and
in the
you
activities
can't
of
beat
my
it when
friends.
it's both real
Now,
and
that's the comparison of brother to
negative.
play a little bit. But the point that Heigl says is that you cannot purchase the merits of someone else. Kasha Matan Kasha Mitzvah. Never shall see Adam Echo. The unit of the chickens and Matan Kasha. What do you think? That American religion didn't carry around? That you could think, okay, I'll give it to this one. I'll give it to that one. You are the mouse house. Well, I have no single devil in the family. So, goes on to the Misha Nasi Asimo. Nicholas Havila become Omara. Someone has to purchase the merits of his friends. The money of your gift. Well,
And then you can really run with that ball and ride it, and, afterwards is something that starts like, and I know a lot of people find it strange that I call my girlfriend fat, but then you can get into a whole other premise by now is that having it with lots of other things, it's what you fell in love with, it's whatever that whole thing is. I mean, that's not even a tag, and that's just a whole new premise. I mean, that you can have from there about talking, about saying,
about the software
is that
it's very different. So it's very important to understand. When
I love
you
it too.
suffer, so you suffer with learning, but if you will not fund that, it's a partnership in the performance of the mitzvah. Not the
All right, we're getting together for
that
chat.
the suffer got all of the suffer got all of the stars, and then you will purchase credit. Suffer and Zulun were partners. In other words, Zulun was able to be he was able to, sorry, the Suffer was able to sit and learn because Zulun helped them. Zulun supported them. That was a partnership. That was a premeditated partnership. And a premeditated partnership, there is a sharing of merits. That's not what the high going to talk about here. The high going to say, I go to you and you wait. You come to me in the morning, I want to purchase that merit from you for $1,000 a month. I think what you so people go for active partnership. I want to purchase it. This is a transaction. The high going says, you can't do it. You can't do it. That's right. And what's that? You see the difference? There's a difference between a dedicated partnership, where again, in this case, the funds of the enable the suffer to go ahead and sit and learn. That's what the sharing of reward. That's the thinking for active purchase of reward. I would say the ex post facto purchase of reward does not work, says the pipe. I will say, why is it funny to me, this guy now? Because remember again, this goes to highlight the point that a mitzvah, when a person does a mitzvah, it becomes part of who you are. Right? It becomes part of the essence. And because it becomes part of your essence, you cannot sell something that is inextricably linked to you. Like some people say, I can't go ahead and sell my heart. Like, tell me what you're willing to offer. I can't give that to you. Because that's a part of me that I cannot live without. And I need to become a part of who and what I am. And therefore, by definition, they are non-transferable. So again, remember, the subject is contrasting me out with Averis. When I commission Averis, and Averis, remember, it sits on top of me. Right? It sits on my neshama. But it doesn't turn me inside. So it's there. I have to rectify it. But it doesn't sit inside. The distinction of those translations shall not to be such as this. Financial sanctity, physical sanctity. Avira is financial sanctity. Financial sanctity to redeem to be removed. The mitzvah is a discipline sanctity. It resolves on the entry into this entirety. So So the other goes down, he's sitting there, back on the top of the guys. But you like how long for a night, so this is start show. The Indian Mesilas have a fully written set. What about the fact that it's a Soviet book, right? Not as just a start show. This is start show. What about the fact that it's a Soviet book, right? Isn't the birthright by definition representative of this book, representative of traditional again, what the birthright represented biblically is not just simply a piece of heritage. What the birthright represented again was the elevated status of slaves. To say that such a ticket true, that my lips puts the tongue apart and do it only what I have. See, the heart of my soul. So at the end of the day, how is this able to, how is it able to tell the birthright? Would be like, me and the Fiat have told you it's the Hakid Kabanos. Shanira, in the Fiat, Robert, it seems like you find something that has by definition to be so. Cannot be the piece of height of the car, which defines as the Dino Roga Alex. The piece must form the two of the so beautiful. Except it says, this song was never really with a car. It was never really with a car. The last is much more serious. The car, the thing is like an imagination. Right? He was the firstborn in an illusion. He wasn't really the firstborn. And let's talk again in the footnotes over here, discussing this concept about what it means to be a car in Virginia. And he gives the most of Rothschild that actually says that in reality, so I think it was the first crazy example of it. The item that closes first comes from the law. Therefore, again, the Yaakov invested created first, it came out of the second. The idea being that the reason why Esau was able to start with the Torah was because of Sabbath Hazard, and because of really, never really did. He was the public dinner, but Enoch Binami had Esau dip the truth and the freedom of the car, the ability to sell the car, which represents eventually element of Esau would not have been there. Would not have been there. So we'll have to stop with it for today. But again, I just want to highlight. I just want to highlight what we did this. Actually, let's just do one more. Let's just do one more paragraph. Interesting enough, what you can say with subject is you can sell you actually know stop it. So again, to this pointing out the subject constantly highlighting this is so right. Averos is like ultimately what's called fiducian in financial sanctity. It's there, it becomes part of what I am, but it does not take over the totality of self. A mitzvah, like Dushas had this physical sanctity, takes over that complete and totality of becomes part of who and what. Based on that, says the Torah, because Allah says you cannot sell your mitzvah. You cannot sell your mitzvah. You cannot sell the scripture for selling your mitzvahs. If you sell the mitzvahs who you are, what will end up with tomorrow is you can sell your ideas. They will sell your ideas. Right? So you can tell what a market is going to be for that in the next one. So that'll be continued. Tomorrow, we'll finish up tomorrow.
Yeah, we should make one. What? What are you thinking? I don't know. Thinking about trying to make it so they can't put it out. I'm cool with that. It's just weird to me to think about that. I saw a documentary recently. It was a documentary about the guy treating and shit. Which freaked me out. Holy shit, boys. Yeah, I love, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the commercial highlight reels where it's like coffee commercials and they're like, this is the worst company. It's like nice, like walking around just pouring your husband coffee, takes a sip. All these commercials, you say, this is the worst coffee ever. What's your problem, you idiot? It's like all these old commercials, and that just used to be how they would sell shit. It's like, yeah, I want the other coffee. My wife, she needs to stop sucking and things.
I think it's a funny joke. If you didn't finish, so you didn't get to hear the big punch. What is the big punchline?
The big punchline is the next one. You know, the final line is what do you wear? Guys, that's how you do. That's how you treat bitches. She thought she
Alright, so let's say good morning, let us begin with the routine.
Yeah, kind of. I think it's funny. I mean, it's funny.
I like it.
I could.
You can even make that off it. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Don Barris is here, everybody. Game Down Show, starting in T-minus
from where we left off
20 minutes, everybody. The longest running show here at the Comedy Store.
It's a twist.
All right, so we're going to get the last person update. Thank you very much, man. We're going to Am I sucking at this show? It's amazing. Oh, dude, you're fucking killing me.
When a person
I
doesn't
know,
have
I
data,
know.
that idea doesn't become part of doing what they are. Whoever is putting a person in
All right, so that's the comedians for the
so
month of February.
that
We've been
idea
doing
seems
good
like
with them, everybody,
on
this
you,
week.
where it sits on top of my
Very,
show,
very
but
exciting.
it doesn't become
And right
part
now, we are
of
going
my
to switch it over back to
the
our
muscle
running
gave it a
storyline.
very powerful
Let
muscle.
me just bring
It
her
was
up
sitting
again.
in something
Now, they
invested
put your hands
financial
together for
sensitivity.
her
Right,
Death
so
Squad
we call it
debut
halacha
and the debut of her work on Kill Tony here on episode 2.
financial
She's
sensitivity.
getting fucking
Financial
drunk before the
sensitivity,
show. She be
you can
drunk
tell
after
me
the show.
Put your hands together for everybody. It's Kim
because
Compton.
he's not dumb, the sensitivity is there. But the sensitivity can also be removed through rejection, which shows you the fact that the sensitivity to be removed shows you that the sensitivity has not evolved within the entirety of the item, as opposed to the Kushas Haguf or something like physical sanctity, that sanctity develops upon the items through and through. So the Rabbi says something amazing. He says the fact that Shuvah is possible, right? The fact that I can commit an idea, and at the end of the day, I can then cleanse myself from it. I can then remove it from who and what I am. And I can then become someone different. Indicates to me that although faith has an impact on who I am, after we did this, we always learn that what we do impacts who and what we are. So Rabbi's not arguing on that idea, but there's a difference between impact and ultimately becoming part and parcel of who and what we are. Everything impacts us. Everything impacts us. Every other bigger small impacts us. But the Rebbe is saying is, sometimes we think that when I commit an avera, I'm fundamentally, comprehensively, and unalterably true. I'm damaged goods. I'm damaged goods. So that's not true. That's not true. Have I changed? Have I been impacted? Absolutely. Have I been irreversibly or irrevocably altered? No. No. And the proof to that is true. That's the proof. And he says the fact that true is possible indicates that sin is not comprehensively.
What? Your outside concentration?
Now, let's get up on the fine side.
Why they call outside concentration?
Yes, but I sent out everything else. Go find side. About a mitzvah, I'm looking at the Gloria passages on the right hand column. About the fields, she took from other Mishan the kindness and the close. Shayotim know the Kalutim, the nickname the Esem of his nest. I was interested because the Rebbe says, herein lies the fundamental difference. When a mitzvah says the Rebbe, Shayotim know the Kalutim, that mitzvah belongs to me in an absolute sense. The nickname the Esem of his master. And the mitzvah becomes part of the essence
off probation, decided at a later date. Plus, we do know
of who and what I am.
what's
Was
that?
it? Isn't this
She
incredible?
missed her spot
What
last week.
Doug just summarized for us.
Oh, see, now I can tell by the attitude that she doesn't realize what she's done wrong. So you get another week guaranteed.
That is good.
You know what that horn means? That means probation just got extended, everybody.
A mitzvah a mitzvah is something inexplicable part of my spiritual persona. A mitzvah in itself, not just like on top of my neshama, but in my neshama itself.
It has nothing to do with what time you
So
serve.
Rabbi,
It has nothing to do
who
with
got it mechanic Kedushat Haguf, ואפשר להעביר ממנו את קדושתו ולפרוס of the papers ahead after. The letter says in our Marshall, this is something very beautiful. The mitzvah is like Kedushat Haguf. Remember again, an Avera was Kedushat Haguf. What happens when an item has financial sanctity? The sanctity rests kind of on top of the item. Does it permeate the item into totality? The answer is no. Maharaya, you could redeem something. Why was the that you could redeem something from financial? You could remove financial sanctity.
So, hey, where do you go to college?
But when something has Kedusha Haguf, when something doesn't just possess financial sanctity, but rather again what we'll call perhaps physical sanctity, that sanctity permeates the item to which how do you redeem something that has Kedusha Haguf? How do you redeem it?
I'm just kidding. Very young. Very young.
You can't. You can't. Like, remember again, this is why the severity of Tamuda. Like, if you take a card and you swap it for another card, what's the halacha? What's halacha?
What are you writing for the roast or something? Oh my god.
So-called infraction, then it becomes sanctified. Because when something has physical sanctity, it's permeated through and through. So that's a mitzvah. That's a mitzvah. A mitzvah is Kedushas Haguf, a physical sanctity. Ve'efshar lahavir mimeno kedushaso. So those are the pages that happen. When something has physical sanctity, you can't redeem it. Redemption is only for financial sanctity, not for physical sanctity. So we don't look. We don't look. And the fields, a mitzvah of completion themselves, hayachos from the mitzvah. Okay, so here we go. Let me do a mitzvah. The mitzvah belongs to the neshama of or irremovable part.
So much fun seeing Tripoli. You,
First of all,
came up with this format, Brian, and I cannot wait to get you on this show
I do a
and
mitzvah,
find out if I'm so excited.
I alter my spiritual persona.
Such a
I
funny
alter
job. Listen to
my
everything
neshama
that
in
Sam
a
does.
positive, in a reversing effect. The Kedusha Haguf, of course, the beautiful part of this is, it also tells me that no matter what I do wrong, that I can't go ahead and use the power of that mitzvah. But okay, anyone can keep on the hardware to do the same not feeling well. And if it says whatever, this is the power of the mitzvah. And I will say, the model is such a profound model. Averis, Averis like financial sanctity. So they're there, they impact, they create reality. But they don't teach it by coming by self. Suppose if you just a good physical sanctity become an irrevocable or irreversible part of who and what I am. And therefore, no redemption, so to speak, no removal. He says something very interesting. He says, Rabbi Elam Shulti on the Hadris Person of getting proud. He says, Zach Moshe Kasuf, and you can each as Kohen Base of the Abba, Wozu, Ozu, the Darshi Kazab of the Darsh, and you can humor for the Kamamono, the Java Akaminatora, those young they strong, for your Azizi Lahab, the Dio, the Alcohol. And that's just to be the process. You have to use that even if someone was to pay you all the money in the world, that you can't reach the world, even if it's only takes probably for all the money of the world, for them first you transfer the stuff, and then you grow. Because the mitzvah, you can bring that into the mitzvah becomes an integral part of and yet by definition, you can't transfer it to someone else. That was like the Ein through the title, Shehidin Aram al Shachar, B'Inyan Echad, and Machar Etzim Losa. We'll say, I'm going to make a tweet now and then I'm going to stop. We're going to pick up this tomorrow. If you take a look on footnote 8, side the text, this is fascinating. Shai wrote that was answered to a typo, and he says, Zelazol, Shalom of Haigozal, Rishai Elohim Israel, Daniel Fitalishi, which is so also has not Amar, Maharki, Enes Isi, Hashara, the tax, the kind of opinion of that, I wish you that Uno Hanala also committing of so he asked the Pike on the following side. This was the situation. He was the government backstage, backstage, Monday, Thursday, Friday. Monday, Thursday, Monday, backstage. And then the guy decided at the end of the year, that's why we did the backstage. Shimon made him an offer he couldn't refuse. On a fine is the wheels of the backstage. And we've been told it. We've been told it. They sold this case solidified the sale, they opinions, and then they give you a typo and they ask them, doesn't know. So stop for today. We're going to pick up the Miracle Said with this shine of tomorrow. The book is transferability and ability of listeners. And the halakhic question is going to have a dramatic impact as well. We are just going to continue tomorrow. But,
thank goodness our head of security is here. Ladies and gentlemen, your hands together. One only need Iron Patriot. As always. Yeah, that's one of his many awkward catchphrases. Can you give us another one? I like you saying there's a million new ways to die. That's enough. You only get one day to why we're wrong to me. You really have no idea where that microphone is. I think you need to take just a half a step backwards. I think it's pretty funny. The way I say it's just going to get knocked to a any point. Wait, like, oh, wow, look. So I imagine like a voice lock, like the blind voice lock. Just let go of it for a second. There you go. It's completely stable. Stop touching it. Stop touching it and don't take any steps forward. I noticed now, because I've been watching, I have a good angle on it. I noticed the last week that we've had your own mic stand that every time you say something, you get excited, you start walking forward with your palm out in front of you. With that white. Hell yeah. I heard you had a song that you wanted to. Oh yeah, you sent in some type of track. You wanted to do a song. That's a good start. So, your hands go for the Iron Patriot.
Again, this particular case yesterday, and the study to do something, but I think it's really exciting, I want to try to do this. The study to do something that idea is to jump on so maybe do the exercise, but understand, and ultimately again, there's not fundamentally affecting because it's human because it's misused because And the more I sin, the more reinforced that identity becomes. Prophet says, "Father, I don't know if you Rothschild, but you think that as you study
This is what Bradley and St. Vicky and
probably I could be redeemed from a dream to the same way that the dream could be redeemed from
the hatred is
this little
that's all happening. It's
the
good that
same
we're
thing
doing
with
on
the
this,
dream
right?
is
We're
not
talking to
total, right? It's not complete. It's just from it. There's a layer of sanctity that's there, but that sanctity can be removed. What I feel when I sin and I commit an act, there you go. There is a layer of faith that sits upon you. There's a layer of faith that now exists. Is that faith, does that faith for the completion of absolutely not. It sits there on my soul. It sits there on my heart. It sits there on my identity. But it doesn't overtake everything. And therefore what? I could be redeemed. Isn't it incredible fact? There's a concept of freedom by faith. I could start with deep hope in me. Redeemed me. Because you know this is not who I am. This might be so I might have been really bad things, right? And I certainly have to figure out why I did that, how I did it. And the impact that it was different impact that me for me, but it doesn't take over me to take totality. Because it's defining it in totality. Therefore I have to be close. So deep hope in me. Go ahead and redeem me from it. The fact that redemption is possible means that sin does not color my persona into totality. It is like a layer that sits on top of me that I need to be revealed. So it's just such an incredible and overwhelming story. Now, verse 3, I'll point that over here. Take a footnote to me. This is something so beautiful because he says, "Re'ei ma shekasa Rabbeinu Rothschild." He's coming over here from the southern, and he says, "Yachal Yisrael El Hashem, Hashem HaChesed V'Harehi Mo Kidus." V'Harehi Mo Kidus. So says the magic, he says, the magic, Moshe Rabbeinu Alav Hashem Miskach Shemachtes Hashem. Moshe Rabbeinu could not understand the concept of Machtes Hashem. Right, that's the quote this. Now, what couldn't Moshe understand about Machtes Hashem or the Hashem or contribution? Because Asher Li'ish Eating the Adnashem, והיא האדם ליטים חופש ושוויון נפשו בדבר כזה וכזה. So it's never again. What is Nafshus HaShekhem? So we often think as of Nafshus HaShekhem ultimately as a mechanism for taking a senses. Like you can't find things directly, you just don't do Nafshus HaShekhem. That's hard to be true. But remember again, how does the Torah practice conceive of Nafshus HaShekhem? It's a pidyon nafshos. A pidyon nafshos. A redemption for your soul. Pidyon nafshos. Now, again, Rashi says, how is it a pidyon nafshos? Remember, what we do in Nafshos HaShekhem, that's one minute. What we do in Nafshos HaShekhem, particularly Kazatim, remember again, they were by Kabbalah Shuvah. So the pidyon nafshos comes in the form of the fact that ultimately, again, we purchase kabbalos. Kabbalos are used to affect on level of the Torah. Rabbi says, in its essence, Nafshos HaShekhem, where there is a common Kabbalah, so there are others. The message says, respect for the most left available.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's just one of those situations where your microphone was so far away from your mouth that it was just hard to pay attention to it. And I guess I would say this because we all learned something.
And maybe like, because as you're doing, like when you would get to the punchline, you would start to already look down to the next joke. Probably sell it more, look out more. Every time you don't stand out.
premium kind of thing, you know, like voice is sort of like a Homer. You're not an Homer. You don't seem like an awkward one-liner type of person. I feel like you would like beat me up. Yeah, normally they're soft. But yeah, there you go. There you go. Steam for Oh my god. Why did you think that you had to have Twitter to do the show? You guys feel about illustration jokes. It's not made over here. Because I mean, you like them. You know, the Game of Thrones thing. Yeah, I've watched a few episodes of Game of Thrones. I really haven't seen any penises. Yeah. What is that? Something that happens later? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a real ruins it for me. That's right. That's a fun comedian down, everybody. Hey, Benny Fastlane. Benny Fastlane. Talk about creepy. So, yes, I am creepy. Very creepy. I didn't get laid much. I didn't get laid much back in college either, actually. I was so used to all my roommates, like, fucking chicks all the time, like, listening to them, fall asleep to them. Now I need to put porn on to fall asleep. You know what I mean? And, like, I don't have any roommates. I gotta knock on my neighbor for, like, hey, can you guys fuck a little bit louder? I'm trying to get some sleep around here. Weird dude. I don't know. What's that when I do it late? I get laid once. And I want to sleep with me, and I can't figure out why. I don't know why. Maybe it's probably this. I don't know. I go to the cross side of my phone. This man. Christian. 1 minute of jokes. I want kids. I want kids. I want to have children. Tell all my experiences growing up as a child. You know what I mean? Tell all that. I realize I can't talk about music generation. Can't do that. Because I used to listen to classics. Patience. You know, my grandpa, Frank Sinatra. Like when I was supposed to tell my kids, it's for kids. You ready? There you go. You see this minute right there? That's huge.
thing that unfortunately sometimes I am into, as soon as I use it, but it's not, I think it becomes a part of who and what I do. If you keep people looking for it, without the thinking right, you know, it's not way starting to see, right? So, you know, so, Ray, Masha, Kaka, Rabbi, and the teacher, it's not something that's the work of the teacher, right? Which we like. How would you can have it? Masha, La'asa, the high day for artistry, the beautiful things. It is like a rose amongst the thorns. Right? So people have people in this moment. If you have a rose, you have a rose. Every piece of close to you know, and more than amongst the leaves. And if you have a rose, it will hold the rose myself. You see why it's a rose. If you have a rose amongst the thorns, and that rose is an incredible amount of thorns. So you have a say where you know there's so many thorns, the rose is no longer a rose. Right? Like part of the rose. That's a joke. You know, so many thorns around it. And yes, come on, what is one little rose in a whole bed of thorns really do a really, really and as I said, it will do that. Even if there's a voluminous amount of thorns all around the rose is still a rose. The rose is still a rose. Like what's in it? Well, like what's the matter? You're going to have that kind of color in the other. Folks in Australia, we are the face with light are comparable to the thorns surrounding the rose. Right? On the rose, each one of the rose, and the sun to rose. Yeah, they would like to make those are the thorns. The inner extends the other. So most like there is two pieces here. Number one, no matter how many thorns there are, the rose is still a rose. And number two, interestingly enough, the thorns are not part of the rose. Like the thorns themselves are not part of the essence of the rose. They surround the rose, they're next to the rose, but at the end of the day, they are not that part of the rose itself. That some of them who must keep it also, we started back to Shabbat. So it's really incredible idea. So the thorns are there, you know, the initially beautiful work together, not the thorns that are on the rose itself. But imagine a rose that is surrounded by thorns. So the idea is no matter how many thorns there are, the rose is still a rose. That's how it. And in the two, the thorns themselves, they're not from the rose. Like the thorns themselves, they're not the rose. The thorns are the thorns, but the rose still remains the rose. How about me? Sad, that's actually crazy. In both cases, wow. What a profound statement. From the perspective of the trauma, there is no truth. There is no sin that's there. Rock from a table, the Nala has וזה, כאילו בעצם הנפש שמצד חומתיות שמתנגד את זה. So we incredibly profound episode. We can be better on this day. That when we sing, when we finish our data, that data does not become part of the national. That data does not become part ultimately again of my actual trauma. Rather, something that's next to me, something that's inside me, something that's around me, because it does not impact my inner core. The inner core only believes in time. The inner core only believes in soul. Let's look at the show. And look at why this is important. Go back up to the URL. See why this is so important. It's such a need for way. Whenever I said, well, it's not. This is what I idea. Therefore, the other says, this is why there's a concept ultimately again of people. What is people mean? People is redemption. What is redemption? So the Rabbi says, well, I can't do something else. The extra higher as the usher is Israel, the Abba say. We have the ability to go ahead and go ahead and redeem ourselves. We have the ability to go ahead and do tshuva. Why do we have the ability to do tshuva? Why does the person have the ability to engage in tshuva? Why is that aspect of the human nature? The Rebbe says it's incredible. You know, Shakaso, well, who you can from the Kalabara. Alright, so focus is on yourself in all of this things. Why is video possible? Like, why is it that we abuse someone? If you really test me, why is this? Why is this possible? Why is the ability to overcome that ability? No matter how powerful they may be, why is that possible? The letter seems to be because you're not part of the answer. Because at the end of the day, the fact that there is faith does not go ahead and impact my inner core. My inner core is intact. My inner core remains. Who I am, what I am, does not change even when I sin. That's like what he's picking up on, what he's doing this more tomorrow, what he's picking up on is reflection of that we get that essence of the color of ourselves. He will redeem God himself. The lesson of Pidyon, right? What does it mean to contest something, when you redeem something? What does that mean? You remove some aspect. There's wood that belongs to this church, and I want to go ahead and I use that wood for my own personal use. How do I do that? Video. I redeem it. How do you redeem something? You remove a status and transfer it to somebody else. In the case of something like I remove the keys from the wood, I transfer it onto the money, as I go ahead and I give that innovation effect. So the fact that that doesn't have to be reflected, we give that from the collaboration of Israel, means that the other in the faith can be lifted. The faith can be up and be redeemed. The faith can be removed. There's only one way that happens. If it's not part of my inner core, if it's not really part of what because once you are part of who and what I am, then by definition, no way to go ahead and no way to remove it. The fact that it confused me, ultimately highlights the idea that when I say it, it does not become part of my essence. The essence, the nefesh, the shama, always remains intact. Just sometimes there may be layers of untruth, there's secret things on top of it, but just as easily as they come. You could do it with your phone, stop with it today, you pick up again from this is incredibly important to show the peace, to wait for tshuva, of purification, ability to myself with love,
From Beverly Hills and non-Jewish, you can't imagine how nice it is. Maybe I don't, but I know what's going on over there. You see, you hear that a lot. I think it's just that there's a lot of poor people. So if you're not poor, people think you're rich. But I'm not rich, I'm just not poor. It feels like I'm rich to you guys because you're poor. First of all, I said you come from money. I didn't say you were rich. I said you come from money. You go, no, you don't come from a relationship. But, I mean, you know, you don't give it a different outcome. You were raised by a maid. Yeah, that's the subject. There you go. And I read a book somebody who were raised by a maid because your parents were so rich they could actually afford one. I was remember you did. Really? You have rich parents? Holy shit. Most people with rich parents, it's just always a fun conversation to know what that shit's like. If you feel comfortable if you want to, it's not my fault your parents are losers. It's the best. Do you buy your own toilet paper, man? I'll actually put it in order with my mom and my mom will buy it for me. But technically my mom's assistant, laughing. Sir, my only he buys my toilet paper, it's my fun. And then I pick it up from the phone. Guess who's talking about Hollywood, everybody? It's Jane Marin
So Hollywood, it seems like every race out here actually another race. You got a lot of black guys who dress like white nerds. A lot of white nerds wear gold chains and snapback hats. And Italian food is only cooked by Mexicans. Similar story. A lot of those rappers though, Hollywood, they come up to you. Pretty scandalous. Pretty scandalous. Sometimes the Hollywood guys feel they join these rappers got to fight. And they
but I still treat myself. Because number one happy, because it's part of the places is in that place. So the Photoshop photo allows me to test narratives for myself. So the coffee doesn't need to see that. Why not? The coffee is about in the bubble. He knows what's happening inside of my He knows if my stomach is easier. He knows how I feel. He knows what I'm holding. Because if you need to fucking document this, you know, if you need it, I need it. I need to show that I have the ability to do something. I need to show myself that I have the ability to remove from. I need to demonstrate to myself that I have the ability to resist that temptation. It's necessary for me. It says that that is something for me. Because it only puts me back in that situation where he knows that I have the ability to overcome the temptation. In other words, after the part of the other devil, this is incredible mistake. Never sets you up to fall. Never sets you up to fail. So keep chasing me down to that self-defense. That is because he knows that I have the ability to meet that particular challenge. And if you look at the functions in the past, the person who שכאשר משפחת מניסיון שהיה לו בשעת גדול, ולכן ברוך הוא so great serious and celebrate faces with them in a difficult situation. Lovers there to Simon Holtzman. It's a good serious. Why is it a good serious? By Mr. Ne'adela Hadi, you will have Mr. Basabasharahi. Listen, what it was on me. If I find myself back in the same exact situation, this is a sin code, so what does that show? That I can also be that my children can accept it, and it can start me back in the situation because he knows that I have the ability to overcome this difficult method. That's the sin code in this entire thing. That's how I'm not to say that it's a thing. It is a very specific God was giving you an intelligence so it's a really so it's all actually it's not really like this. Like it is a problem that never gives you any challenges that he can't handle. Perhaps I can't handle it myself. The good news is that the problem is that so the emotional element never gives me any challenges that he can't handle alongside me. But anyway, the subject is perhaps, but this is so, it becomes familiar. That what a tzaddik is saying is that the Prophet puts me in Makom Nisayon. He only puts me there because I have the tools to be able to overcome that challenge. And in fact, again, he doesn't need me to do it. He needs me to see that I can do it. And therefore, the question over here is Davar Zat Simon Toklo. Was it such a profound result? We often think that when we find ourselves in the midst of the past, especially if I find myself kind of in a strange situation or a guilt in the past, we think that often reflective of how we made poor decisions. How did I get here? I got here because I made the wrong decisions. And sometimes that's the issue. Sometimes I made the right decision, but I can talk to choosing to put me back in this situation so that I can prove to myself that I have evolved and I have become someone different and make sure that this is here. Whatever goes on, this is that. Then my son is talking about me so happy. It's very interesting. He says, "Look, you understand what I did." In the end, I'm not going to stop doing it. It's like it's not like over the years. Certain people who are hostile and certain people who are not committed to give testimony. So, for example, we have a lot of examples of this. Misaki Kukubio, the gambler, where you see most fake traitors. A person who goes out and back to sell monthly to an exhibition. The example of this, the interesting part is being This is love. How do you regain your Festus consciousness? Right? What does that person need to do in life to regain their Festus consciousness? This is a fascinating question. So what I says, listen to this. He says, okay, go. Hazara Shalish Shefashit from the Gila train first life. Giving the idea of mother. Because for example, he says, what does a person do? Moving so straight. Moving getting out, moving so straight. Like moving one head and straight non-coaching. Okay, so that's awesome. Why do you sound like okay to it? Right? Not because he self-employed with people. But why? Money. Everyone knows there's more money to be spent, more money to be made in non-coaching than in business. He's so straight. So let's see, as a result, he's also able. That, how do you rectify that state? Right? How does a person go ahead and regain the effective pressure? You turn the height, how you do this is just incredible. Let's say, watch this, and you'll have to stop. How do you regain your effective pressure? Right? I was a multi-trader. I sold non-coaching to Jews, right under the bodies, right under the in process. I even put on 17 activities, right over the factory. Right? So now I want to be sure. It's not possible. I want to be sure. How do you feel up? You do feel up by become the kind of person who finds the rough objects of my friend and returns. You find the lost object, it's usually enough to happen. But if you become the kind of person who finds the lost object, you return the lost object, your Festus actually is. Now, what does one thing have to do with the other? It's so beautiful. So remember again, why does a person go ahead and self-trade? Why does that happen? Why? Because I love money. But I love money in healthy way. You know, healthy way. If you don't liking money, loving money is problematic. So now I'm selling traces of money. So now I lost my sense of habit. How do I get that back? I get that back by restoring a proper relationship to money. How do I demonstrate that I restore a proper relationship to money? I find your lost object. I can just see many people know me, never know. But I don't. I give it back. And when I give it back, I thereby demonstrate that I have restored a proper relationship, a proper approach to money, to materials. So the point of the subject is saying is, let's play with that. How does this happen? So the subject is saying, the way it happens, this is the problem. Some cases, I'm possible Avis, I do my tshuva. There's multiple steps before going into tshuva. And then what happens? When my tshuva is strategic, I'm ready to look at this part to do. What is the part to do with tshuva in general? Because at the end of the day, not for God, but for me, the only way to really see that my tshuva is genuine is in battle. So what does he do for the local churches? You know that I'm walking down the street and what happens? I'm finding a lot. Even though there's no idea. Because the boss comes in because the ATM, right beforehand, right? So it's easy enough to meet it, but I don't. Ultimately, again, then that has to happen. Then we'll have to stop over here. So then move up. Get the band out. Talk about my friend that's on the side. Yoshi does that. He goes to Yoshi Street on that road. The other person is called Orange. We'll have to stop over here. But again, the point is that this nation is really it's this idea that while I am not committed to put myself in the same situation in which I originally sit. Friends is not allowed to say, I'm ready to test my results. Let me put myself right down in in the same circumstance in which it's in. In fact, remember again, part of the biggest part of tshuva is distancing yourself from the actions, from the circumstances which led to this in the first place. Failure to do so is a fundamental lack of tshuva. Fundamental lack of tshuva. And yet, like, so it's only complete when it's actually perfect. How do I reconcile that? I put a perfect puts me back in that mindset when he knows that I'm ready to do. And I'm able to give me the opportunity to show myself that my children is complete and my children is ready. Well, let's stop over here. We'll continue. Just one more short and dinner. Here's our first one.
Chance to try it or not. They'll come back here and let us know what happened. Get on top. Try it. Get on top. No. Yeah, just jump on. There he is. Ari Nance. Nance, N-A-N-N-I-S. You want to tweet at some point about this material. I don't know how true you are, but maybe don't eat because, I know after I eat, I feel there's maybe a turkey taco, maybe small tacos. Yes, you don't want to overeat and be like, I have some tolerance, I don't know. Right? Just booze. Instead of sour cream, use like a yogurt, not yogurt. So I'm plugging your idea. Of course. What the fuck is wrong? She likes smoking, bro. Yeah, she likes getting liquored up and having sex. Not wrong climbing. She totally thought you were going to get her liquored up after that, by the way. She's a dirty girl that wants to be fucked. It's fucked up. Yeah, I mean, 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock to 1 a.m. is, on Valentine's Day. That's just what it is. It was the big thing, man. Yeah, it's true. It matters. So watch this comedy shows there. What an idiot. So on the head, I can't believe that was asked. Is that the case? Wow. Holy shit, you're like that guy that takes a girl on the skating rink and like starts skating backwards. It's just like totally struggling. I'm like, I can't do it, so don't help me. Maybe I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm doing that look cool, baby. Yeah. I'm shooting it down. Alright. I'm fighting on Twitter for Carlo Flanagan, everybody.
please see the in which he sinned previously. And he also puts me back in the sanctification to do what? To test my resolve and to give me the opportunity to this time make the right decision. But see, that's what Tommy says. The prophet says, I want to go and I want to fix that which I have broken. I want to go ahead and fix that which I have previously done. وبالفرق المعزي ويسمي الحاجات عوشها بالفرق الكريت ويسمي ده ويسمي الحرس is literally recreate the same circumstance. And put me back in the same exact situation in which I sinned, in an effort to be able to get it, to see it, Shabbat, and Mishka, please gather us also, we wish to do Hashemah, the Mokum Shemit shall go down. And if in front of you goes heading enough, houses with reason what it's called Shuvas and Mishkan. And this is the very position, very position place. What is Shuvas and Mishkan means? So Mishkan literally means what? Wait. Also that is to engage, I guess, I don't know how to separate this, but a weighted Shuvah. What's a weighted Shuvah? So in order to Shuvah, there are different levels. There are different levels of Shuvah. Even the last by the way, this is what we're talking about. It's actually familiar. It's like Lemon Book of Coaching with Shuvah. So now I'm discussing it's familiar with the Shuvah. In fact, it's the book footnote, which they out. All the way on the bottom. The rest of the Shuvah, the Gemara. Everybody about Shuvah. What? That's about Shuvah. I'm not even going to go Shabbat, so the other part of it is so much clear. Because we see, it was a clear idea. One time, two times, and then what happens is he talking to them. And then ultimately, the third time, he doesn't see it. That's about Shuvah. I mean, not feel like you're going to read this in 5 days, whether it's true, but also Isha, but also Parak, but also Malcolm. So if you want to illustrate this with a sort of the morality, so the Gemara says, once Shuvah, I sinned with a particular woman, one time, two times, find myself in it. Same woman, the earth of Hera, same very interesting. So read the Rambam to find also. Hera is on the same stage of life. In other words, I committed in that day, right? That's the morality of the I did that. All of a sudden, you had like the body and the work hard planning. What's something you would talk about, like physically, like physical? I should maybe walk over to the bed and, I have my little basket on the front of the shelf. Just saying, what do you do with kids? You know what? In the meantime, not going to so you should better ask him what he's got, but Lamaisa, so you might also say I have the same level of physical vigor and vitality. That's what to me, same level of, because again, all seriousness, not saying that consider is it devil because it comes to something? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm not saying any single person does Shuvah, that act of Shuvah counts for something, even if it's quote unquote perfect act of Shuvah. Now, the Rambam when he says this, you know what? He's supposed to look at this. So he says, Haiti done by Shuvah. No. That's the Rambam saying. I thought there's about Shuvah and there's about Shuvah something. But you want about Shiva, and you want to get Shiva. Shiva is about Shiva. And by the way, that's two people in the moment that they were actually it's very true. I keep it literally again, the first thing see, like, a lot of times we go through life without clarity. Or it's either we don't want clarity, we just can't find clarity. So the first thing you realize is that there's much clearer. And it happens. People do sugar for us, only get paid in the moments before they do sugar to become meaningful. So, Rambam says as long as you have breath, your sugar is meaningful. The Rambam also says that our sugar drummer is literally one single people circumstance that is placed in that same circumstance again, but this time is not sin. That's the highest level of sugar. Our sugar gemara, also isha, also makom, also hagim. Brahman told on this order. The tzaddik of the Shemina Levin, or this type of shiva, as you say, is changed all the same circumstances. The first time, second time I sin. Now I'm back and I resist the temptation. The tzaddik calls that shiva. Let me start. Like the latest shiva. So it's really the same thing with the fact that it's weighted shiva means that this shiva carries a greater weight. All shiva is meaningful, all shiva is important, but when I literally summon up the courage to abstain from sin, when placed in the same exact situation, and that I was here before. But this time I resist. This time I so also by the way, you know it's interesting. The Gemara always Rambam also always illustrates these situations. Morality just fascinating. Gives you an interesting perspective of relating out to nature as one of the greatest pushes forces and cuts negative sentiments and ultimately again kicking it out. So all of these things, and again I just want to point out obviously it's one of the things it can be happiness, it can be I always get angry. I find myself now in the same situation and this time I don't get angry. I resist the temptation. I come back, I resist, I don't get angry. That Rabbi was talking about Shura Gamar, kind of Shura. The Tzaddik calls that Shura Nishma, a weighted Shura. That is a weighted that is a weighted Shura. That's the kind of Shura. The more substance of Shura can literally face the same circumstances, but this time it is. Let's go back to it a little bit. He says, if you see a Shura from the 12 capacity, have a also the muscle to lift up those arms. So if they do as much as they overcome my desire, they have done it. I capture Shehidi, Shura, and Mechana. This is the most preferred form of Shura, the highest form of Shura. The Mitzvah tells us now, what's the problem with this? That's now, if you respect, yes, if you respect it, the person might choose to discriminate from what you do because, well, let's see, the Mitzvah Ha'adam, she is Dani Lo HaDavan Yerushalayim. And that you divine Sha'asra Adam Lahabi Shaklo Lideka. So let's say, there's an interesting dynamic over here. That in order for me to be about Shiva Drummer, according to the Rambam, or to be about Shiva and other things, what do I need? I need the same thing. But it doesn't say, hold on here. So you might think, okay, no problem. Where's that situation that I said? Well, let me put myself back into that. Now I think that I am strong enough to resist that energy. Say what's up, no. We don't do that. We don't do that. A person should not lose themselves into a we ask that those part of you not to don't be doing each other. Don't disturb that a lot of people that come up. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to put myself in a compromise where I might say. He says, so I'll do all the naughty fuckers. You're not allowed to put yourself in a situation like that. You know, you get those buttons to stuff. Shabbat, so we are able to back up. It's even was a so I'm not going to go ahead and put myself back in that situation probably over on you, but I'm so glad to do that. Right? And, you know, that if it was just I'm not in pretty good shape. But my mind again, you human being, not shares that Hashem is part of all Nazim stuff like that. Okay, let's say this is where somebody says that they should have reached the work is that it is a form of to reach everything is diamond is the multiple establishing is not a so it says that something on one hand, Shiva Samishko, Ramam Protossi with the Mura, describes the reaching the circumstances in the head church. On the other hand, I am not allowed remember again, being nominated part of Shiva is what? Part of Shiva is what? That's not doing the thing which you say. Right below, leaving the sin. That's part of the dynamic of the sin. I can place myself right back in that same circumstance, which actually is violation of one of the tenets of Shiva. So I have this great Shiva paradox. I only fully actualize my Shiva when I resist the temptation to sin in the same situation as I sinned before, but I'm not allowed to put myself back in that situation. In fact, it's a violation of my Shiva. It's a violation of my Shiva to put myself back into that situation. That is the but generally, the processing sounds ready. Anything that my result is from it. My willpower is from it. My children, you know, circumstances in which it puts me back in that state. I can't do it, but I can follow the first to take that in order that I can do the final stuff. So what's that? Drop the top over here. Again, this is a fascinating dynamic. We have to
You're so weirdly neurotic sometimes, and then other times you're like, I'll go, fuck. I never even, like, you'll listen to a girl shit, but you'll, like, she would have to have, like, her own bathroom. Like, you won't use the same toilet as her afterwards. No, I will. I've never heard a girl shit, every girl comes to me, so I want to hear a girl shit. You want to hear her girlfriend before she dumps you. That's how that goes. No offense, everybody. Jeff, have you ever heard a girl take a baby before? I haven't heard it. And you sound it. Yeah, because I have this problem where my bathroom's like great. I live in one bathroom and it's just, there's the fans, barely makes a noise, my water pressure sucks. And so you just hear like every little fart, everything little echoes and stuff. So I do try to turn the water back off, so I have to like accidentally knock stuff off, like the bathroom. Like shampoo bottles, and I do some things, and I noises. I do things like that sometimes, and it always ends up going like off beat. You know what I mean? Like, you hear the shampoo bottle going, just like, You know, people have to get slashing diarrhea. And so, and then I ran out of the fragrance. They started trying to use so many whole thing. Like, that's like, I always so big, so big. I tried to put like soap on the towel and like spit it. I did. And then it worked. So now it's sleeping. No, man, that didn't work.
the guy from the city. The whole story over here, how seriously Hakadosh Baruch Hu takes our general campaign, our different that is not just enough to be consistent with our general market between yourself and God. But so if we really look at how we interact and how we treat one another. So if I mistreat God, it's all the negative. But I mistreat people. But well, he says you're killing the Jesus takes so much time when you put others in the team. There's other things so that it says something amazing. The problem, therefore again, in this matter, I am committed to God and God for the powerful, so that regardless of all of the business punishment and the person who is not forgiven appropriately in the other. Says the Rabbi, unless you have Racha Kodesh, don't do it. Why? Because the Lord says, how do you know that your intentions are weak? Especially if you are the aggrieved party. Especially if you are the victim. Especially if you are the one that you have been hurt. How do you know if you're really seeing things for what they are? How do you know that as a result of your pain, your entire perception of things maybe Russian is so profound. He's an expert trying to beat on, not about them. You feel the fact that you are personally involved in this situation, not about them. Blind. In these situations, you would be able to see this situation. Nobody is. Okay, what means therapy down on a variety of levels? First of all, again, just sticking to the subject of the yes, whereas whoever introduces the model of iniquity to the gathering for another tree, to be judged and even punished by for the cost of his ministry in the realm of being organized. They practically only do with the Abraham. Why? Because when we are hurt by other people, our entire perception of reality that that person is skewed. Because we all know this. There are people with whom we all have it, with whom we have negative reaction. People just they're nasty ways. When you tell something objectively, but it's just every single time that person starts walking close to you, what happens? You can't stop. You can't stop. And every single thing that person says, right, is heard really certain children. That's the way life works. Like you go ahead and you shoot people based on the I would be really, if you kind of negative interaction with someone, you actually really look at another person. Can you really ever be objective? Can you really ever see things for what they are? Because the things color every single thing. It makes no sense to that, although it is true that this situation of gathering like an authority to judge someone does actually exist. In the myself, doing it in the absence of Rothschild and explicit clarity to see a situation for what it is, don't just never goes on and says, he's copying out, we'll do the teaching and stuff like today. Rabbi says, when the aspect of self for which you is equal and it is, husbands to women to title, she ran with readers to make them a color. She made the places that because a person has to go ahead and remove any ideas. Ideas means like any, I guess they call it like selfish interest. Like I have to remove any selfish interest from my heart. I have to make sure that I'm able to see things for what they really are. Before, number one, I judge someone to be with you. And number two, curse them. He says, David Amelech Allah Shalom Ba'isha, and he will Allah for our Safasek, the leading Shalom speak here. Another example of cursing people who I love the videos who behave negatively. Another example of that is Abraham. We have these people today who are examples of Rabbi Hanala cursing his enemies. And his enemies are not my enemies. His enemies are negative positive. Always negative, which is our so again, back to Rabbi's model. When someone is around reals, when someone gets things in a way that hurts other people who are committed to go ahead and help them. To intervene, to judge, and even to curse that person. But Rabbi says before I think that what happens, the Levi Halo Bikir. Before getting me, my heart was hollow inside of me. What is that? You can do this. So that shows me that cookie shiny, the harbor by the vanilla is hard to understand between the vanilla. One of the gates are like the vanilla seems to a point in life if you are able to fully overcome the the days coming up. So I wish Hammer Brothers, so we can know Hammer and Solo, if we should know what was the show. Shemahu also, he was out of that. So you see Governor Noah, before he judges another person, as sort of before curses another person, what happens? He said, we want to go there and check the nation. Check the nation. So that's the level that a person has to be at. Prior to going ahead and judging and cursing another individual, even for what will be expected to be the egregious behavior. So let's say he's doing this all together. If you stop with me, so to do this all together, the level of being involved in a incredible model, which highlights another lesson, even though that in actuality is not one nice self as well as the second. And so we see that what ends up today, at the end of this, how much I can call the guilt, someone who's around the wheel, someone who's compromised things as of the Hadid. So the Baruch Shalom to go ahead and handle Allah. If I'm not good, imagine as I'm Allah. But the moment I begin to look at this, the moment I begin to travel and the dignity of another room, God has been trying to say, open me up, Lava. And in fact, says Rabbi, if I see someone who's lying of deals, I am the light to go ahead and have in fact the part which is first section. So lesson number one, how seriously you have to take up London. And how seriously you have to take how we treat our fellow Jews. And even things that we not do so significant to us, to trample the dignity, trample the feeling of another, to go ahead and see. Lesson number two, thank you, Rabbi. So don't hurt unless you know that you are seeing things for what they are, and you have objectively disregarded. Meaning what? Because that either you have to or you discover you use the hara. So either if you have no use the hara or you have to then you can stand in judgment of another. If I don't possess either of those things, I have to commit to a thing. Right? Just understand you wear these things for what they are, and you see how the energy is often skewed. Especially if the person in question has visited harm upon you. Another incredibly important and when you are hurt, when you are hurt and you are involved in a situation, it results in pain. How difficult it is to be able to see you for what they are, to recognize the other, a judgment of the situation and a judgment of others is so fundamentally skewed. And if I said that, if I know that because of my pain, because of the hurt, I'm not seeing things objectively, I'm not seeing things for what they are, I have to be safe with thinking judgment and certainly and persevere. As well, so that's all for today. We'll pick up the next session tomorrow in the Sorry. Right, like that. Even more so than what they can really
She just attacked us. I think we all probably tried to fuck her at one point and she just realized it. Thanks. Well, what is she? She's pretty. She's pretty. What do you think I'm gonna do? You're pretty and friendly. I like you. I might try to sneak it in you. I'm sorry. This is my condition. Sorry for the people that weren't able to get on tonight out of the bucket. That was that portion of the show. That was the tag in her bag and right out of the bucket. Bucket. Now we move on to, as every week originally started, we close the show with one of our own special creations. We have two of them here tonight. We're just going to give them both a solid 45 seconds. And so we're pretty excited about this. Going first, the challenger, the person who's on probation. Put your hands together for they started here a few weeks ago, regular on the show, making a return after not showing up and missing her spot while being called. Put your hands together for at Sarah Joseph and Sarah
All right, so it's like good morning.
So I've been going in and out of this relationship for 4 years. And it's been in and out and in and out.
Yeah, picking up the doing something this morning.
Unfortunately, that's the only in and out that's been happening. We never, ever, ever had sex. I have a full access pass to a music anywhere that you want. So again, I was selling the scene. Because I guess when I was sold my pants, all I fucking need right now. And so I'm by myself. So I'm on that now. Alright, is that pretty much saying that? I'm trying to fit it in there for you.
That applies to then the subject actually says that it is wicked to go ahead and godly practice throughout the Bible to teach something terrible. But to call this individual that he should stop with his wicked. He should stop with his evil and he is now, that's logic, but that's the whole issue. I want these 47 tests. This sounds like the way left hand side, the end of the first paragraph. And that is about ultimately well revealed. Located in Odin Makabere. The person who is evil. It is the Odin Makabere. People with evil and hurts other people. Well, things he said, so the Nika negative. Means punishment is reciprocal. You get negative counsel. Well, hey. Change the way you react to me around you. You must know, singing with this focus on doing something negative hello? But each time I read that, the only time the nature of that is with his follow-up. In that same result, it is wicked to go ahead and so the penalty to go ahead and punish him for him. So the wicked believer is this person who is wrong in the other habit. This person who is negative in individual conduct hurts other people. It is wicked to see that the follow is please this is hurt. Please is wrong on this. And that's the negative. That is the purpose. So it's very practical. Pre-sales were available. That is fucking unreal. like machine out to Lalisha, here I get surgery. That's the stuff that keeps you up and part of the work. Wonder what we justice. Wonder what we justice. And it's not saying this, it's not because teaching us, you can't stop it for this is coming for person who's not being held in the mum. And God is not the part of the honest person who's not being held in the mum. Okay, so I want to say, so you can make a couple of examples. Let's say, for example, Trinity. To behind it. So on the right hand part of the order, I see this in the hand, the bottom right. He says it's finished. And this is kind of a drug skipping video. Over there, it's smoking, not doing but for that, that's what we call some of the outlaw. After the part, he says, I'm not even there. That's just left my fault. He says in this kind of left arm, so his part, he says, he opens the part of left my fault. Shem says to Adam, those who curse you will be cursed. Diamond, She'ani Mikhavel, and Elo, She'ani Mikhavel, Elorak, Ashmi Shemikhavel, Osh. He will run the wheel. So it's interesting, why is it developed to say, those who curse you, I will curse. So the study says, the Prophet said, Avram, anyone who curses you, he will run the wheel. It's bad people. Right? It's a Rothschild in terms of being ultimate adoration. That someone is not who is a person enough, if you again, I will curse you. The stuff is looked at it as a predator, and you see that there's that almost exists committed to go and reach the wrath upon those who are terrible in ultimate adoration. So if you curse Adam Avinu, because it's part of who says such a person will be punished. Because that can happen. See that. If I'm wrong, it might be other there's like a in around the real, if the bad people, there's much less people. And it makes sense because if you understand why I can find it with about the Sparrow, I don't see him, right? I don't always perceive him, and I can't necessarily always relate to him. The human beings are understand to me. How can you hurt another human being? How can you mistreat another human being? How can you trample over another person? So as much as I can't think with you, I ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and visit Ra on a person who's Rala Shemani, who's damaged to other Makom, I am permitted to go ahead and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit punishment upon someone who is Ra, and who is on the Mechadeh. And again, it's ultimately using Avila.
That's an eager Taylor. That's very eager. I'm excited.
All right.
David Taylor.
So
I've never been more excited than when you see it. Excited. We just got back from Toronto. If you're wondering why we're wearing baseball jerseys, you know what? I wasn't intentional. I didn't realize what you were talking about. I just figured out I'm not wearing a Blue Jacket jersey. I thought I was wearing a Blue Jacket. That's why you said yeah. Oh my God, that's so crazy. I just realized it because somebody asked if I lived in Canada. I'm like, no, why would you ask that? I'm wearing a Blue Jacket, and I looked at your back and it had a baseball logo. I'm like, oh, wait a second, what am I wearing? Wow, this is baseball. This is like a professional baseball team. Yeah, the Toronto Blue Jays is a very, very famous baseball organization. Does the United States play versus Canada? Well, yes, they're one of the only Canadian Major League Baseball teams. Wow, I didn't know. That was like USA only for baseball. No, it seems like it would be, but it's actually one of those sports that they just barely cross. It's all Americans that are playing over there. Like, I don't think there's too many great Canadian baseball players. The closer you get to the equator, the better a baseball player is. It doesn't go beyond that. Is there football that does that, or is it just baseball? Football is there isn't an NFL team. Basketball? Basketball
people out, those that would kill them. So the Tzaddik uses as an example of these people who go ahead and ask them persons to do it wrong, or have people who are compromised, people who are bad and they don't do it. So be careful of it. Because,
It's definitely Canada's Tokyo.
was stricken with illness as a result of having been the cause of the punishment for these young men. وموضوعات الله أظن أن something about what the athletic is saying. At the end of the day, there's nothing wrong in heart. Whether or not they want to be the
It's all
cause.
pumping and the energy there is crazy. And I asked somebody, I go, why
Otherwise,
are
I
these
might have a
why
right
are the doors
to
open?
have interacted with
Everybody's
fire.
having
It's
fun.
very wonderful.
People are
Ruben
drinking.
is so
Why is it
terrible. It
always
makes
like
out
this?
in the tornado.
Because they have no guns there. There's
Punish
no, people just don't carry
Look how much
guns
pain, look
anywhere
how much
or
support
have them at home.
he has brought that
Can
to
you
others.
explain to me
I
how
might
that makes
have
it so that you can have fun all the time?
a license to do
And it
so.
made sense, by
But
the way, when
whether
it
or
was
not
done.
I
After
should
he
do
explained it,
so
I'm like, oh my
is a
god.
whole other
So that's
matter.
sort of crazy thing that I learned when I was
At
there
least
too.
I have the license to do so
It
also.
was really stoned.
We
We
had
were
a
playing a podcast.
with
It
the
was
other
over 100 people
not only that,
smoking
you
weed
realize
and
that
blowing in our face.
تعرض فأعظم
We
لأي
had
شفقة
what is called
يشعر
very
عن
popular
دم
Yeah,
في
Canada
الجامعة
called
Those are the
green
things.
ounce.
yeah.
There's
And
another
everybody
reason why you
uses
should
this
be
word.
careful
Never heard it before.
about
Me
cursing
neither.
a
I
person.
never
Because
heard
the
it, but it's
person,
used, and we saw a few
but
cases of
that
green
means
out.
that a
Let's
person
see what
can
they
go
do in
ahead
Canada
and
is because
order
they don't
refuse
have
the
the
other
mountains and
Hadeo.
beaches
Listen to this.
that Southern
Filter
California has.
down. Kilo lukol adam
Josh, you
kote
gotta be,
lekalo.
you have to be the guy that controls
אף
that.
מישהו לא נביר. שהיה מחזר באלישע, בעיר שלו, שאם בא מחליפוס, ואולם, so I'm skipping a little bit. מי שאינו בעל רוח הקודש, יש לו לחשוש ולהימנע מלחמות.
About
That looks like
Toronto,
the
he's like,
outside
oh,
an
you
example
came up to
inside.
me and just
The
going like,
pragmatic example of
what's that catchphrase you
so
say?
some is Alicia. Basically, Alicia goes ahead and he goes to
People were just doing that.
city, he's speaking to everyone. These young men act very disrespectful to him. And it wasn't just the fact that they were holding in the cover. These guys were bad guys. They were bad guys. They were bad guys for the residents of the city. They were just bad guys in general. So the Pasuk says, this is incredible. Vayifet Acharot, Vayar'im. He looked behind them and he saw Vayikaro, they cursed him. The Tzaddik over here quotes from the Rothschild, he says that before Elisha cursed him, Elisha died,
That's what I've been smoking for the last
he
7
looked
years.
into their souls. He
But
looked into their souls.
what's
Was
crazy
there
with the green
any
out before we
element
get
of
back
good
to the
coming from inside
Patriots
him?
have a question.
And if there was some element of good, or some
Since
secret
they
good
don't
that
have
would come out,
beaches, my theory
you
is that
would
they just
So
fucking
it's like, what do you
smoke
think here?
until they pass out.
Before you
That's
curse
their
another
limit.
Jew,
Their limit when they're like, oh, I got high on sleep, and they say
in
high,
their
that
totality.
means they passed
You
out.
have to
And
really
all
be
the green
able
out. Like I heard it from multiple people the whole
to
weekend.
Which
see
is just an
the whole
adorable way
person.
to say,
Or in other words, yes, that's Ruach
passed
HaKodesh.
out. Like it makes it
It's
seem
still a
like
thing
it's
called
not
Ruach HaKodesh.
unhealthy if it's a green out.
If you have Ruach HaKodesh and you can see a person through and through, if you have Ruach HaKodesh and you
Huge
can
crowd
sum up
just
the
sounded like
totality
a
of the
clean
individual,
job.
if you have
That was
Ruach
a
HaKodesh and
person
you can see
trying to stand up and falling over and
what a
passing out
person
too
is,
much weight.
where they came from,
And it was
and
one
what
which
they
I
will be,
myself think
and
you
it
did in
still
Canada all
looks
the way
like
because
ridiculous,
there I
then
was
it's
in the
gotta be
bathroom at one point.
You're
then you
professional.
can
You smoke
But
weed
in the
every day.
absence of
Like,
the ability to
Yeah.
have that Ruach HaKodesh, sends the
Well, I don't
presence,
smoke weed all
never
day.
happens
I
to the
wait a
misfortune of
little
another
bit.
individual,
I wait a little
no
bit
matter
in the
how much
afternoon.
I'll be the
they may
Canadians
be
Day
cautious.
starts.
So let's just not to stop over here for today.
Right.
But this is an incredibly important to sow.
I like
You
waiting.
see
I
ultimately
noticed that
where
I
we're
get
going to go with
I
this,
get higher if I
which
wait
is
like
this
11 or 4 or
serves
5,
as the
right?
basis
So you're
for
the
how
bad.
careful we
I'm
have
in the
to
bathroom
be
in Toronto.
in terms
freaking
of
out in the
Hey,
asking
Ron, you on
judgment
stage? You're about
about
20 minutes into your set. By the way,
Because
you know,
often
Ron,
all
just
you
every
see
show,
is
Ryan,
what
right?
is judgment. Always, and sometimes people objectively acting
It's
terrible.
always fun to
It's
watch
very
a friend get to
subjectively
do a
because
long set for the
terrible
first
pain.
time. Like
And
maybe
they're
we're always
wrong. You know, not everything is being done with top
maybe
sports.
20
Hey,
on a fun
yeah,
night.
sure, you done with top
We
sports.
would
So,
do
yeah,
45 stretch
talking
out.
about the top
Yeah,
sports.
totally.
People do
You
bad
can't,
things, and
can't
people
live in
do
the
wrong
bathroom.
things,
There's a
objectively
do a
wrong
wrong
things.
thing. That's just one
But
of those
how
things
I
that you put
react to that, and the subject says, what I'm going to go at and God is about to be part of is to do to that person.
Nobody's gonna bother you. Like nobody even knocks
Because
on the
at the
doors.
end of
They
the day,
just
very
wait
often, all you
for
know
5
and all
minutes
you
to make
see
sure
is
nobody's
the
anywhere.
person who's
So
standing in front
there I am going to the bathroom.
but you don't see that in their totality. So sometimes I'm going to go back and even in Alicia, who serves as an example of davening for laugh for a person who is lawless, Rios, be careful.
The last thing, like to fulfill the prophecy of my
Be
own
careful
bed,
what you
of like,
daven
oh
for
my god,
the
a heart
individual.
attack, and then
Be
I'm like,
careful, the judgment
wait a
is
second,
on the
and I just
individual
start
without
sweating.
having the ability to
I'm
see
like,
that
oh god, this is
individual.
all happening. I know what it's like right before you
We'll
pass out. And
pick up and spend one more day next to on Monday.
passing out before is the good part about passing out before positive is that you learn how to pass out better. You really do. So when that happened to me, I'm like, boom, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. So I'm like on a mission. I pop the lock. I open the door. I know that I have this 4 or 5 second window. And the staff is right there. These cool bartenders and everybody, by the way, Puff Mama, Joe Tuccido, at Hazardous on Twitter, and guys that made us these Susquehanna, Jason, the guys that made the jerseys. The hospitality there was incredible. I bust out the door and I go, I'm about to pass out, and I'm going like this. Like I'm actually, I open the door, I take one step out, and I'm like, I'm about to pass out. And they all look at me like, you know, I just been on stage twice for 45 minutes. We had all been having a fun week, and they're all just like, ah! And I'm like, no joking. I'm about to fucking pass out. And they just they split up in 4 different directions at the same time. One went and grabbed a Sprite. One went and grabbed a fucking wet towel. Another guided me outside. The little girl carried you. It was unbelievable. There was no little baby. I was yes, there's a little baby that carried me. In imagination land. And fucking, I was right on that rim of passing out, and it didn't happen. It's been nice people there. It was a green out. I mean, I was out of it. There was a point which I had given up. I went outside and I took my shirt off.
Yeah, it was just crazy. You know, Tony's not one of those guys that just takes his shirt off. Right. He actually wears multiple. He has like 7 shirts on right now.
Yeah, I always wear multiple layers, 2 pairs of socks at all times, usually a pair of thermals under my jeans.
Yeah.
But I took off my shirt, man, and just started sweating profusely, but we fought through it. Something about the Sprite, the fresh air. We got through it, man, and I did not pass out. Toronto, you tried Toronto. We tried to take down the Golden Pony. Well, guess what? This pony doesn't go down that easily. I looked at that on that hotel menu, and just like you did that same night. Was it Friday night or something, whatever night? And I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be good. What do we got? And I looked at that tomato soup, and I'm just like, just don't think I can repeat right. Oh no, like 3 hours later, I am puking tomato soup. Like I wake up, and something's wrong. Like the back of my throat has that little teardrop or something that's going on there. It's like a little itch. And I stand up, filling my mouth up, holding my mouth together like a pin, like a clothespin, just so it won't go out. Get to it, and just right everywhere. I was puking blood. And when you're half asleep, you're not thinking like tomato basil soup. You think you're puking blood, you know? It was
So the notion that even if someone is a Russia, one should not drop into Russia and qualities for somewhat misfortune, something negative to occur to that person. And where did this concept come from?
Yeah, we decided to stay up all night and just party.
On the bottom,
When you take a Thursday morning 5 a.m. flight with a friend, and you live our type of lifestyle, it's much easier to not go to sleep
I know by
that
your
night for
the
1
hobby
hour and a half. It's
is
better to plow through and then get on the plane and crash, which worked perfectly, even with the layover, which is where
Father coming out of
moved.
guys are going to be
But there's
incredible
nothing better than sleeping on a plane. That's what he kept doing. You see that? See what happens when he says that? That kind of energy. That's the whole thing. So he kept saying that over and over again with people in line in front of us, behind us. Say the whole thing.
There's electricity and wires.
George Martin is like the worst assistant producer of this show. Like, he just puts on no respect their texting. It's fine. You just hear the cool towels, man.
I have to my shoes. That's what's
That's on the table.
Oh, yeah.
really I had such an incredible view, such an incredible feedback on the podcast.
Watching that movie
He
today
said
was
that
also
the
text.
could say,
I love that he's part of the fun set though. Like we really have the worst assistant producer guy helping us.
What does it say?
Mr.
Becoming
Stain, right? The tears of a million things.
So true. It is very precise strategic coloring that they use in this part. It's a combination of dark red and black for comedy strips. There's a mix, so you can't tell what's a stain and what's a fucking blood from a
and the wicked will be no longer. So how do you read that message?
very excited about your Patreon. One more question. That joint that I gave you last week.
Sin,
The show.
there are no works.
How did that work out for you?
I was right up in the ring, rather than the stopping for their benefit, stopping for other people, we have compassion on them. Then they hug you with tshuva. And almost immediately, sure enough, what you got coming to do, and there's the act of tshuva,
I think that I feel like
but they did
somebody has a Tony with the shirt off outside my theater on
number one. What Korea was saying to the real aren't bad people, but just good shoes, good bad things.
Like when you
And a
say
person sometimes has to be able to look at the others, be able to
pondering the
differentiate.
mysteries of the universe.
Very
Like,
often,
what's another
we
one?
automatically assume
What's another thing you were thinking of?
we characterize character of someone who is character. If you do something bad, that means you are a bad person. And what we always try to highlight is this incredibly display, but that's not necessarily the case. Others that do this with different people. It's very often when good people, it's just bad things. And if it's just evil, it's bad things, remove the bad things, the inner good ultimately comes out. So instead of davening for good or husband, when you try to die, davening if you tshuva, if you tshuva, you humbly have heart let sin cease from the world, and if there's no sin, there is shortness of sin. There will be no respect. The person, it's God who is good. Just sometimes the God recollects himself with
Why do I get the
the
feeling that that joint I gave you,
So
that joint I gave you last Monday, why do I get the feeling that you waited 7 days to start right before
the
the
Buddha
show?
saying of the mayor, like essentially, this concept is the cornerstone of
He
truth.
sounds,
Like
it's a
without
moment where he sounds so human when he's asking for Colin. No, I want more, please. No,
that, if I'm bad,
mystery about
so
that.
is there really some significant degree of hope for myself and personal restoration? This is entirely because I'm a good person who does bad things.
Fuck yeah, man, one more time for the page. As we are about to bring out
I may do bad things. I may even do
ever since
more
I started
bad
here, he's
things
been one of
than
the
good
guys that I've
things.
always looked up to.
At
He's
the
a
end of
hilarious
the day,
comedian, specializes in late night here in the comedy store, which is one of the hardest positions to be in. He carries it, he's dark, he's different, he's original, he's fascinating, he's definitely the smartest friends that I have. He's a writer, he's a writer for TV that does like events at the Comedy Central roast. Before that, a fantastic comedian, one of my great friends, Marianne's got a model named David Taylor, everybody.
how do you dive into
Live
people?
and in the flesh.
I mean, at the end of the day, the Gemara says, "Comedy Shemayim, that broad hooks,
Very excited
and
about
Yira
David.
Shemayim." Yira Shemayim is the mission that I have the Gemara who
Keeps
lives
it
with
so
that.
real. He's
At the end of the
funny
day,
as fuck.
it
Even
is
up
up
to
to
you.
you. It's up to you, right? The Gemara second people says, "This Baruch who determines how tall, how short you can be, how rich or how poor, how smart."
Now, you normally are the guy that also
All of that I can
comedy
talk
circuit, you're notorious for your
is what
these
can lead to
awesome
every
parties that you have, the barbecues.
You are. And the Yerushalayim level is absolutely up to you. So it's interesting that over here the Gemara says, so you would normally think you can't dive into someone to be about you. You can't dive into somebody else. And so also say, there's a lot of different answers to this. It always bothers
Can
me a
I
little
tell
bit.
you something? That is not fair for guys like me
When I
who've been
realize
telling
the
you for
answer wasn't
years
yesterday. That
not fucking back then chocolate. He steals from you. That's not even the first time. He's such a moron, this big chocolate guy. I know he's adorable to all you people in New York and comedy. I've given a few years of that bullshit every fucking night. I promise you, he's a fucking crazy maniac. Anyway, but this is bad for you. David's parked in this lot for years to become a regular here at the Comedy Store. One of the only fucking perks is that you can park in the lot here. And Ben went into David's car, got his iPhone. This is the best part though. He tried to sell it to Alex Moore, Comedy Store employee at the time. Alex Moore put it up.
So we see that there's a comparison of an engagement in dynamic spiritual activity for the benefit of someone else. Perhaps that is so overstated. Well, at the end of the day, when you dive into someone that words of fears should emerge from push someone else, push their merit in the right direction. The same way that I can dive into the ruchnius, and I'm obligated to dive into the ruchnius. Do mitzvahs for the ruchnius of the mighty children. Just to again, perhaps that's the content of the word. How do you influence someone else in ruchnius? The ruchnius is the one thing that someone else is control. So perhaps again, when I gather and I do mitzvahs and I direct those in the field for the benefit of the other, then ultimately that has a other effect on my country as well. Okay, that would not to be the study. So the study said going back to that level, which is focus on it. Go back up to that top. To the Rabbi, he said, therefore, in his follow in the doctrine, Hashem is God, he wants love to other people. A person should never accept something terrible to happen to other people. Back to the Rothschild. Even if this Jew is a Rothschild, something incredible in this story, like it never started when he's fortunate to the all another person, even another Jew, even if that person, even if that Jew is a Rothschild. And now, you have a posted the amount of second brachas, where again, that there was without this misfortunate individual, really is the and don't do it. Why? Becoming a poem, alone, becoming posted. We know that it's existed and doesn't stop. So this is interesting because why not? Why not? If somebody is a Russia, right? If somebody is a Russia, somebody is so why can't you got it for them? In other words, look what he writes. This on the other qualifier. He says, Zeu, Lau Anoi Zak Ba'adam, Yulala Shamayim. The whole day, the day Adam Levant is going. When can't you got it for the unfortunate someone? When ultimately again, there are individuals who is Lala Shamayim. A person who is terrible and he can Adam Levant. A person who is a Russia, not violates every single mitzvah, tramples upon halacha. Such a person of Russia like that, you don't dive into the mitzvah. אפילו חוטא בעדם שלי אדם לחברו, שהאדם כזה הוא לבד בשביל דרכיו. אבל אדם שהוא לא לבריאות, וחוטא בין אדם לחברו, also who needs a negative. The Rothschild says he's never diving for the misfortune of another human, even if he's a Russia, and a Russia meaning what, even if he's terrible, he's been Adam Lamakum, person is terrible, he's been Adam Lamakum. The person is terrible, is the person that he's choosing.
Ever since Neil Armstrong, they put a ban on
Hurts people,
something like
that
that.
ultimately says that Tzaddik, unshown, the mitzvah negative.
Anyway,
Such a person like that receives the punishment that is mitzvah negative. ולכן, שום לדעתי, יהיה לא מזרצון, בחוץ להמידה לפעמים שתיקה ומותר לדעתי, ולספלה להשם שיענש על העבודה.
we really got to see the dark side of the moon.
Because when a person is having this other idea, and therefore you have to speak out.
Well, that's what I love.
Like it
So
typically
if I'm into
owns
that
the
music
other.
shit,
So ultimately, my answer is
stuff. All
to
right.
go ahead and deceive
You guys
that
know what we do here. I'm lucky enough to be here at Comedy Store, be able to do a live podcast with a bunch of comedians, some of the funniest, coolest, and whatever, ballsiest, stand-up talents get a chance to come up and do a minute and be on the podcast and talk with me and a guest. And used to be a segment called Tag It or Bag It, but now it's just sort of
how we
roll
think
into it.
to act.
So with no further ado, what did you say no? With you over 1 minute. Oh yeah.
Sounds
Yeah, everybody gets 1
never
minute.
stopped
If you
before
try to go over a minute, you're going to hear a cat sound.
But if someone who's a big husband with a zero says that Tzaddik to be committed to God's flesh for the Shemara who visit justice, so to speak, upon that individual. Why? How? The meaning of that? That's just
And then they cross the line just a quick, and they never did it. Maybe because they really had the microphones working to provide sound.
I have a dog collar that we could have on there with a button.
Honestly, that would
Whoa! We got an electric dog collar for the show.
Yeah.
And everybody had to wear the collar for a minute.
Yeah. And that teaches you to know how to put a 1 minute. Also, you know what it does? It also makes comedy even more familiar, which is the one thing I didn't think was possible. But yeah, it's perfect. It's a great idea.
So we have a bucket full of comedians. We pull them out of a hat, and let's have some fun, shall we? Here we go. All right. Is that exciting? I'm Patriot. Are you excited? Awesome.
Justice will triumph over evil.
I love it. I actually know this guy. I'm very excited about this. Put your hands together for the one and only Russ Newton. Russ. Yeah. Russ. Russ Newton. There he is. He's in the flesh. He's back from New York. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome. I'm Russ Newton. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you for everything you've done for the country. I appreciate it. So we do the bit, right? We do the bit, and then we back here. Is that it? Just do the bit, bro.
All right, go ahead.
There's no talking to us. Do the bit.
Oh, okay. So my wife and I, my Italian wife and I, we have a baby son, and the only other way to make money for him, besides being a comic, is being an actor. I have to audition for a lot of shit, dramas. But I'm getting a little bit slightly racist towards sexy Australian actors doing a sexy American accent, okay? Because they're taking off their jobs. People think it's the Chinese and they're getting it to the Mexicans. It's not. It's sexy Australians, okay? And whenever you see a sexy Dr. Mario come on television, it's usually played by a sexy Australian doing a sexy American accent, okay? So I gotta get this work.
I don't think it's more than that's up to you. So we are
Initiated hard, trying to do a little crowd work with me at the beginning.
we are thinking of doing items and left off on
Fuck yeah, Russ
the
Newton.
orient ourselves a little bit. It doesn't speak about incredible idea. Named me that the area of like
Russ, I remember Russ is a pilot
the area of like
New York, and now he's back. How's everything going?
so
You didn't even say the name of
the idea of our business is
Dave, what'd you think
using
of
highlights
Russ?
to show us what our potential strengths really are. So we thought to give a couple of examples of this. Today we're going to focus on the 20 how to post it. Well, time is less. The right hand color will be doing that. First paragraph on top about hormones. I'll get it. That. Don't too much. But some wonderful what you know, okay? They wrote the network of sites. The day on which the days on which that was destroyed. Only by no love, no less than the
actor, and then they brought the child in to one show. Like, this is where
the day on which the was filmed, the last Mashiach was born.
kid gave me a note during an audition.
You know, that's this colorless. Who was the best of his man? Who told we've only bought, you know, it's absolutely.
Patriot, what'd you think of what Russ said?
The day that
One down break from a club history of sexual abuse and heroin addiction.
God forsake the one. You are spread out the globe. Let's not spread out the globe. All of us are
Did you see the movie today? You said
the Shamakala was an Arab who was heard it. How many times you go, sorry, Yako, sorry, you go ahead and unhitch your arm and unhitch the crown because it was temple and it's destroyed. The Arabs think they don't go to doing anything, so they say it doesn't destroy. Your arm is minus, so then very how many times you go, Harker did not have a Tata the Jews would do it. And I would be out on the saddle or be attached to your arms to the ground. So how young is the mountain is so when it's young, it's just poor. This is the story. So at one moment, and then anything is just destroyed, and the very next moment, it's just destroyed. I want to say, what is
this is very exciting. One of my favorite new friends that I made the past couple years, and he's also autistic as fuck. Everybody put your hands together for Joshua. My name is Joshua Myers, and I have Asperger's, which is a form of autism, so I cannot relate to shit. One of the main facets of Asperger's is anxiety. It's a horrible anxiety attack. I got one recently with some shit. See, some schmuck decided to come up to me and he decided to tell me that the movie Demolition Man sucks and my brain is fucking over. I went through a mental fetal position for like 2 weeks.
Or whether it's national destruction.
That's why I started. I'm not happy about my torso. It looks horrible. If you're gonna tell the hair, I'm trying to jump in my mailbox.
So on a personal level,
it looks like a sad ghost.
when we over the last week, when we sin and when we make mistakes, and when we destroy ourselves, we can't see what I see. And when we see what I would do, now I know what I can work on. You're very important. People have people learn their life is so well. I do against when everything is refining and also everything is what it's supposed to do. People generally go.
By the way, to have all for us to, for the three of us to know you and like you, first of all, that's like one of those eclipses that happens once every few years. Definitely not.
What is this? What is this?
This is cool. The only time I ever made a girl's one talking about your bodies. This Harry Bruce has anyway. I'm just anti-lifting up that shirt. I think I just leave the picture without having to have your shirt coming inside it. I think, yeah. My favorite joke is somehow Josh got his hands on flashlights on the face on stage. This one, okay, this one took from like here to here. He fucked it in the bathroom because I tried. Wait, what did he fuck? Flashlight in the bathroom. He couldn't wait like it's so he asked him to do it, and he actually went and did it and then recorded it. And they worked it hard for him. It was sort of honesty that I appreciate. So while I'll agree, showing your shirt might not be the best. You think he was being honest? He couldn't get hard for it? Look at the Josh.
about this
Josh has the gift. He's the comics have on the part of the
what
Asperger's.
yes, I
He's
mean,
really on his
there are
things. It's
this
really
level,
good stuff. So
something
I
that is
appreciate
dead
that. Take a shirt.
comes back
Do what
to
you want to
life.
do there. But my point is
What
that
is yes,
the willingness to do that was to show your jump on
it has
stage
a
that
genetic
you've also done.
example.
Yes,
What is
I
it that
wish
occurs
I could bring that
over the
bell.
course of
Can
the
I tell you the description?
like what
I
what
think it
what
goes.
is that?
Looks like
What
an
is
acorn
that?
resting on a
And it
frog's
doesn't
throat.
sense something so beautiful.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
anyway,
Because the genetic example of the ability to get something that's
describing their own
broken
molestation,
and
but he has
go ahead and once again make it whole.
so,
Because
say great job.
that's
I love you guys. Thank you.
why
Yeah.
what's the
Positives.
what is this just all
I have
about?
nothing but positives
This
except
is
I
all
would not,
about
but
the
there's just,
carrying
it's a
growth.
thing in
The
comedy
chef
that
is
the
all
guys that
about
lift up their
running
shirt
ahead
actually
and
show their
carrying
belly.
ourselves.
You
We
really,
have to
it's
compare
just,
ourselves
it's
to
known, it's
that
known
makes
amongst
you funny.
comedians. It's like an
Talk
act of
about our
desperation.
community
It's
well.
the ultimate problem.
But the life of study says the fact that the start with the explanation tells you that no matter how badly something
Mentally
broken,
handicapped comedian.
can be repaired. Isn't that incredible? Every day. In class, and then when I'm talking about the if I believe,
Does it feel natural when you show a bunch of strangers?
if I believe in the affirmation, if I believe that dead back to life, then no matter what is broken inside of
I need you more on the security end of things and less on the producer idea, like creating an post. Well, you're rushing to judgment on it. Nobody's fucking retarded. But with that said, neither of the members of the Ding Dong Show. It's not an insult to me. Part of that, it's a very fun show. I watch it all the time. It's so much fun. However, it's not right for you because you want to be a stand-up comedian. So, don't let people freak you out. And I wouldn't call them retards. That's all. No, I'm saying
what is called doing all I do I have the ability to care by someone to now what you do about that? All I do is how to respond to which I do now. Was so much
that's Joshua Myron's everybody. That's autistic thunder on Twitter.
Not just the people die because of the people, but
this guy is blacklisted. It's Ricky
and the
spiritual
consciousness of himself who has followed us to the out. And yet again, if you ever have a thought,
that was the best one yet. First of all, that means he's blacklisted. That's not
and the most
you missed your spot. Yeah, that's right. I think the last person
so once again, something says,
less exciting is a new name. Ryan Martin. Everybody talking holy shit, we are just going through it. Isn't that amazing? I love it. Wait, can you do that one again though? But can you add that L thing that you did the first time?
So you look at them just back to these every space.
So we get
Again, this would be something
fucking big screw.
when you get the second part of the sentence. Yes, the mistake represents the manifestation of that
One of my favorite producers to work with, he helps us get some of the amazing footage there. Monday watch tonight. That's at Dune City Films on Twitter and YouTube. He's amazing. He did my Man on the Street thing where I people
something like that.
Your next comedian
The
is
drop of
Keith
faith
Soul.
is that now I know exactly the things that I need to work on. I know what my approval is, and therefore take that from the subject. So, this is the very broken block of personality. So the first time I pick up the work and I entirely tomorrow.
There we go. So far, we have more people not doing the show than doing the show. That David Minnick. This is David Minnick. David Minnick.
Okay, so I'm talking about headlines, and I'm not talking Zimmerman or anything like that. I'm talking my favorite headline of all time. I was in college, school newspaper read, masturbator zips away. This guy got caught 3 times consecutive weekends masturbating outside of sororities. And all I can picture is this guy working a 9 to 5 and telling his wife that Thursday nights is poker night. She wants to watch like some fucking Real Housewives of Hollywood. He just needs to get out of the house and masturbate. I just picture him standing outside the window, Jack. When they see him and they scream, "Oh my God!" How do they not catch a man with his pants around his ankles, running back to his car? And I just picture the CSI team coming up and going, "Asparagus, relico, got it." The picture, the woman tried to describe it to the window, like, he was like 6 foot with, I don't know, he looked like everybody else. He had a big bush. His penis was circumcised. It wasn't the biggest I've seen. Moral of the story is, I decided to start masturbating to Facebook, and I was never comfortable.
Double kitties. Oh, that's a penalty right there. You got the penalty growl for trying to finish it up. Obviously, he doesn't know that if you try to go over and finish the joke, you get another sound effect. Oh, yeah. That's what that means for something. Any other jokes you want to finish?
Watching again. The also developed a new shot and showed a new kind of concept. It was very similar way. You can find your in a very similar way.
I'm very confused during that. I can barely pay attention to it, even from talking headlines to masturbating something.
That is the way that you will come to recognize your singular and your unique mindset, your unique character traits or attributes of you. So remember on a basic level, what celebrity highlights us with this idea that I'm serious about going to talk about topic, that it's our weaknesses that teach us, show us what are actual strengths. We look for it. We often think that there are 2 buckets. There are weaknesses and there are strengths. But this is really 1 bucket. There are strengths that I know about, and then there are strengths that I don't yet know about. And you can find out about your own actual life. And you find out about the something you can get that you don't yet know about. The study how this comes to an says you find that out through the expression of your weakness. When you fail, and when you fall, and when you find a weakness in a particular area of life, that shows that weakness is actually a core that is needing to be punished and rechanneled. To be driven by you, by yourself as an extreme lacking moral, because we have such a flavor. It doesn't do not reduce the type to be able to sin in a particular situation. Stop what reality shows up and tells you no. That the fact that you have how flavor, the fact that you have desire, shows that you have passion. And that's in and of itself, that passion is channeled in the right way, complicated. So let me give you an example. This word is value. Value that has how we're reading it about 5 lines up. على حاصل فيسكن عليه الإله فيعشب الحديث. The Prophet says after Adam and Eve sinned, to what they believed to themselves clothing out of figures. Clothing out of figures. They were also had brothers to spiritually draw Adam the Kaaba. So why figures? Why make yourself clothing out of figures? So that is Kurinashi. They were also had brothers to spiritually draw Adam the Kaaba. Because the very thing that Adam and Kaaba sinned with, דהיינו באקירה סעפי לאיתה שאצלנו לאישתדבר. There's an approach to find out what was the truth that Torah, what was the truth. The one thing that everyone agrees with, it wasn't an apple. It wasn't an apple. Oh, it's just the activism. Why is it that the apple is supposed to be associated with the reason of the truth? So remember, it's not respect over the truth. That's over. That's just holding. And remember, when you have the story of Yaakov and his son, and Yaakov messes up his Esau to go ahead and get the food. And Yaakov forget the Yaakov. So Yaakov is in his father, Yaakov was with Yitzchak, and Yitzchak said, Re'eh, Leah, 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 the sense of my son is like the sense of the sea. And that was a prophecy. Rashi says it's a prophecy. If after you go hunting, everyone knows after you hunting, the smell of the slaughter is disgusting. It's terrible. So Rashi says over there, Re'eh, Leah, the southern like an apple orchard. Like an apple orchard. So says the scent of the apple orchard is the scent of Rabbi. So somehow the scent is the thing, the kind of that association of the kind we get to think that the Adam and Chava fruit was the apple, but it's actually saying there's not going to be Chazal. Was it meat? Was it grain? Was it Sa'imim? Was it figs? Basically, that's not going to get all revolve around items of any very stuff. In any event, we'll go with the Pasuk Shai. That's the East must eat fruit. They ate a fig. That the fig was the forbidden fruit. Look at this. דהיינו, באכילה תכלית את כל עצמו mystery was to teach the spirit of said that's from my idea. Remember, the very thing with which they sinned was the very thing through which they were remedied. They ate from the tree, they ate from the Torah, and ultimately again, what covered their nakedness, what covered their quote-unquote shame in the aftermath of the sin? The fig tree. The fig tree. כל ניסים עצמו בכך שעשו מאלף איתה תורה הגוס כדי לחסות את בפרקת את מעלה. ודווקא מכך למדו חז"ל שאין הדעת חיה איסתירה. So Prophet said something absolutely amazing. At least I think that this is an incredible truth. The Chazal know that it was a big truth. How did they know? From where did they get this idea that the forbidden fruit was a fish?
For a guy that deep throats a dildo, you're really good with the mic. Like it's like you don't get it confused and no point you put it in your mouth, which is one of the worst things. I used to, and that is not a good thing. Yeah, don't do that again. Why wasn't it a good thing? You realized that you had something. It's electric. It just, it's too
The things that we think are worth it seem to be worth it. Like the shortcuts we think are worth it. You look back and you say, oh my God, threw away opportunity. I threw away the here. I threw away to do something. So we want it. We're fake, but you know, in the moment, the thing looks like the way. We see it everywhere. So Prophet says, how does the Chazal know that the forbidden fruit is wicked? Where did they glean that from? Where did they get that from? The Tzaddik Hadith, and this is really kind of a tribute. The Tzaddik Hadith that Chazal was after. The fact that
He was notorious for sucking off one of the powerful Viking
but
one night here.
Chazal that
I'm not going to use the name, but I mean,
they ate
he's
one day.
Viking,
Why?
which is
Because the Tzaddik says he always denied with the risk to rid yourself. And with the risk to sin becomes the very thing to which you have opportunity and remedy. That's the way his life works in the Torah. So if they were remedied with the fig leaf, it must mean that the Tzaddik Hadal understood that they sinned with the fig as well. הרי שלי פעוס ותאינה, מה להם להתקדש, כאילו יסעירה, ותחש, if I put the Negro Minashirin Valgas, it looks like this model that we discounting is incredibly valuable because something that Travis says again is that the very thing we do say the very things in which we go ahead and sometimes spiritually demolish ourselves become the very things in which we are able
So,
to
Ricky,
attain
what else is happening here?
unprecedented
I think it's going to
level
be
of
interesting.
growth.
I'm going to be
God,
in a Shakespeare play.
yeah, so let's finish this section. God,
The
there's
weirdest
something
thing I've
that you
ever
must
heard.
always down.
It's the air that's sucking out the capital one bite.
This is
In a Shakespeare
Joseph,
play.
before we get to this, so yeah, I want to crystallize this idea. That a study is creating a model. And the model is the thing through which you destroy is the very thing through which you grow. The thing through which you sin is the very thing which is responsible for the creation of a beautiful spiritual kindness. When we sin, we see weakness. When we sin, we see fractures in the spiritual edifice. When I sin, I now know what's wrong with you. If I know
I get the feeling that the Iron Patriot is actually Cher in a suit. Fuck Cher.
the only way to remedy any of this help
I would like for a dyke to fuck me in the ass with a strap on. That's one of my bucket list things. To be able to hold like, close to job you wish you would fuck me in the ass with a strap on.
medicine, right? Okay, it's assuming you're self-medicated, right? The whole medicine.
Going your own little tangents, huh, Ricky?
Sorry about that. What do you need to do?
Ricky Lynn, everybody, there he goes.
You have to
He's
get it
gay,
done.
he's proud.
In other words, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, and I just keep taking medication, right? And then I realize that I'm not getting better, I'm taking all this medication. Well, because maybe you can go on medication. Maybe you don't know what's in other words, that it's how do you know what the diagnosis is? And if I fall and I break my arm, and I take Advil, and I realize, no, why am I not getting better? It's because the bone hasn't been set. So just because you're taking something that has a curative effect doesn't mean it's going to work for your particular malady. To be incredibly right things like subject to, I have to know what's broken in life in order to fix it. Well, how do you find out in life what's broken? How do I find what I have to fix? That is a subject. With the beauty of faith. The beauty of faith. The beauty of faith is tells me exactly what's broken. And if I know what's broken, I now know what it is that I have to fix. So that's a subject says, it's the very thing that undermines us that becomes the very catalyst. That's what we're going to pick up tomorrow morning with an incredible book about Mashiach. Tomorrow morning, Mashiach and transformation. Transformation tomorrow morning will cost 45 minutes. Probably be that to be on time.
But then, like, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking to myself, boy, I really hope there's not a smart shark around. Because if I was a smart shark and I saw me, I would be like, that guy can't see. So what I'm going to do is, he's swimming this way, he can't see. I'm going to set up shop right here. I'm gonna open my shark mouth, and I'm just going to let him swim inside my mouth. And then I'm going to close my mouth, and I will have eaten him alive. And I don't want that. Thanks. Like this sounds like the first draft of the pitch for Sharknado. They're like, I like that, but is there something more? It was silly. He said, like, you're gonna follow your heart and stuff. It was very, that was the peak of the set. And then after that was the British remembering that. Yeah. But overall, fine bit. Tony Hawk. I don't know what it is. I've had too much coffee, or it's the comedians. I'm just having such a hard time paying attention to it. It's like shark, and then I missed the punchline, and then there was the new thing, and just sort of out of it. But I'll tell you this. You have an interesting look. You look like the guy from Ghostbusters 2 that's painting Vigo. Oh, Vigo! Let me tell you what else I've been acting as. Part of the sewer toxins in your group of clones. That's great.
will say, good morning, let us begin. So we've been set up this morning in Earth Hashem is doing our Seder in the Sifkat HaChabit. So then we'll Earth Hashem will start back at 5:55. It's just also just public service lesson. There's one, if you're not on the WhatsApp chat, you have to share or have to do WhatsApp chat. And I sent out the PDF of what we're going to be doing in Earth Hashem today. But it's today to invest in a set of Sifkat HaChabit. Some of the edition that we use, you can order it online. It's a beautiful paper and an important addition to one's library. And also, it's good for us in the paper rather than from receipts or other things like that. So I'll send that information out today, but at least today we'll get started. So yes, you can the message from this morning is Osh in Sifkat HaChabit. And here, the Rebbe says something really beautiful. He says, Rabbi Rothschild desire. If you're following along on the PDF, the Rebbe says as follows. Ro'osim David, Shebo Yitzhak Yitzhak HaMiyuchad, so-called Adam. If I translate the words, then we'll try to understand it a little bit more depth what the Rebbe is saying. He's saying in that particular area of life, where you find your greatest sorrow. Sorrow represents that which you are lacking.
Smartest, funniest rappers.
So in that area of life where you find that which you are lacking, that's in that area in which you are most deficient. Stop recruit that very thing.
Seriously, awesome. I've been trying to see that.
In which you are deficient, remove her. In that area that you have the ability to achieve your most unique and singular accomplishment. Now, what the Rebbe is having is exactly spoken about in previous sections that often we look at our struggles and our faults and the areas of deficiency as weaknesses. Matter of fact, they are totally dealt with their weaknesses, and the ultimate represents their level. The greatest opportunity to live. My deficiencies, my weaknesses, my areas in which I am deficient represent what the Rebbe says as my ma'ala ha'miuchat, my most unique ability for accomplishment. What does this mean? So first of all, if you take a quick look, because of footnote 8 and 9, he says, "Ra'a ma shekata Rabbeinu La'el, mi sheyish lo teshukla b'shukla." Yish lo teshukla b'dola. V'tava sageh. How is this possible? He's giving an example that if someone has incredible heights, incredible desires, the person might take a look at their desires and say, "Oh, what are the reasons?" Look at these things I want. Look at these things that I desire. So that is something amazing. It says, "Gather Abba, uklimuchon l'toket Abbas ukeshukot zerishas ha'abbas." So let's say, for example, he actually quotes over here a little bit of this Gemara. The Gemara in the stuff like this, where the Gemara quotes to put under again that Abaye one time overheard a man and a woman having a conversation in the inn. With each other love. So Abaye said, you know what, I'll be the chaperone. I'll be the chaperone. Well, I'll follow them, and this way, when they're ready to commit it out, I'll be there to stop them from sinning. Remember the Maisa? He follows them, they get to the crossroads, and they say, "Oh, how nice it's been to travel together, but alas, you have to go this way, I have to go that way." That's what fell out. But I love the grace. He said, if I was in that situation, and I had the opportunity to sin, and no one was around, I don't think I could have resisted. So here the irony of the story was that Rabbi was following the couple because he thought that he was going to be the showman. Right? He thought he was going to be the chaperone. He was going to be the one to prevent something from occurring. And meanwhile, that these people were to a certain degree even greater than he was. They resisted a temptation that he thought he could not have resisted. So the Gemara says, Havisaba, there was an old man who appeared to Rabbi. Now, of course, there always old men appear in the Gemara, usually, it's getting high now. And then Rabbi told Rabbi, yeah, Rabbi was very dejected. He was very dejected because he thought that what is highlighted was such fundamental suspicious in who and what he was. Now, the old man appears to Rabbi, and he says, Rabbi, don't be upset. He says, Yisasi Bazar Lacho Kimo Bachogim Kiva, Yadu Rabon, Kukimuchon, Lutokias Havon, Kukimuchon, Jesus Hamed. He goes, he says, I think that's the answer. He says, Rabbi, the greater the subject, like the more it seems to me enough, it wasn't spirituality. The biggest thing I'm going to do is that in general, the more proficient you become in something, right? The person wants to hone the skill. Right? I want to be a good basketball player. The more I play, the more I practice, the better I become. I want to become better at my profession. Right? The more I learn and the more time I spend in it, the better I become. The one area of life where this running that doesn't work is when it comes to one direction. That the more I do it and the more time I put into it, sometimes the greater the challenge. Because as I grow, my Yitzhara grows along with me. If the subject comes out of this anybody, that the Saba, if you're a Navi, was not simply comforting our diary by telling him, don't worry, because you're a greater tzaddik, ultimately what you have a greater Yitzhara. He was comforting Abaye in a different way. When he was telling Abaye that at the end of the day, the fact that you have this Yitzhara, the fact that you have these titles, that's not a weakness. That's a strength. That's a strength. It's just a sign of how you have. Some said to them, listen to what he's saying. That which is our greatest deficiency. That which is our Achilles heel. Actually, the channel to the right way become your greatest strength. So Abaye, you're upset, you're dejected because you say to yourself, oh, I was alone with this woman. I would have committed an Abaye, right? I could not have resisted the temptation. What does that say, Abaye? That you have great desire. That you have great desire. See, you're dejected because you think that you would have channeled that desire in the wrong direction to sin. But Abaye, that same desire is harnessed and channeled in the right way to accomplish incredible things. And that is what the subject is saying. Once again, at the Rothschild in Ireland. And the Rothschild came out today, the lead Irish part. It's so important. First of all, have your own success. So let's just look at these words again. Also, in that particular area where you find that you sell it, in that particular area where you are deficient, that's God. But also, in that thing, in that deficiency, in that struggle, Right? The strengths are things I want to build on. The weaknesses are things I can leverage again. Aesthetics is not good. There's only one bucket. What's the one bucket? Strengths. There are two kinds of strengths. There's strengths that you know about and strengths that you don't know about. And then there are the attributes, the three parts. strengths you know about, strengths you don't know about, and then weaknesses. And what are
Just signed the
weaknesses?
big three.
Weaknesses are just
They got
strengths
Hitler,
that have to
Osama,
be
what they
converted
do for
and
good.
channeled in the right way. So themselves is not bringing down. It's sometimes the greatest strength that we cultivate in life is when we're able to harness and turn around those ways. Most of us stop over here. Okay, and that's over the next 2 days. We'll spend 2 more days on this course. But over the next 2 days in Eretz Hashem, we'll see some examples of this which will make this concept. At least today, hopefully, we establish the conceptual, intellectual framework, and in Eretz Hashem tomorrow, we'll begin to plug in and see its big examples.
I was talking about his son, but Andrew is also, that's a great joke. Sorry. Oh, I just had one more tag. Where I was like, Magic Johnson, if you're listening to Kill Tony, heaven needs you. We're getting killed right now. Martin Luther King just got dumped on by Osama. I think that's Malcolm X. Can't play no defense. That's a great bet. Absolutely. The way you wired in the new dead Lee guy, I mean, I love that shit. Yeah. Can I make a point here? I would suggest maybe, possibly one person who's just benched it, they didn't really need him, but just got is really, really selfish. That's a possibility. That's the kind of premise that you could stretch that up to be some crazy 7 to 10 minute long closer, you know what I mean? I was. I was gonna use it to stretch the talk about because I can't talk on this show because I can't listen to it. But like in a good way though, in a good way. Listen, that in a good way after saying they love me at Toronto, they love me. But this guy goes in a promote. Oh yeah, this guy. I've been on there like 3 times and they send me shit.
Of course, yeah, that's great.
What do you think Redman and I are wearing custom made Toronto Blue Jays jerseys with our names on the back? Shit, I want one too. That's not. I bet. But I was gonna stretch it with the Trayvon Martin stuff because you know how like they were saying like someone's yelling hell on the 911 call. I was gonna be like, you know, Martin he got dumped on because Trayvon Martin can't play defense. And that's a good joke. And I was telling that to somebody earlier, but it's just not. I don't think I could ever get away with it. I fucking love it, and I totally think you should do that. By the way, you can totally make that so that after that you say, I never thought I'd be able to get away with saying that. Then you can also slip that. No, I'm going to keep that for myself. No, that's not how it works, Dave. No, actually, I just give him this great idea for a bit, and then for some reason,
again, leave it alone. It's very thank you for helping me with that. There you go. By the way, no, that was like, this bit is so good that it feels like it's in the wrong range. Oh yeah, it should be. I should get on downstairs. What's the one? By the way, this guy won the thing. We're glad you're with me. I got second place because I don't eat pussy. Oh yeah. Who was it? We had someone from his mom again. We had someone. But you really don't eat pussy. I have, but it's not like. You must hate it then. It's not even common for you to get laid. That guy. That guy's funny pussy guy. Yeah, but he's sort of light skinned. Have you tasted a dick? Does it taste better? I think, personally, I think that it's a pussy. It's like a way to get pussy when you can't get pussy. You know, that's like it. It's like cheating. Nobody cares about your opinion. I totally see what you're saying. This guy, I'm telling you, it's so how are you not getting out downstairs? They just not solving this, but they don't. Oh, yeah. You're black. Yeah, that parents like you need to tell Tommy. Tommy goes back and forth between hating on black people and hating on black people and being afraid for his job and giving the consequence. So if you catch him on like the second phase, you're going to work for himself. Is he wrong? Fuck yeah, he's afraid of Trayvon Martin, right? Still are. That's fucking sweet. Tommy's that sort of racist. That sort of racist. That's a big thing. And I thought that was great. You know what? I'm probably going to acknowledge you now. Thank you. There he is. Trayvon Martin. Trayvon Martin. Make sure I hashtag kill Tony. There you go. Trayvon Martin, everybody.
trying to get one last thing. This is exciting. We know this guy. He's one of the worst producers. One of the worst people that help out, but I love him. He's an employee here in a very charismatic rising young town. Put your hands together for Josh Martin. Randomly pulled out of a book and asked Josh Martin to talk about being around. Hold on, let's get the share grid as kids ever believe it. If I could turn back time. How do you have share on? Why don't you share some of those songs?
On a basic level,
It's me.
That's tough.
You got it.
I have friends.
I
I
recently
have built
saw
I have
picture of
foundation, and as much as I would like to think
this guy.
that I can stand up when they say it,
I feel like I'm just like my sister ex-husband.
that is,
And I feel like
what
there's no
I'm
moment
a good person. I
rather
can
than
never
the
good
father
thing, but I've also
holding your
done
baby up in the air. You look at those beautiful eyes. Those eyes look back at you. You realize you made the worst decision of your life. And then you just run. You run as far as you can. Like that's what I would do. I would just run.
And again, that's okay.
Probably by the Santa Claus's hair grade.
That sucks.
But I can't think you remember my favorite.
I won't be able to pay attention.
But I'll say this. When you wipe out like you did with you had to have your own.
Just relax, Josh. You have I've never been this direct with anybody ever on this show. With
But if I
an immediate
remember all
game-changing
of the
piece of
things I
advice.
took, again, not a great
You
thing
have
I felt
got
like to make myself feel
do
bad.
whatever it takes to be able to
Reminding
summon
myself,
noises
how
like that to add into what you do. Because all of a sudden your words don't fucking matter.
You're asking for a lot of control from somebody who can't speak or
It's the speech impediment.
I'll say Rabbi, the bit's really good. But man, that fucking wipeout. Well, I will say it did start a little creepy with the nephew. It's just his ex-husband. It took me to a weird place, but then you find out there what he took my life.
I didn't get it. I just didn't get it.
As I begin to access my protection, so I need to be. Well, once I show what I needed to be, then to a certain degree, amplifies the failures of the past.
Oh,
If
you're
I'm
relating
capable
that
of
to
being
the death.
this, whatever the this is, that holding a life,
The way you say ran away is priceless.
so before I became this, before I reached this level of spirituality, so that, the things we might have been justified, but it was also like you know, stuff like that happens to people on that barrier, on that level. But once I reach this level of accomplishment, this unspeakable of joy, unspeakable of grace, all I can do about this thing is
Well, he's got good timing. He's got good beats. His beats are good.
so that makes it therefore
Yeah, you're definitely an interesting character.
almost
That noise
things
thing,
that I
though, man.
like
I mean, if you could
the
split
more
that
I
into
grow,
but
the
you
more
need
I
to
have to
figure out how to do
recognize
that. That's what I'm saying. There was an amazing moment. I wish I was already listening to this podcast that I could rewind it. And
I mean, it almost made me feel deep in that. Like, it was at some point where I was having a nervous breakdown of laughter.
I wasn't sure even that way to win it out.
Tomorrow has
It's like, good sound.
that's like also the subject matter is incredible. The more I grow, the more I grow, the more I have to my capacity for greatness, the more I have to necessary.
This is not great for podcasting.
Ready? You got 20 seconds,
There
Josh.
was a video of these kind of people. It's really
Josh Martin, guys.
Yeah, Josh
incredible.
Martin.
It's just kind of people. Bottom left
Yeah, there he goes.
What I like is how you're like, this guy's the worst producer ever, and Josh is getting up when he recognizes his influence.
Oh yeah, totally.
Oh, that's that's
It's unbelievable.
it's Josh.
Yeah. Patriot, what'd you think of Josh?
These are with Sarah Aliyah.
Adrian, can you make that sound?
These are with Sarah Aliyah. So literally,
I need more howling, man. I wasn't howling towards the end of all this stuff. I need more howling.
what we started. فمستعملة تدخل أصلا يتحمل حد جديد من الأعتراف بالتفكير هو التحليل الشرطي يقوم بالقضية
Thank you.
شو تكتيك
How do you think that mondo is that's in the middle there? There's one that sounds almost
القاعدة
fake.
الأجنبية اللي بتتحمل الأجنبية
I guess for you. Then we can get one more in before having to head to our main event.
That's the way it works. But also when I tell,
Oh wow,
they'll
maybe
get
it's good
in
for
like
Trace
self
Stewart.
for a variety of different things. When I teach, when I tell, often
Queen notorious for hooking up with chicks. He says anywhere above somewhere around the 75 since he's been an employee here, around 75 chicks he's hooked up with at the comedy store. Who knows, you could be sitting next door to those ladies right now. Thank you. It's good to be here. I'll make this quick though. Our bus is coming in 8 minutes. That's how I'm missing. It's only 1 minute, so that's good. Hold on, I got my buzz here. Guys, this is Matt Goldich. From TV's Late Show with Frank Ferguson. Okay, here's the deal, guys. Can I suggest a listen here? We have a guest from Matt comes up and gives us feedback about this topic. I think it'd be great. A one-time guest.
Fucker, just one-time copy. Just come up here and tell me what you think about this. Come on out, sit down. And go.
he said, he just said that these people are one of the best people in Global. In my kingdom, I'm supposed to be countries. الشرق قادم الناس بالشباب ولحقني صليبه ثلاثة يوم
And that's the last thing LA needs is even more fake ass
says
bitches.
in my model, you know,
I got on the bus. I want to talk about that. She got on the bus and sit right next to me, and I started talking to her. Everything's looking good.
sorry,
This is what she said. This is what she said. I'm sorry. You want to brother you right on the bus. You do realize you're on the bus too. I just want to talk about losing in life. Right? So the two of the guys wants my. Now he's gonna have his life together. He's gonna have a good girl and a lot of money. He's gonna have my life together. I'm gonna be talking to you broke ass. I know. Because my bitches always gonna upgrade for free. Good time. And that's it. Wow.
That was more of a statement. Yeah.
I'd say right now, right here looking young.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's gonna be a narrator one day.
Okay, television writer and feature comedian Matt Goldich. What do you think about that?
There's a sense back to the
By the way, you heard something really good. This
back to go ahead and reconcile my behavior. Every single thing is you read that is a solar every single time I go, I ask you now, take a step back, reconcile with the now once again, my capacity to make
My favorite TV appearance in that spot where the Stevens did a set on that.
how could I have done those things? I'm capable of doing this. If it ever goes on,
You still
because
mention
I
it.
must ever stop that.
It was
You
incredible.
so much this kind of hot dog. Well, I go out, I look at it, I point out.
What did you do?
It's all English. Also, the material was very old.
Right, and this is about pretty much my entire life. It's always been like, remember, I'm still looking at the average that I've done now, and when I grew up, you still look at the average that you have, still look at yeah, that's actually how it is. Life is actually
It really depends on the show. That's not even an answer.
So that is the answer.
The Gentleman, that's actually the comedy answer. That's actually the Gentleman.
It's 2 pages. It was like 2 of the Sunday, 1 of the Sunday. So you
do
The
like
biggest mistake you can make would be to submit something that was not right for that particular show. So you really want to get the actual
had I not touched sidebar,
submission requirements for that show and then do it to hack it. So that's the best way. This guy knows about diversity considerably for him than he does like and applicants. This is spectrum. From misogyny to lesbian. I write for a lot. I only write for porns. So was that 102? I guess that's stronger. And with that said, that's Matt Goldich. Everybody follow him on Twitter. Because I didn't get you to be an exciting second guest. Maybe for example, I was in Jared and Ron. Okay. Yeah, we'll see it in my friend Matt. Trey, we're done with you. Get out of here. Trey will be back soon. He's always here working and doing comedy, but most importantly, just trying to bang chicks. That's all he's into. Trey's one of those guys that like can't hide how much he loves women. So like if a strange girl walks by him, you're like having this happen a week ago. There's a group of us all hanging out in a circle, and a strange woman who nobody knew that was sort of, alright, cute, I guess, walked by. He's just in a conversation, he doesn't think anybody's looking, and he just dips right behind her, like the stalky walk. I'm picturing like a cartoon dog photo. Oh yeah, totally, exactly. And it was very creepy. I go, what the fuck are you doing? I couldn't help myself immediately. I go, what are you doing? And he like snapped out of it. Like, he gets so excited that he thinks nobody can see him. Alright, anyway, this is an exciting portion of the show. As people who followed along know, the legend of Sarah Mostajabi and Kim Congdon, two young rising female stand-up comedians who started stand-up basically in this room and have been progressively being built week by week in certain ways by whoever me and my friend is of that week. I'm very excited about this because we decided to lift Sarah's band her probation. She's temporarily on probation. Last week we kind of ran out of time, but yeah, you guys both did a good job. Right, yeah, you guys did 45 seconds each, like we were running out of time, which is why I purposefully put a few minutes here towards the end to be able to cover this because it's a part of the show that I always like, and especially tonight I'm really excited about because not only are they both going to get back to their usual full minute of material, but there's no competition. It's sort of organically, we're just going to, unless they don't show up. Right. And then you hear that noise that somebody makes. There you go. The old dying dog at the end. So with that said, and also I'm very excited about this one because David is notoriously honest and aggressive. Aggressive would be an understatement towards women. Sometimes nice, most of the time. So nice. Like God, he tries to remind them of their father that hated them. There was a reason. So with no further, what do they say, no dude, or something like that. Let's start off with the original female of Kill Tony. Here it is, go for Sarah Mostajabi. She's known on Twitter, the infamous @SarahTratz is an icon since episode 1.
So a couple of weeks ago, when we second time on this show, I was told that my last name, Mostajabi, which is a Persian name, was too intense. In my defense, I haven't screamed out jihad since my last orgasm. So, it's not really my fault. Although I get it, legend has it that if you say my last name 3 times in the dark, my dad shows up in a Cosby sweater and a white BMW and chokes you to death with a gold chain. Although you think he's wearing a Cosby sweater, he's not. He's just not wearing a shirt. And that hairiness runs in the family, right down to me. I have to shave my body with a sickle. Alright,
Okie dokie. Well, you really are hitting those stereotypes pretty hard.
My dad is an engineer, my uncle owns a liquor store, and my dad owns a tobacco. My other uncle owns a tobacco shop. kind of like a notoriously stereotyped woman. Like,
I mean, even the things that you just said right then give you opportunities for better premises than saying that he's actually wearing a sweater. It's like you gotta go one deeper. You know what I mean, David?
Does anybody know who won the home run derby? That's a real question. Nobody's answered that yet. Golden, do you know? I'll let them watch. No Phillies at home. I thought that you did pretty good. You could have went into more at the beginning when you said like you take jihad in the back of the bedroom. You know, it's probably been a million times, but you can say like you were bomb dig up or something like that. You could probably go into that more. You only used 40 seconds of a minute. She seems very comfortable on stage. Yeah. I've been usually very comfortable in the meeting because they're used to being stared at. And then they kind of don't get any better. They're just getting crazy. No reason. But they're also programming against knowledge, so they don't make the folks there. But they must have job you get more fucking ticket and entertainment than ever else I looked at. There were always going to be fucking opportunities for brown women. So if I were you, I wouldn't necessarily give it a stereotype so far. I would do the ridiculous thing where people talk about their family and do that fucking stupid accent.
I don't think that
You wait, hold on. You don't do that, and then you just did 45 seconds about screaming jihad. Listen, it's not that good.
I've been in this for a fucking month, so I would appreciate some actual advice and less dickholery. That would be cool.
It wasn't even Dick Holy.
That really wasn't. I'm saying, sure,
Where are you going? Oh man, you're on double probation watch. You gotta do that on stage, young lady. You think it's what the fuck? Yeah. It's like angry.
Do you really think that I should do like where I make like the Persian dad voice?
Honestly, isn't that what your dad sounds like?
No, I mean it's just so many, especially Persian people.
And they're not talking about the sweater and the jihad. I mean, you hit every single stereotype. It's unbelievable. So you're saying that
I
one
don't know,
stereotype's bad and one
the only two other Persian comics I've seen that have both did that, so that's why I didn't do it.
did what?
The voice, like
Yeah, so you did the only thing that you saw them do.
I did something I hadn't seen them do. Because I haven't.
But you have seen them all make various jokes and shaming jokes and something on fire.
It does
No, Rabbi is this team of general managers. Imaginary father working on that. No question, that's great. Oh, they won. Fuck, had a great first round. Did you watch?
Oh, come on. Anyway, Jesus Christ. We're talking about a home run derby that's going to be in 2 weeks before anybody hears this. Sarah, you seem furiously angry. You're just like giving us these looks like we're supposed to be blown away by your dragon.
No, just the last.
What did you defense?
The fact that he asked you to do the voice is what offends you this much.
I'm going to go into it.
I don't think it will make this stand up, so why don't we go into it? What is it that he said that offended you so much?
Just our previous interactions and his general disposition toward me, I just don't appreciate it. And so when it just come out of his mouth, it just gets me off. I'm sorry. I have a fucking vagina. I'm sensitive. Like, what do you want from me? Like,
Anyway, that's not an excuse. It's a lie. That was a giant. Look around you. Yeah, exactly. And that guy has had more in his ass than anybody. Honestly, he's hungry. Yeah, he's able to take the criticism and respond to that.
what do you criticize?
Well, why didn't we criticize him? Because he's fucking great. All right, great job.
She's a newer comedian. However, I just think it's important to stay open-minded and not get angry. You want to make friends in this business.
Take it from me.
Yeah. There you go. There's Sarah Tajani at Sarah Dresses.
Yeah, you still look me in the eye when you see me in the hallway. It's just right.
And don't try to make up for it quickly. Just be weird. It just gets meaner the second.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited because this is the awesome. This is one of my awesome new fun things is she replaced Sarah when Sarah missed her spot, and she actually started stand-up comedy on this show. Very cool chick. Your hands are gonna hurt. Kim Condon.
If there's one thing I hate about kids, it's everything. And I think that's because my mom had a home daycare when we were younger. And kids are such smart asses. We had this one little girl, she was a little black girl. She had Daddy said that we will die. The fuck? Like, I don't even know how to get into Askanisha. It's time to take a nap. You would like me take a nap? I'm like, no, I'm not gonna make you take a nap. And with that being said, I don't know what the fuss is about abortion. Everyone's freaking out about it. I'm saying if you get pregnant, give it a try, have the kid. You change your mind in a few years, you can always post abort in Florida. I hear it's legal there.
Yeah, but always adorable, always likable, with a smile.
That was great.
Yeah,
The voice was excellent. I mean, you can all take a lesson. Just everybody, can we please get another hand for it?
very impressive.
It's beyond impressive. It shows you what could be done. You know, that's why it's so refreshing to see someone with talent on the stage. I just got one token. Thank you for letting me see that. It makes me feel so much better on the last like 3 minutes.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. I think the dry booger baby impression. You're not here. There's a standing ovation taking place right now. The cameras are picking that up. And high fives are happening. You're leaving. What are you talking about? Podcast and you've been outrageous. After seeing that, I feel like everything is going to be about that. Okay, that was really good. And I'm so surprised. Stuff to check out with the Patreon. We're going to get some of anything you want to plug or anything. Kim, by the way, what is your official Twitter handle?
It's Kimberly Conklin.
Right, Kimberly.
CONGDO.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sarah Dresses, of course, very notoriously followed.
I have like 46 followers now. So
You know what? Maybe we got the 47.
I hope
And how have you been doing spots other places since you started here 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I hosted yesterday and then hosted yesterday. Yeah, this is like my 6th time.
There she goes, Kim Condon. Awesome. Always a breath of fresh air. She's crushing. Love that. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody do the dry booger voice. Like you hear it in real life.
That voice was really good. I doubt wasn't racist. Probably was so great, you know? It's kind of like the Zimmer converted. Was it racist? Sure, but did I agree every second? Yes, absolutely.
I grew up in a black neighborhood, and prominently black neighborhood, and predominantly, yes, of course, I know it's immediately. Trust me, I'm just as much of an obsessive asshole as you are. And I've heard that noise so many times that I haven't heard it forever.
I know that's great. Yeah, that's really the voice is really good. And the fun was a name. You know, if that wasn't a real name, I feel like they could put you over maybe black names.
David, what are you doing? Anything to promote your with this David Taylor on Twitter? Is that correct?
Yeah.
This David Taylor, spelled exactly like that. This David Taylor @this David Taylor on Twitter. As always, so much fun to hang out with you. So much fun having me here.
Thank you so much.
Can't wait to hear the feedback on this. Iron Patriot. Anything coming up? Anything you want to promote? He's @Comic Patriot on Twitter. Any last words before you knock over your own microphone? This is the only show you do.
you're not unstable. Look at what you've accomplished. Look at what you've done. And now, once I see what I can do, the ability to see what's happening. So the great anomaly says this. But the more I grow in life, the more I grow in life, the more skill I have to do for myself. But the more I grow in life, the more I
Patriot on Twitter again. A shout out to Adam saying films for hanging out, producing, taping, being a fun friend. Sarah Dresses, Kim Compton, Josh Martin. Everybody, thank you. Thank you, Toronto, again. Because I for an amazing fucking weekend.
Right?
Wear solid jerseys. We wear them with pride and proud. Thank you so much. And we'll see you next week.
So now the show comes to the Silverboard again in Rothschild 5782. So the Gemara meaning dependent on, well, did you commit to the idea again or not? Which of some extent can actually nothing to do with the idea. And the creative anomaly is did you grow? So what's the real focus of the opposite? That the more you grow, the less you have to worry about the past.
Fuck yeah.
The more
How
I
exciting.
grow,
Wow, it's good to be here again. How you guys doing out there? Holy shit, it's a big crowd for a Kill Tony episode. It's very exciting. Word's getting around. I love it. Hi everybody, welcome. Fuck yeah. Big weekend this past weekend, right? Yeah. Brian was at Comic-Con at San Diego and leading the Death Squad regime into the American Comedy Company Foundation midnight shows. I was in Corpus Christi, Texas by myself doing gigs there.
That's like near, that's like in the middle zone, right?
It's actually further east. Yeah, it's right by the Gulf of Mexico, Texas. So, yeah, it's right there with Salinas from there. They have this big statue of Selena right across from where I was staying. Selena, no, the original Selena. Her full name was just Selena. She was like the Mexican Madonna. And she got shot and killed. And she's like, yeah, it's like it's a big deal. Oh, hey, everybody, Iron Patriot is here, obviously. Holy shit. This guy really knows how to, he's like that McMahon with Tourette's.
What
were you saying? Well, I didn't introduce you yet. We're at the part of the podcast where the son of a bitch. You know, we always say hello, we talk about our weekend, and we check in with you. Look at you over there. People have been hitting you up on Twitter so much. You're speaking up. There you go. Luckily, it still fits in that iron helmet.
So the statue of her, is it like just like she's laying down on the ground?
No, they actually made the statue when she was alive.
Oh,
I mean, like, they made it of her alive. They didn't take the part where she was a corpse and make a stone image of that. But that would be something. They probably get, like, more press or whatever.
yeah, they need to do more dead statues.
It's true. Why do they always try to encapsulate these heroes in the greatest moments when they can get them in their moments?
Yeah, or it could just be like a funeral. You're seeing them like what you didn't get to go to the funeral. You can see what they look like dead.
Yeah,
Like they're just resting.
I'd love to see like a decomposing statue of John Lennon or something. Or a statue. I guess the wording would be the statue of a decomposing John Lennon. There you go.
So Iron Patriot, how is that?
Iron Patriot is here, everybody. Put your hands together.
Yeah, and there was tons of you guys out there, and it was really comforting to be around them because I felt like it was you. And you were the only one that I know that has a voice modulator though. So like you come up to this really badass guy, like there's one that had like this huge turret that would like rotate like it was shooting and stuff like that. And he comes up with, oh hey, that's costume. He's like, thanks. You know, it's just but no, it was really cool again. Are you excited about all the announcements that you know?
Yeah, people have been telling me I've read some things on the internet. I looked at a bunch of costumes.
Where would you do? It's hard enough for me to make it here. I don't think I can make it down the city. I didn't have a ticket. If I had the proper invitation, I might go.
You know that you can't travel places and you don't have to wear the suit, right?
I know.
So those of you that don't know, the Iron Patriot suit is so fucking like real and crazy that he has to take the bus here from where he lives because he can't sit down in the suit. That's not a joke. Literally, like if you offer him a ride, he wouldn't be able to take it. He has to stand up the entire way. So the only way he can do it is by getting on the bus. And the fun fact is they never charge him.
They would buy me one time like I had knives. Scared of the paycheck. I try to go like this.
My buddy's here, Matt from pornblasters.com. And if you get him, I don't know. I don't know what a porn blaster is. No, this is exciting. He started the company, I believe it was 92 or 93. 2001. But it's those cars that have like train words in them. You know, where you're like, what the fuck was that? You know, yeah. Wouldn't it be awesome if he had that like somehow attached to him? The Patriot makes some great noises. The one? The what?
This is going everything in reality. I didn't realize that we're floating in infinity. And I'm trying to eternity. Consciousness is always showing us what we want to see and truly believe.
Wow, those are some new ones, by the way. First of all, for those of you again that don't know, the Patriot is also notorious for his marijuana-induced deep thoughts. He's very philosophical at times.
Singing to the beat of music so much.
All right, some are better than others.
I am the silent sexy sex made of steel. I am bigger than the big golden ladies for you. I am also aluminum and circuit by mass. I'm the biggest tacos, the video crabs. Supersonic, sex machine, supersonic, sex machine. Supersonic sex machine, because that's what I am.
I would definitely see you on Broadway. I mean, not inside any of the theaters, but outside on the sidewalk, too. Pictures. That is fucking amazing right there. That was awesome. That was creepy. All right. We know that you know some songs. We get it. Fucking love you, man. Matt, remember this guy? He makes these videos where he's just driving down the street and just honks it and records the people like fucking shitting themselves. And you still have my workmasters.com. Yeah, it's an audible. Did you ever got in trouble for that? Like, what happened? You caused an accident or something? Or did your dog have a seizure? Really? They say your license or something. So is it technically legal to have that? Like, there's no law against it. It's so fucking fun, though. It's like watching people react to it. It's one of my favorite things. I love that. I love shopping. I saw one of the funnier videos I've ever seen in my life. I can't remember what it was, what the actual thing is. Somebody in this room might know, but they did this prank on people where they put this scary little girl in an elevator. Oh, yeah. I must have been the last person to see this, but I mean, it was unbelievably fucking hilarious. They put this little creepy girl on the other side of a panel, and people get on an elevator, and they hit the floor, and the elevator stops, and the light goes out. And this little girl comes out of the panel in the elevator, so all of a sudden she's in the elevator, just standing there, and the light flips on her.
So the jacket has either to be the
Lose
whole
their
shit
shit.
has
It's
been
unbelievable. So check that out if you have.
the whole of
But yeah, so if I say it's a funny fucking video, that means you
Like
have
you
to
don't
watch
know
it, right?
what
Because I
and
need everything.
even if
And you
you
do
check
is
if
you
you're
love
not
doing great shit.
there's always decided
That's
on
that
the
shit.
kind of
Me and Ari Shafir had this thing where this guy gave me a box of stuff that he created called liquid ass. And he was in college, he created because he was a scientist, and that was his college project. And it's like one little teardrop of it makes the whole place smell like fucking shit. Like, it's just disgusting. So I had boxes of them. I'm not going to like use that much. So me and Ari took all this money, like dollars, and just drenched it, put them like on the ground. And we recorded it from a car. And the problem, we never released the video. I think it might have been on Desktop Podcast somewhere, like where I showed it. But we didn't release the video because what happened is only kids picked it up. And so it'd be like a family like, Mommy, look! And then the kid starts crying, wipes it all over its face. And then it got bad, so we decided to like take it somewhere else because we're getting kind of nervous because there's all these kids wiping everything. The baby, after it finds money, is still in front of you guys and starts crying at the same time. And so it's wiping its face with the dollar bill. And so we decided to move because we didn't want to get in trouble. We felt bad. So we went to Burger King and same thing. Old man wearing a camo thing. It's a little one. Like I'm supposed to pick it up. And the guy likes to take like no stop. And then he goes and picks it up and then puts it down and then kicks it into a puddle of water. Then he turns around and he only had one arm. He was a Vietnam vet. So we decided to stop and we had recorded it. It's like this is not the oh my god. But then the animation was out of control and we never got to too many parts where we couldn't move. We had to stand like this and we just kind of got stuck because people were like, oh, vampire diaries and shit. But at one point where this girl was dressed up as Finn, we had pictures with like the really short shorts that Finn, by the way, is a boy character in a kid's cartoon. Like as an Asian, a tall Asian wearing it, it's fucking hot as hell. It's like a tranny somehow or something. It's badass. But she's like stuck next to me and my hand was just like constantly like touching her like leg part of some kind of skin right there. And I was like, wow, this is awesome. Like, look at this. And it's suddenly this big fat guy in front of me wearing nothing except a speedo. It wasn't a real costume. He just like was like, oh, I can do the press, you know. So like, he kept like backing up, and so like that was his thing. Like he just there to like crowds where you can just touch other people. That's what his costume was. Crazy pervert. Jesus. And then so they brushed my dick. I thought it was the Asian, and I looked up as Wolverine. Oh, Wolverine's gonna brush your dick. It's good that you made it out safe. Comic-Con, by the way, best party ever. Fuck Damien, fuck all those Comic-Con, other girls, just amazing. I still haven't made it there, but I bet it's just filled with adorable little Asian girls just covering up their mouths and giggling. I just pictures like, just tons of cameras and flashes, Asians, chicks, a lot of Iron Patriot type people that get crazy cars. Oh, no, that's why I bought a new bathroom. One of the cooler things I saw on Reddit yesterday was that my grandson, I think I saw this, but look it up, it's hilarious. He wore a Heisenberg mask and was walking around all of Comic-Con dressed as Heisenberg. I mean, it looks exactly like Heisenberg, but it's I guess a mask you can buy. And so then, it's him, it's his character in Breaking Bad. So he's wearing his own mask, right? But he's totally mingled with all these people. Just walking around wearing it the whole time. And then they're doing the panel, they call him up, he comes out of the crowd, dressed like that, he takes off the mask and looks the whole place goes crazy. And it was fucking cool and just and professional. I find that Ryan Cranston really enjoyed it. You have to play that fucking guy in Breaking Bad and the dad from Malcolm in the Middle. That's fucking crazy. Like there's a lot of great actors, but they're not. Like you think of De Niro, but it's always De Niro, and you think of Robbie, but he's always played Robbie. There's actors that just play the same roles. I'm sure they're great roles, but it's agility. Fucking guy's intense anyway. Looking forward to the return of the sponsored by Four Blasters and Breaking Bad, by the way. Well, I'm excited about tonight's guests, and I'm very excited to bring them up and get this party started. In no particular order. The first guy I'll bring up, I've known him for years. We are back in the Grim Assassins together late at night. This is a real comedy warrior. He does tons of spots. He opens up for Rothschild. He tours the country. One of my funniest friends for more than 6 years. Marian's gonna come out now. Girl, say hello, everybody. And also another amazing stand-up comedian. This guy caught my attention when he came on the scene a few years ago, just being absolutely hilarious. And one of the things that blew my mind about him was that he was always doing a different set completely. He wrote more new material constantly, but not only I was noticing every time I posted it, he did it for 3 minutes. Soon that became my intro for him, and we became great friends. I think he's the future of Saturday Night Live, and one of the best impressionists I know. And another one of my funniest friends is Jeremiah Watkins. Because you guys come from 2 totally different spectrums of comedy, in my opinion. But Earl has a dark, evil, fun joke style. Grounded, just beat him with jokes, and change directions, and just crushing with standing there and being just like almost like a statue. Jeremiah's flying around the stage, being just a goofball. So I'm excited about this chemistry to have you 2 guys on. My funnier friends. What's going on, guys? No mercy. Fuck yeah. Earl, how long have you been doing stand-up? 13 years. Wow. Jungles. Jeremiah? I've been doing stand-up for about 4 years and improv for 7 years. Yeah, you're like big in the improv world, right? Yeah. I still like to keep up. Did the second stand-up program, done some classes around things, and yes, I try to do at least a handful of times a month. I've seen both of their asses before. Really? Oh yeah, Rabbi definitely. He's seen my ass. Oh jeez. I do a great Buffalo Bill impression. Yeah. It's one of the funnier things that happens late night here sometimes. Like I said, Earl and our friendship usually is based from 1 in the morning and later. For the last, over 6 years, you forgot. I got here, so. And we've always been late night dwellers. We've always played in the band together with Don Barris, which we used to do a lot more often a couple of years ago, where we just played airplay, basically music for hours and hours. Big time. Sometimes we watch the sun come up. But there's some crazy stuff that happens here late at night. I highly recommend it. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things of this podcast. So yeah, it's one of the funnier things, especially like if there's a comedian on stage that we know that's just doing terribly. That's always the best case scenario for this. He goes behind the black curtain and back here walks in a comedian can't see, right? And he comes out with his dick tucked between his legs like an angel and just slowly scoops up behind the curtain. And the part what's great is the person who's on stage thinks that they're getting this gigantic laugh from their material because they'll wait usually until like it's a perfect time, and the place just erupts because the person's like, oh, thank you, oh, you like that one, huh? And some part where everybody really starts dying of laughter because they don't realize that we're laughing at the naked guy behind him. This was this guy's performance. So every time I was talking about my dad, just killing, just standing over. Next time he does the same set, and he comes up to me with this girl, and I know him, and I kill him with the same jokes.
Wczoraj organizował jakiś nawiadę. A proces stoi sprawy, że trochę the way in which I
And
can follow
Jeremiah,
it's like a very
what I
fascinating
love about
idea. You don't
Jeremiah
get
is
no
I
why
just cannot
the
picture
brothers
a
in
world
the
where
forecast that
Saturday Night
Rocco
Live existed a
cannot
few years ago
come
without
down
Oprah.
in this role without
I don't know how
fail.
many of you know,
And
but
even if
his
something
impressions
goes
are
in,
unbelievable.
but when it
Yes,
almost
so
in order to
Jeremiah.
happen in a particular
There
way,
you go.
which is
Unbelievable. Hilarious. Always original
that
characters, always
benefit
fun.
will not be
Hey,
clear,
Drew, what do you know
that
about these two
benefit will
guys?
not actualize if not preceded by fail. There's a position to show you where the Rebbe gets this is a footnote which one is out. To give a footnote
Although
out
you picked two guys with the same name and
because
pop
the
stars,
was
but
for this idea. Rabbi Moshe
nice.
but
Mr.
Moshe
Watkins.
Karen Yevara, وقائد الحصاد الإسلام إلى الإنتي عشان الاجتماع العربي بعدهم بعدهم قيم مع ذلك بعدهم. So the concept literally means as follows. That before any of these legislations or ordinances or grants began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought the rain, but remember again, because the early necessary was literally sitting right
This application where it shows a girl and you can either like it or hate her,
ready
and
to
you go
come
through
out.
her photos,
Why
and
didn't
if
it
you like
come
it, it puts it in this pile, and then she looks at it and likes your picture,
Why
and
did
it makes a chat room so you can talk to that person. Wow. And so
not
when you
why
things
did
that get bingy, disturbing on the weekend,
again,
is figuring out that all you do is you just like every single
the
girl
Adam,
you bring into your
I
chances. So
love
we're now addicted to it. I'm averaging about
when
5,000
there was no man,
hours.
yes, no ahead
By the way, what this means is now the entire time Brian's out at night, by the way,
and
we're all
Rashi
hanging,
says,
and there's a chance where if she was right in front of him, he could meet a
at
great
nine
girl. He's too busy staring at his phone, pushing this button all the time, waiting for some Tinder whore to come find him. And it's nearly gonna find a 10 on Tinder.
again, Rashi says, why was
I
another
would actually
occasion?
found most
Well,
of
we
the
didn't
girls
call
I
you
know
today.
on here
I
already.
invite
What's
you
that
to
been in
Moses today.
like
It's not
6
coming
months or
here.
something?
It's the Adam, I am
My friend, this guy met said that he's had almost 30 days with girls on Tinder. He's hooked up with almost 90% of them. Starting at about 4 minutes ago. But if you want the real horror, you gotta go back there. I know they cross-reference it on the erotic review.
There was only one second of Hava, you're able to daven.
Fuck yeah. Well, what do you guys say we get this party started? As always, we have a ton of comedians that have signed up. I think we set a record tonight. Comedians come up and they do 1 minute each. In 60 seconds, they are made aware of everything from the time of the famous happy hour.
Someone to care. Stop. You never
Stop. It might get so it's Hollywood there. That's right. It starts off soft with a little kitty meow, but if you go too far over, whatever you do, you don't want to have to make the Patriot make his famous noise when people miss their spot. They blacklisted. So there you go. Any of these things can happen at any given moment. You never know what's going to happen. We have a huge bucket of comedians. I'm so excited. The energy in this room is great. You guys ready to get this thing started? Fuck yeah. All right. Well, we'll have the buckets. Lucky number 1. David Liu. Racist. Oh, David Liu. Oh my God.
No respect.
David Liu. I knew I was there. What? You got it.
Guys like racism, I like racism. I just like how people get offended when it's outside of the band. My wife was like, hey, David, you look like that guy from Fast and the Furious. I was like, that's not bad. Which one? She's like, oh, I get racism kind of hurts when you love someone. I didn't know that was something I only brought up in small parts. There's a lot of white people every time I've tried it. That's just the
without prayer,
China.
I could just as easily
You're not made of a race
so
to
on
be
their
racist.
own. With Iran, I recognize that this, the things that I have in life
Chinese just Korean. We get along
are
fine.
only because to be wonderful. Therefore, there's nothing.
It's not
So the Prophet is not going to bring about bracha, even if he's ready to, without tefillah. Because when the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to do. Listen, can you just be so recognize that
I love the timing on that. He did a little head turn and then had me out. It's like he knew exactly what 60 seconds was. I know. You figured that out. You've been working on that timing.
theological awareness of this episode was the end of
Fuck
the
yeah, racism's always
and there's
you're Asian, so you get to talk about,
what's the point? Everything that can part of the job.
Does your girlfriend have any friends?
She has a
There's some rich Asian doctor that buys the internet. They're not getting those from their shifts over at Spa Day or whatever the fuck.
if they're traditional Koreans,
The whole discussion but maybe that's what he decided to do. That's the best of China. The key
I'll look for a
is
cell phone.
something that is personal to that go ahead and get it out there.
You're gonna be the guy that we all go to.
They are the guys that the ring is because
You gotta get a green card for a visa card for Filipino or someone out of Filipino.
He's asking for a ring. It's gonna rain. That's not my stuff. Yeah,
And have you ever known another?
although the road
Have you ever known anybody
that
who
you
actually
have
has?
heard about yourself, kind of your dog, it's
You can have all these questions that we're asking you more racism.
you know about the kilo action about yourself. You know what they do the same area. Remember the old tunnel and what the
Flashbacks right now to last week.
why is that?
What's your membership number?
Why is it for Sheila Apple, alumni, Abba,
That's real? Fuck yeah, David, that's all really funny shit. Keep doing your thing, man. That's awesome. That's great. That's it. Dave on Twitter, LIU Dave. We're talking about racism. Awesome. Your next comedian, Josh Martin, everybody, aka the worst producer of any podcast ever. He's one of the producers of the Kill Tony podcast, but he sets things up terribly and he does a mic check and he has a speech impediment. Josh Martin, everybody. Guys, I'm calling it's great. I love my new place. It takes a lot to take crazy amount of things. Like I wait till like Friday, it takes so many
I get all the rest of the merits. I get all the but without the kilo, the drunkos don't come. Without even the drunkos don't come. Again, the reason for that is because the drunkos are
I'm actually lying about everything I just said. It's just my
The
vaccine.
drunkos are only meaningful if they use the closing bond.
There he is, a 60-second suicide note, everybody.
I think,
topic underneath his this sign-up sheet. It says dick pills. Next time I see it, it better be WEENAH. Weena pills.
Did you do that same bit last week?
Jesus, really?
Took the change on the
always
beat.
would be allowed to
All right, well, you're on 2-week probation.
2-week probation.
Yeah. Yeah, there's tons of comedians here trying to get up. Hey, you're the one that puts the names in the bucket. How many fucking Josh Martins can there be to 6 film? I just picked only one. All right. There he goes, everybody. Josh Martin. It's not going to get better than the Weena pills.
Yeah.
There's no punch-ups we can do to that. That's it.
There's nothing wrong with taking dick pills. Yeah.
He's great. That's my little tiny pal, Josh Martin, at Josh Martin Comic on Twitter.
I'm just surprised he just did the same joke, just wasted.
I know, it makes no sense whatsoever. You're on here.
For 1 minute, man, you can do a new joke.
If this was
You know, talking about rape or something.
I didn't even think of it that way. Just the fact that he's like trying to work out that specific 60 seconds. I was just wondering why you would want people that listen to this. I think he's doing it as like a press thing so that he can have a bunch of people just tweeting like, what a fucking idiot, 2 weeks in a row, dumbass. You're gonna get a lot of that.
You should do a Schwarzenegger impression. Oh, that'd be killer. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Be killer, alright. Anyway, your next comedian, I just put that in the bucket. I believe that says Melissa Shoshaki. Fresh out of the body. Look at that. That's a door swung open. I love it.
Guy. All right, starting. So I'm seeing a guy right now that I met off Tinder, right? He is so hot. He is so hot that you almost forget he doesn't have a car. You know? And I get so mad at myself because, like, I'm stuck in traffic, like, trying to pick his scrub ass up, and I'm, like, so mad at myself. I'm like, oh my god, I cannot believe I'm putting myself in this situation. I cannot believe it. And I see him at the bus stop. I'm like, oh my god, get in. Hot. But here's the thing, because he doesn't have a car, but he doesn't have a job. That makes me nervous. And like I asked him the other day, I was like, so what did you do? He's like, yeah, I had a meeting with a client. Okay, what else did you do? Like, yeah, it's not an email. Like, you just sent out an email as something productive done today?
Just like
There it is, 60 seconds. Fuck yeah. I got confused there because you said you met him on Tinder. But then, what about the bus stop? He told you to pick you up at a
Right.
Right. Would you say that you found him at the bus stop?
No, I picked him up.
At the bus stop? Oh, so he told you, like, via the Tinder chat, he's at a bus stop. Is that what you're saying? I'm asking you. I'm confused.
I'm just thinking that it won't Tinder. But I'm, like, at a bus stop.
When you said the bus stop thing, what did you say? How did you say it? What did you say?
I go, I get so mad at myself.
Why is that? He said, about where's that this was
Because it sounds like you're talking about two different guys or something. But you say you met him on there, and then it seems like you're meeting him again at a bus stop. It's maybe years over.
Yeah, they're two different things.
Yeah. It just seems like that. Whoa.
You can see the whites above her eyes.
Oh, your feet are exposed. Comic Patriot has a foot fetish. This is the part of the show where I let him judge one of the female comedians' feet.
Watched it like yesterday.
Oh, there you go. What nationality are you? So that washing the feet thing, that's like once every few months, right? Anyway, Patriot, what do you think? Patriot, what do you think about her feet? Can you see out of it? There you go. Yeah, and nothing feels better
I
massaging your
don't
feet
want to
than
be explicit.
fiberglass.
I'm
So,
embarrassed. I don't want to be explicit. I just push myself up.
how long have you been
Look
doing
me
stand up?
all the time. And it's actually nothing.
In LA?
This is different than anywhere. I just want to.
How long have you been in LA?
Different areas. But ultimately, it's strength is absolutely nothing. Be part of the thing. You have some absolutely in soil of it. And that is a hate to this country. Avala the back to the value system. No rich in half.
When you study in college?
There was a
Really? So what do you do? That's why Tinder's so much easier. You just have to go. I fucking love it. I like your style. Okay, you guys have anything for publicity?
You remind me of a Persian wedding. I'm sure that's a compliment.
Yeah, I can see you're like Whitney Gibrani. That's great. That's awesome. You give the best of both very successful worlds. Yeah. And I see that. I don't know if you'll be the face of NBC, but I'm sure Al Jazeera is looking for something. It's gonna be great. That's another Whitney reference, guys. Put your hands together for Melissa. It's at Mel Show. Great job. Great job. Follow her on Twitter at Mel Show. Yeah, pretty sure Warren Blasters just found a new date for them.
I don't want
I don't know. This guy's a fucking magician. He's got the punky and everything. This guy's just fucking chick me. He's got a little punky and a circus vest. What's that new name I haven't heard before? Put your hands together for Norman Towns.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to be associated with this.
Has anyone ever asked somebody what they do, and they tell them everything but what they do?
This is
That's what they do. Yo, what do you do? He's like, oh, you know,
embarrassed about the things.
Success. I'm like, okay, can you put this on an application? Like, what do you do? He's like, yo, you know, just still doing it. Just get it. Got it. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Like, he gave me a business card. Everybody has business cards there. He gave me a business card and a business card. I said, put your name on it. I was like, what's this? But that's how it is, man. I love being in LA though, because in LA, people have more connections for you than for themselves. Still like I walk by Applewood's got chocolate later, so I got everything. Where do you work? Just a question. I'm like, so you have the connections?
And I'll just
60 seconds. Fuck yeah. That's some funny shit. How long have you been doing stand-up? Wow. That's incredible. And you're from here in LA? Wow. You started out here?
Yeah, I started out here.
Yeah, you have a great charisma, great cadence, and that's fucking some funny stuff. Yeah, that's funny shit. What do you do?
Well, I work at a beach camp right now. Like, I hang out with little kids at a beach camp, and then it's a summer job.
What are you saying? This guy's a pedophile?
It's possible. It's funny. Personality traits.
Because I can't believe I did this. I don't want to do this. I want to be associated with this. This is not who I am. This is who I want to be. This is how that's the opposite of Yeah, we should.
So the
I
person
don't know.
he has a lot of rich people.
You can't have those kids be taught.
We should.
That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
Like,
You should definitely take that and talk about that. What you're doing for that summer job is what's fun is, only you can talk about that. And there's so much more to that. Working at a summer camp, building sandcastles, like you smoke pot. What's the fun in building sandcastles?
I go to sleep in my face.
You're not smoking pot.
Yeah.
Wow. That's kind of
I get highlight everybody else.
really.
They go wear face.
I think you're hanging out drinking your beer.
Yeah, that's a bumper. You would know they smoke like indica and stuff, probably. When
they talk
rich kids, when they make sandcastles, the point sandcastles.
What?
It's so rich that that's like
I like how sandcastles was the first thing you said when we asked you.
Again, it's no confusion.
no, I said that. He said that. And he agreed.
Oh, okay. Wow.
There's a job. That's a great job. I guess.
I've never heard a black guy say that before.
Yeah, no,
Just looking down to the ocean, swimming around. It's almost like they're dropping it like as a credit. Man, what they like to do, just swim and shit. Not eat watermelon, It's a joke about stereotypes. Earl also has this knack for going, whoa, and starting awkward moments. Alright, what's the other part?
In the opposite direction.
Norman Towns doing this 8 fucking months. You're a fucking killer, dude. Jeremiah, you have anything you want to say to him? Jeremiah's from Kansas, so he doesn't know how to talk to black people.
There's black interaction.
It's fun. At Norman Towns on Twitter. There you go. Very likable. Extremely. Fuck yeah. Towns got that guy. He's gonna be oh my god. This fucking guy.
Face of AIDS.
Jesus Christ. He's a tour guy here. He's also one of the gayest human beings ever. I mean, he'll be the first to tell you how huge of a flaming homosexual this guy is, which I have no problem with on the shirt. Annoyingly gay. And this is his name. It's Ricky Luna.
Hey, how's it going? So I'm gay. I'm so gay. My favorite color is balls. I've been in love one time, and for me, love is like the Holocaust. Never forget, never again. Here's the thing. It was Thanksgiving, and I was with my boyfriend, and he looked me square in the face, and he said, "I'm gonna get you to stick your fist in my ass." I said, "You have a disgusting dick." 2 months later, and the best thing about fisting is that when your fist is lodged in another person's body, you can feel their heart beating. And that is so romantic.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a lot of interesting shit going on there. I love the fact that he's telling you he wants to be fisted at Thanksgiving for no reason and never comes back again. Video games.
You can feel it.
Yeah, it's real. Oh my god.
DJ pretty much Philadelphia.
I've never seen that movie.
When you like stick it in like this,
Then you go straight and turn it like a. You get it like this, you go like that, and then you climb under when it's inside.
I think this is an act.
For those of you listening and you don't want to be watching, Iron Adrian had something to say. So there you go. Yes.
To go ahead and negate the right? For example, you could take
What do you think about the Iron Patriot? You're so gay that I want to know if you hook up with the Patriot. What type of work would you go for? I like furries, I like gifting and all that, and this is kind of like weird like cosplay stuff. So I'm gonna give gifting there. You don't know what gifting is? No. It's like when two furries get together, they don't have sex. Their sex act is called gifting. So it's like they pull out the genitals. So always smell a crotch area. Yes. Wow. Oh yeah, he's very masculine. He looks like my favorite colors. Yes, I did. Yeah. You didn't know that was going on, did you?
Forgiveness. Clemency. Thank you. So I do this fine. I should give it
About Bobby Lee is he just pulls down his pants and takes a photo from and I also took a photo because I just did this in the parking lot outside.
Forget about trying to get
He's done it. He's pulled out his pants on Comedy Central I guess proper sense. Ricky, you're right, and are you really dirty? Like, oh, I guess it's like yeah, I'm trying to get I'm actually trying to do cleaner stuff.
We'll pick up with the
If he wants to talk about cleaner stuff, but he also wants to talk about his real life. So those two things sort of conflict. I need to step out of my comfort zone. Yeah, maybe talk about belching or something. Belching. I don't do that. I also am pretty dirty and I have a lot of clubs and audiences that hate that. And there is ways to like still do the same material, I think, but I'll just make it seem a little bit more cuter instead of more like, I just said that. Right. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah, because the thing is, I have to do is like, I get a little fisty poo. Yeah. I mean, like, you just make it adorable. Yeah. I mean, just kidding. That's not gonna work. I love it. That's Ricky Luna. Ricky Luna. There you go. A lot of Comedy Store employees and former employees. Well, yeah, this guy's cool as fuck. Very fun to watch. Young rising stand-up comedian. We're getting together for my pal Teddy Ray. Oh, yeah. Teddy Ray. What's up, yo? Are you blind? Listen, you didn't mention this when you mentioned you mentioned standing next to like Hollywood Boulevard's friends. Not water. It's a What's wrong? Just pretend like it's not there. Were they afraid of that? You ever run into the Iron Man at some point? You have like bad memories? Having flashbacks to your experience with Tony Stark or something? No, man. It's cool. I'm good. Here he is. Teddy Ray, everybody. Here he is. Started over. Alright, I'm gonna get into it. I'm broke, making money. That's pretty much where I'm going. I don't know, people think I need like their help with getting bitches. That's not the case. Thank you. I have people come to me and they say, Teddy, I got the perfect girl for you. It's never the perfect girl for me. She's always a female version of me. If nobody else wants to fuck your cousin, what makes you think I do? I can really never do that all by myself.
Trying to be famous and something else. It's a
Collaboration
trying to be famous. But they Hollywood not gonna let me because I'm not sexy. To them, to me I am, but they like, no. So I gotta write this little movie to fit myself. You know what I'm saying? So I'm writing this movie. I don't know if anybody would like to see it, but it's called Rothschild. Untold Story of Prison Work.
That's fucking funny. Oh yeah, couple great fucking jokes.
I think like a good side of it is the can already start making people laugh before you technically started it over, but I thought that was like part of what was exciting to do.
Says, however,
This was just a weird moment.
I love it. I just get a little concerned for the people that are listening. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up, Teddy?
there's 7 points of
Fuck yeah. Love it. Going up
that
against Teddy.
person that has hands.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
All right, I'm going to say
It's like redneck.
here's what a person suffers inner
So
turmoil,
much fun.
when a person suffers that as a result.
Teddy Ray, you're gonna be a fucking star here. No doubt about it. This guy's a wilderness.
You really gotta go.
Word of pursuit. There is also a form of suffering. And that can be a form of suffering. That I must never that a person experiences the result of his thereof is also a form of suffering. It's also a form of repentance. Well, hey, I'm going to forward that into
Oh, but look at that. Get the fuck out of here. Congratulations. That's so fucking awesome. So cool. How long are you gonna do it now? That is great, bro. Look at you. Did they still do Showtime at the Apollo? That's so I think they do, but they don't hear. Oh my god. Like they set it up, they have the cameras and everything, but they just it's just that unimportant. You got the voice. Wow, it's crazy now that I think about it because that was like the original back. But it was just like a ghetto. That's an error. Instead of there being, judges, it's just like a crowd that would just go crazy and move the shit out of just a bunch of haters. Unbelievable.
That's a million times worse too than just 3 douchebags judges too.
And then bringing it back.
And the icing on the cake is they would have somebody pull out the guy with the fucking hook thing, whatever.
And get your ass upstairs.
Are you saying they're bringing it back? Are you talking about sultry?
No, they're bringing back Carl Weathers.
You haven't gotten to do that joke in a while.
It's a debut. It was debut.
Really?
Fuck yeah.
I fucking love it. That's great.
Hello, Teddy. That's great. Teddy.
Alright, let's keep it moving. That's at Teddy Ray Comedy on Twitter talking about tiny money. Teddy Ray. Watch him on Comic View. When's that out, Teddy? Sometime in the fall. Keep watching BET, everybody. Keep watching BET and then you'll see it.
BET HD is more scary than the
Oh, Jesus.
Next comedian's name is Kyle Henson. I'm sure he's on here before. This guy's a goofball. I've seen that before.
And then it's embarrassed by what I did up. It's forgiven. And somehow the movement itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for sugar. Vehicle for sugar. And then it says that bullshit self that you are almost out of the Gehenna. Everything is those concepts are related. According to the subject, why to have the ability to atone. Because Busha itself is Gehenna. Gehenna, okay, I want to point out very important. The difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and let's say the concept of hell are very dramatically different. Like,
Now you've been on your a few times, right? So, and I've been nice before, right? Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you what I absolutely hated about what you just did. You mind?
That's the goal. Some is to go right behind it. Others are some is to
You're raising your dick hanging out of there for an hour. What is that?
Jesus.
Oh my God.
But the enemy is not sure.
Jesus.
Christian concept of hell could be a single.
Oh God.
That's fun. The idea
You
is
think I'm
that
his little
somehow the
nephew with that
shot
thing
is
hanging out?
Gehenna.
Jesus. It's right in his face too.
And therefore, by definition, that's true.
Under the beach camp area. What I hated about what you just did is it your nephew you're talking about? You did an act out for him, and he's saying something that doesn't need an act out whatsoever. It seems like it wasn't real at all. So it's just you're just getting people's attention. It's the thing that I hate the most about the stand-up comedians that I hate. Is when they're going like this for no reason. Like Jeremiah does a lot of physical stand-up, but you don't notice it. It's the same with like our pal Jesus Trejo. Unbelievably another unbelievable guy that moves around a lot, but he moves around a lot. And it's not, he doesn't, it's not like, yeah, that's my nephew, son. And he's all like, talk like that, respond to the question. Right. Because it doesn't seem like any of it's real. And it's something you talk about something so real about talking to your nephew, but that should be real, and it seems like I've been nice before, and tonight's not one of those nights. You wrinkled your shirt, you wore the worst jeans ever.
Embarrassment in and of itself
What's the deal with not buying a new pair of jeans? What's going on in your life? Just a hole in your garage. You say it like there's not a hole in your garage. You're responding to me like, oh, there's a ketchup stain near the ankle of that. But that would be like, all right, man, a few weeks I'll get sorted out. That's a perfect situation. You're feeling so good.
Is the tshuva. Said why is
It's been
Misha
fucking jeans.
tshuva?
Kyle Mincy.
Why is
He's been on the
embarrassment
show.
over the
I'm
fish?
not
Why
always
is
saying
that
it's
the
cool.
tshuva?
Oh, look at
So
this.
the Misha says because the Busha
It's good for Derek Gruber,
is
everybody.
equivalent of Chayaka. Is equivalent of Lil. And as
Oh my God, that's
Raka, the Karaka positive in the beginning, is the soul, is the basis, is the foundation for That was this interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Nigiri, then we have to back it up a little bit. But just interesting enough, the Nigiri concept of this idea that halakha, remorse, is the source of truth, which is a fascinating idea as well. Makes sense. Let's say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then what? Then it was just a test. How do you know if you're really, if you really get
anything that tells you.
sometimes, and the truth is there's two reactions I have. I'm not going to deal with it because do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, I think so it's more like the intellectual thing. The intellectual thing is
That all makes sense.
when
I mean, at least you're trying to
you know,
stay in the
the
same
values, changes in their
subject. At
life,
least you're trying to
the way
grind
they
out
react to
something
the
about the
fact
lettering
it's
system,
hard
which
for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. That was who I was. So there's not a ton about there. There's a lecture, almost like a lecture
really
lesson.
is something.
I
Holy
can't
shit,
live
that's
like
hilarious.
that.
After it
I
doesn't
can't
go
do
well,
that
you go, I
anymore.
didn't want to do
It's
that. That's
not
not,
the sense
or else
of
that's just going to be the permanent punchline to the.
it's not a paradox. It really
Should I
says
stay away
that
from
the true existence of Shiva is because if I'm remorseful,
Unless you're going to write
regret
a funnier punchline.
regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret
There's something
says
adorable
is
about the fact that you follow through and you open the
I
Arcade
wouldn't
Cafe
be
there at the end.
because I recognize that this
Just
action
adorable and
so
funny.
fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be. I would have never done this. I would have never done this. If I could go back,
Derek and Aaron.
if I could take it back, I would. That I love that. To have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. Because if that is the truth. How do you know if you have halakha, at least in the beginning of it?
And there's a lot of jokes that I went back to and rewrote because I thought of
If I'm embarrassed about
things because to do it.
that shows you I
There's a
regret
couple jokes back.
everybody regret it.
The first
That's
joke
so
that I
great.
wrote.
You think that if I could take it
There's
back,
long stories. That's what I did. So I
I
was
would.
just trying to get the
If I
funny out.
could, but if I take it back, I would.
Trying to do one-liner instead of doing what actually happened.
Sure. So we'll have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up. There's one more piece that we're going to see. Actually, two more pieces. We're going to see what's Olam and the Maharal, and then I'm going to see what's the Sharon in the Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll go through these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject idea of Olam.
But luckily we didn't go there either. But I was afraid for him. Another just be confident. Yeah, totally. You're already in the the guy before you was saying the same type of stuff, and he was just moving around and nimbly bottling. So at least you're not doing that. So
You don't have a hole in your jeans.
it's true.
Very true.
There you go, Derek River.
Good job.
Trying to keep flying through so many people in so little time. We're getting through for Keith Sue.
All right, so beautiful. So let's begin our answer everybody was like it.
Keith Sewell, everybody, for a song. That's funny. Yeah, it's funny, and I'm pretty sure there's a double joke in there when you said that he's a white guy, right? Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much there. The genuine note that I would give if writing it properly is exactly what you're asking. You have to figure out what the first word green. About the snickers thing, or about the milk. Yeah, about the milk mix snickers thing, and then the white guy. Yeah, and it's very funny. And then what happened was it got like a double laugh and a laugh, but first you could have gotten a bigger laugh without the double laugh in the first part, and you just landed it without bringing it. I'm saying there needs to be space before that tag, because the tag is just as funny as the punchline if it's said confident. But on that, it was just you had the right the wording's correct. It's pacing actually. That would be the note on the end part. Really let it breathe. So we're like, yeah, that's what the Snickers thing. And then you turn back into that's even however you want to say it, because that's where it's like really down to your voice. But
there's another form
just
of
pace
feeling
it.
as well. Elegant the community has started
It's just be like
We've got a Al Hadeo Shas.
try to pick up on that. And like everything you're saying is toward non-cockily. No, not cockily, but you have to like act like, hey, this is a great joke. People like it.
It is a funny joke. And definitely your joke is funnier than you are confident. So when you bring those two things together, it's but yeah, there you go. Flying Crow. That's Keith Sawyer down on Twitter. Oh, you know this guy. This was one of my favorite guests I've ever had on. He's from 2 weeks ago with Sam Tripoli. Really excited to have him back. We're going to get for Ari Manis, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Ari Manis.
I don't think I'm racist. Sometimes I feel like part of me is not racist. One on me was she was so hot we connected spiritually. At the end of the day, I kissed her on the lips hard.
Because again,
But my penis was just not good enough. I was like, damn it, Tim, why are you so ignorant? I bet if her name was Samantha, you'd get up. As soon as you smelled cocoa butter, you went limp. You ignorant Tim.
Holy shit, like all the people talk shit when you only give the comedian 60 seconds, bro. I know what my response is from now on. They only want to do 25 seconds, bro. That's all they really want. He's doing so much stand-up, you could have easily thrown in
then what happens? Because again,
I didn't want to time it wrong.
then I go ahead and
You know, a little pep talk from the comic page. Comic page, I want to give him something deep to think about.
But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. So that's that feeling of
It's pretty hard tomorrow. I watched him at the time, and that kept me out at 60, Patriot. I don't know what you think's going on.
There's a couple times where if I can hear it, it's bound to,
Right.
then I'll let it go.
But then you got to throw in the bear horn after that. I was looking for something like deep and one of your like deep marijuana thoughts. You have anything for Ari on that, Patriot? Talking like Jesus Christ, Patriot. Are we any cue cards over there for you? Like, say one of your like philosophical sayings.
We're gonna see he's gonna close
I guess I checked in with you at the wrong time.
Hey, Ari, I think it was last episode before you were talking about that date that went wrong. Have you contacted her again to try to do a new date with her?
Right, to catch you guys up real quick, if Ari went on this date, wait, what was the original thing that, oh yeah, you said instead of it, she wanted super hot chick, like playboy chick, she wanted to hang out. He's like, all right, cool, let's hang out. What do you say we smoke some pot and hang out at your place and watch something on TV? Basically, we're both asleep and like, no. So the second he took her rock climbing, which is only something he's good at, because and he took her there because he wanted to look. There you go, Patriot. No need to redeem yourself.
I've tried it up a few times that she kind of gave me a friendly busy night.
I bet she's busy.
I knew it was a bad decision, but whatever the reason, I told them.
Holy shit. This really is came out of nowhere.
How did I choose that? Because again, they get only new things intellectually.
Keep that on the back burner for over a couple texts every other day. Like,
So I ignored. I ignored that.
that's her picture of a doll. If she doesn't respond, just keep doing it. Every minute, why are you responding for it?
Don't be afraid to.
That's how I do it.
Don't be afraid to follow a black guy in bed. I mean, you have one of those stereotypically huge Jewish penises, right?
I got it. Circumcised. There you go.
There you go. Fuck yeah, Ari Manis, everybody. I forget what he talked about. I'm just so excited to find out more about that other thing. Fun. Flying Crow, put your hands together for Mike Dirk.
I think Ari Manis was hilarious.
Number one,
Yes, no, I am.
the stuff to it. The good news is
I'll say, with my elementary
That's part of my sugar. That's the most thing about it this moment. Why do I feel this way? Because there's a card, there's a recognition that I took. I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose for, that recognition that I did the wrong thing in and of itself is an image of my truth. It's an image of my truth. It would be very profound. He goes on, he says, well, in Amukazah, but I also. What this does is the goal of this says that how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot save yourself from. There are certain things out there that the decisions are powerless. So, I don't want to go where I know that a particular decision is going to place me in a
It's my favorite thing with the nice guy on my panel. You get to see him turn into bad cop once in a while. That's one of those moments.
before the commission
I feel like he's about to slice his head off with his
but in
face.
the event that I did, the quote unquote good news is those feelings that I could never
Lighting it up. Winning round. I'm waiting 7 years to use that reference.
as a result of the idea that I did. Ultimately, again, I am forgiven. So, smoking alone, I'll pull up on it. I will say, now, why is this why is it embarrassing? Ultimately, again, to a
So you don't
why
just say that.
is that what? Like, look at idea that I am embarrassed that I did.
Maybe you haven't developed a 1 minute set.
It's totally what's the shot? That's on the top. The essence of which is used for it's very simple. Because I've literally been ahead and suffered
For the 6 comedians in the room that just started killing themselves for this stuff, the diversity showcase.
not the fact that I'm 5 is that what? Is that what? The blue shot
I think like that's enough information to finally end that show once and for all. Like, hey, this guy showcased for this. Let me see that person who showcased hands confirmed in the
I commit the act and I impose.
Yeah, I mean, that was really terrible. No,
It's not the reversal of my life because you've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I mean,
It's very, very
that blue shot, which is on one hand incredibly powerful. Of course, the problem is if I don't feel blue shot, in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately the pain is terrible things that is there. And so nice and says that the feeling of that blue shot is
you have no business saying that word. Right.
You gotta see in the room, you realize there's like 20 big black lights.
The comedian that utters that word successfully will never in his life have ended up saying, I don't have a 1 minute set developed. Those two things, it's a different person.
And you call the Jewish guy here.
and the goal is there's only one goal when it comes to guys, and it is
Saying that because I missed it, I'm gonna repeat it.
avoid
I'm
it.
gonna make you say it again.
Yeah,
This is the one where
avoid it. So let's say now I understand that the accent of
Say
saying
the ER ending on the GGM.
right.
Be very careful.
Hey, I'm not saying it.
No, I know. Say it again.
That nigga already made it.
Oh my
And
gosh.
a recognition that I don't want to.
Patron, did you just realize what's going on?
I don't want to do it. As much as
Is it Michael Richards underneath that thing?
the McNabb has reached that from the hand on contrary, when you ask him that, I would rather see from that something fixes me. But we'll start with it today. We'll pick up the next section with the continuation of this
Yes.
conversation.
Right. Oh, we knew you're white as fuck. There's no doubt about it. People don't know whether I'm black or white. Jesus. There were a few black guys up here tonight. The one black guy. Wow.
This just got real.
Holy shit.
Dang.
Holy shit.
Cool texture. We think he has a 20-gram press.
There he goes, everybody. It's Paulie, Mike, Durchin, and even his Twitter handle's terrible. M-M-G-L-O-G-A-L-I. You're not never following him. There he goes.
I'll see you on French show.
We have time for hopefully one or two more before closing with our classic, our two favorite ladies. Marianne's got Routine for Roth.
Almost taking a negative picture of the beach.
So yeah, LSD, negative side effects of doing LSD.
How does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching an ignition open. So what's going on over here? It says, Tina tiene saber sus lados, las chicas al fin de que estamos como estamos, nunca Roma, que es uno de los estados al שחסק בימי הזקנה, כוח החנג'ה שיש בציבור, וכוח היצר הלא של חייבה. And so this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech meant about old age? And what was Chazal lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the youth. The loss of the youth.
It's hard to get
The
erection.
loss of the desires of the youth. So the verse when you're young, and the desires of desire.
You did the show a couple weeks ago, right?
There's an incredible amount
Tell me if I'm right. I think I gave you the same note then.
but as we get
Did I
older,
tell you that you
and
weren't
those
doing anything
fires
funny
are
until towards the
beginning,
end?
on the one hand,
I'm almost positive that
it's
that's what
possible that the day-to-day struggle
That's not how you play that.
you have to
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
The longer the
He was the
struggles,
one
the
that
longer the
guessing that
duration
that
of
was
those
holding the
struggles
microphone really
is the
far away
duration
from
of
Daddy.
Oh, now you're doing both things.
And you did that a couple times where you like the end of the joke, you'd be like,
Well, no good co-host, bad
the
co-host.
important part of the joke.
No good windows, no bad
You're
windows.
not even selling the joke.
There's
You know,
energy.
you have to.
And life is all about how you choose
The
to
one
channel
thing I remember from last time, almost caught, I don't remember much about these shows after
when
they
you're
happened,
young,
but I
there's
almost
more
like
energy.
95%
When
that
you're older,
the same thing
there's
happened then. Where I'm
less
like,
energy.
those
So when Shlomo says,
oh, great, and all of a sudden I'm like, that's a great little one-liner that I don't think I've heard before. But there's some that are way better than others, and no matter what, whether you're doing 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 30 minute, you gotta start with some bangers that you can keep on your side, because
you won't have that same
gems
energy.
hidden in there that are much better than what you're giving
And
out
that's
in
like
front.
those of
It's
you
just
raw,
what's fundamentals to
you just won't have the same amount of
make
power.
people like you in the beginning.
Woe to the people that leave us in the
It must be great on Twitter, huh? Because,
bigger
you know,
that's when we are young.
it must be great on Twitter. You're really good at the short little
So
bangers
says
that you
the
get.
public example says out, that's a Shlomo unrelenting. When you're young, you have so much of this power, and you can use that for Bible when you're young. You have so many more typers, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants.
Yeah.
And what
You should also try to remember at least 8-minute jokes.
That's what makes it. And so, today,
You
you
write your
can
own,
very
you
focus
look there,
on that. You
yeah.
also have the ability to go
after
out
you
and
say the
accomplish
punchline,
after you get
you
over
gotta give the audience the cue
that
that it's the end of the joke.
lost.
Because you can start to trail off and look
Of
back down
behind the
without
grave.
believing in the joke. So this look
So let's say, so again, but I want to be
yeah,
clear.
whenever you look down, it's like a,
Not to say
You're never going to be
tell
able to
them
use,
that when you
like,
get
do
over, you
that
don't
on
have the
stage
ability
anyway, so
to
you can't do a
tell
minute,
them.
you might want
But
to
a
stop.
public is saying is energy. All about
Meaning you memorize
a
everything.
successful meeting is all about how
It's
you
not that hard to look at jokes and look at the possibilities of segues and have reminders
and
of
you
how
always
to
do
set
that when
up
a person
something.
has their youth was a good answer. No, no, that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
going to put one
It
more.
can
There you go.
translate.
Steve
Not
Crouch
only
every
that,
time.
it's
It's not on
energy
Twitter.
in the
A
life
one-liner
direction.
comedian
In one
on
day,
Twitter. This guy's
you don't
not a
have it.
marketing
Or one day,
major at all.
you don't have as much of it.
Take it, take it.
Much of it, ultimately, it brings attention to it.
Alright.
I want to talk here for today. We'll pick up again from the last leg of
From the bucket before we start our always interesting closing segments. Bring your hands together for Jared Campbell, everybody.
shout out, oh, can I say nigga no more? That ain't cool. I'm gonna say nigga as much as possible just to take advantage of it. He look like niggas that get no cakes and nigga ain't talk to me. What kind of shit was that? See, I'm gonna play football for University. Like, that's the closest you gonna get to being in a game full of niggas. And it's different because like now I'm out here hanging out with all kinds of white people and shit. Like all the kids I was in school with that really fucked me out here now. It's like, yeah. And a lot of white people like I think I'm like a good person, like bro. Like you trying to get involved with a group of niggas, start with me, I can ease you into that shit. Like I'm good enough to know how to slave, but I'm also white enough to know how to explain it to white people who have so I feel basically it's like the ratchet when they go to India and from a witness. That's ratchet behavior, boy. The lane dancing, that's twerking.
Wow, hilarious. How long have you been doing stand-up? 2 years, all here in LA. Wow, man. There's some funny shit going on there. You really know who you are. And you're like owning it. It's incredible. It's really great. Yeah, totally. You just owned it. I mean, I feel like a lot of the notes today were, own your punchline, stay in the pocket, stay confident. I feel like that was the majority of notes. Yeah, that's really, that's what you obviously were just throwing that at 1,000 miles an hour. And it really was believable. It was believed that you could be hilarious.
Also like how you address football because they're pretty tough too. And sometimes like people like kind of question like things about you say it's like the elephant in the room. How class is too so big and you address it right that out of the way. Keep the jokes and then people sound have it there too. You're jokes and then
Let me explain
Yeah.
that
Where do you do like spots at? Where are you?
concept of going ahead, what he calls Kabbalah Allah, was the ability to go ahead and make a heartbreak in the
So
past
there's a bunch of
and
former Hurricane players that are just on comedy right now.
forward to the
What the
future.
fuck is that shit?
That community in Arab Shemesh and Yuma Mitzvah. So Arab Shemesh
Wow,
comes
was that?
out
What position were you in Miami?
7 days
How long did you
right
play?
there, starting a new day of my life.
Wait, were you at the game where they played the Buckeyes at Ohio Stadium? Oh, well, good thing you weren't there, or else you would have gotten hurt again. Because the Buckeyes beat your ass that day. I was there. That's right. So a little shout out for my Ohioans that are always in motherfuckers. That's right. Snuck it in on you. You didn't think I was a big college football fan. They'll pump 1 to 3 games this year. 1 at Ohio Stadium in November, 1 at Cal in September, and the national championship, whatever the fuck that is. Motherfuckers. Anyway, you're hilarious, dude. I'm sure I'm gonna see you again. It's at Jared. That's interesting. Twitter handle QUAY Jared, QUAY on Twitter. This this guy's the fucking future right there. Did you submit for Comic Deal? Holy shit. We better go kill Teddy real quick. Get his fucking spot. There he goes. That Jared Campbell. Jared Campbell. Funny motherfucker. Alright, well this is the part of the show where we talk to two ladies that have been almost completely and utterly originally built out of these walls to kill Tony regulars. To lovely young rising stars early in the game. He's always doing a new minute, and it's always fun to watch them grow, give them notes, hang out with them, talk with them. It's great. So going up first, let's put our hands together for these ever since episode 1. The only female to be on every episode of Kill Tony except for the episode that she missed. Put your hands together for Sarah Lustig.
I'm not really sure that I'm supposed to be a comedian. I'm like still figuring it out. All that I do know is that nothing makes me laugh. I overanalyze everything. And for some sick reason, I need strangers' approval. So here I am. Clearly, I want attention. I was a really lonely kid. I used to catch bees for fun. And they would sting me a lot. This is how I found out I was a masochist. So, it's worked out well. I actually would really like to get my happiness on track, but I couldn't find an app for it. Can you guys please? And every night at 4:30 in the morning, I download a vibrator app and read it 6 minutes later. Apparently, loneliness comes with a plus 2 dexterity boost.
Holy shit.
Why is he so angry?
Sounds like a different bear.
But doesn't it back off at a boner?
What was that last thing you said that was funny?
The beginning part of it was kind of almost like a narration, like of like the Wonder Years. I grew up in this mafia, and it always became angry.
The beginning of it was extremely uncannily like just opened up with I don't have it.
That was actually that first, like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be a comedian. That was actually the first joke that I ever wrote. The first time that I ever did it, though, did really well, because it made it really and I've been trying to reword it to make it funnier, and perhaps that's why Rothschild told me. The punchline is that, we kind of all are here, like, for the same kind of reason, and that it's like we have this, we overanalyze everything, we're pretty, nothing is slap, and that we're, like, addicted to, like, strangers.
Yeah, that's the thing with that is that that's just a fact. That's not a joke. Strangers approval feels good, and that's why rock bands want to be successful. That's why comedians. It's definitely. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are like, I just did it for my artistic and catering. Well, I'd love to see if you're more excited in a sold-out theater with people going crazy. You know what I mean? Everybody is into that work.
I like the vibrating joke. You can add more to it. You can say something like, you can get water damage, stuff like that.
That was probably the best one because it's actually literally true.
It always be that way. That's not some mysterious coincidence. That's actually how it
I know
works.
that's
This is like your own stage character. Like you're on, like, the press type girl. Is that like kind of what you're known for?
Well, like they said, I've only been doing this for like 1 year. So I'm really, like, I feel very comfortable, very strong, and like it's not like a weak work, but I am still trying to identify really what my presentation of myself should be like, because there's so many different facets.
I'll tell you a huge note. Smiling and seeming like you have to spend your first 5 seconds seeming like you will not because nobody wants to hear some bullshit from somebody that thinks that they're better than they're measuring.
Well, I don't think I'm better than
You're smiling.
Right.
You're sexy as fuck. You're adorable. But then you're angry.
Right. And meanwhile, this entire time after you're set, you're smiling and you're talking back and forth because that's actually who you are. But you walk out there and you're like,
maybe then I am not that comfortable being myself.
well, that's natural.
6 years. I did like the idea behind being out. I was thinking maybe like the only reason that you
I wrote that entire set while we were during the
so the idea behind the bee catching joke and being stung, I thought it would be kind of a funny thing. Like if you're going to
of what I did wrong.
So I was treating myself.
No, cut yourself.
That's also that's something that I do in order because that's also a true story. Like I really did like not having friends and I would just catch we're all that person. I don't understand why you have to act like that.
No, it's hilarious. That's why I have to act like
for being honest.
because I'm that guy.
Yeah,
That's what I
we're all aware.
There you go. I know. Exactly.
Anyways, yeah,
Great job. And smile more, be likable, patriot with your commas. Kajabi this week at Sarah Jones.
How do I use it?
Which is great. Yeah, great at that.
I'm getting to the new part.
There you go. Patriot, your advice was amazing. There's Sarah Mustajabi. Sarah Dresses on Twitter. That's Sarah Dresses, the Legend Slayer, the King Slayer. There she goes. Are you guys ready for our final lady of the night? Always exciting. Regular and newest full-time resident to Los Angeles. That's right. She dropped out of fucking college this week, everybody. Put your hands together for Kim Condon. Oh, yeah. Right into it.
How are we doing? Good. I'm single, so that's going on. Yeah, I'm single. It's going really well. I think I'm the one. I had a boyfriend. So cute. For Halloween, he dressed up as a crab, and I made him. I was imitating him. I can try this one. Have you ever met someone, have you ever just met someone who didn't even have a conversation with them and you automatically hate their face? I feel like they should have a special term. There's some facial features you just can't forget. Like, I don't like their nose. It bothers me. I don't like this one. I'm racist against some faces. I'm racist.
That's adorable. See, you might be the most likable comedian. Look at that. See? It's amazing.
Yeah, I really dropped out of college. 2 days ago. To be a comedian, I had 1 year left.
Oh, shit. You might want to just go back and finish that. I have one class that I graduated. That's the dumbest idea. Now I won't get my degree. I would never. It would be cool to say I had a degree instead of like I just would take 2 math classes.
Yeah, it's not even math classes.
If I don't have trouble,
But I'm
I
here,
know that
right?
I'm more vulnerable.
That's one way to look at it.
You know?
You're here
I
already.
know
I
that's
mean, if that's
reality.
what's holding you back from graduating college.
And as a result, ultimately, again,
That's interesting. 1 year is a long time.
And
I'm glad I drove
ultimately, again, at those
that shit.
ultimately, I know
You're
that
good if you
so
stick
what I
with it.
do,
If you really stick with it,
subject,
and you come to
how
love
do
it,
you
you're
rectify
gonna
the
love it.
past?
It's the best job in the world, and you make a lot of money doing it. So it's
Renting that
extremely
for
full time.
Let's
You gotta
say,
love it, and really gotta love it. That's the truth. But that's very exciting. Went to school to be a stand-up. Would you say that? I don't know whether to be years will tell before I'm excited about this or not, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Would you say that being on this podcast and starting here influenced you to drop out of college and do stand-up comedy?
Being on this podcast helped. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Assist from Tony. I need you to make it now.
Yeah.
Really badly. This is going to be the saddest podcast ever.
The retrospective on
Yeah,
Twitter,
and hopefully it's not like, way to go, Tony, you're responsible for this shit. Right. Awesome work, Kim Congdon. Hey, what's the Twitter handle you're using? Kimberly Congdon. 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 There you go. There she goes, everybody. She'll be back next week and every week. Because guess who's not going back to college? Fuck yeah. As always, an unbelievable time. This is my new favorite part of the week. I'm so glad you guys made it out. Girl, what do you got going on that you want to promote? Anything coming up?
A couple shows at Rothschild.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro.
Check his website and just trying to make it, man.
I'm not going to check his website, but,
Well, Rothschilder.com or whatever it is.
what cities you're going to yet?
Canadian dates. Yeah, that's in Vancouver.
Awesome. That's really good.
I'm headlining a White Power meeting in Simi Valley.
All right,
Anything else?
good morning.
No, that's about it.
At Earl Scapel on Twitter, correct? Jeremiah?
Go to www.jeremiahwatkins.tv. There's always new sketches, new videos, got a bunch of impressions, that kind of stuff up there.
Definitely, you're always pushing it. So fun to watch.
And standuponspawn.com. I run the improvised stand-up show with Jeremiah Watkins the second Thursday of every month at Rant LA, and Tony is a regular on the show.
One of the most fun shows. It probably has some of the best buzz amongst comedians of any show.
Yeah,
It's truly improv meets stand-up, and you're right there at the helm hosting it, and it's great. At Jeremiah Stand-Up on Twitter.
At Jeremiah Stand-Up.
Thank you guys so much, Brian. Iron Patriot at Comic Patriot on Twitter. Shout out to our pal at Josh Martin Comic and Luke Curl at Dude City Films. I'm at Tony Hitchcliff, TonyHitchcliff.com. Jeremiah is wearing the new Tony Hitchcliff equation shirt. Those are available at TonyHitchcliff.com or KillTony.com, which I just bought. Thank you very much.
That's good. We should do that too.
Thanks, Brian, as always. Thank you guys all for coming out. I'm sorry to those of you that didn't get up out of the bucket pool. Come back next week. Hopefully we'll get lucky. And thanks for coming out. Up next, the Ding Dong Show.
Yeah, Johnny Maris.
Parallel and there's apollo. Parallel purification itself is achieved in two things: mikvah, tefillah, and erev shemesh, setting on the sun. Apollo is achieved ultimately with Kabbalah. The posits that the concept of true requires this teaching of there is a para, there's a paraphrase, so that we'll see. Now, the paraphrase is a kahara. Let me say the level thing that was in Shuvah, there's two parts. There is a future-oriented part. I want to be different. I need to be different. I don't want to continue to be the same. I want to live differently. I want to be better. Then after that, there's a recognition. There's going ahead and go to the fight against the entire economy. In order to go ahead and fully purify what they were going to focus on purification. So what power that he said was, give up the Christ. How long? Give up the response to how to remember again, the purification. How to serve the religion and God and
David said, so you knew Tom Sawyer when he was just shitting himself as a smaller kid. If you don't know Tom Sawyer, he did a podcast about Tom's house, very funny. He got me a copy of The Last of Us from Naughty Dog, which is an awesome game that I've been actually thinking about buying for a long time, just getting back in the games recently. I got a shirt and I got a headset. I got a headset set too. I'm ready to start smoking.
what is it?
There he is.
What about it?
It's absurd. But it's funny enough, you know what happened after you left? So supposedly allegedly that you were found out. But eventually he got the guy you probably found out this one. Got opinionated for a second, sat down on his nice white couch.
The last time we ability is the remedy. The Torah, David to that color, and the Shira
the show. Comedians' names out of this month. If there's a lot of comedians
That
here,
story
sign
written
up. And now we get 20s. And we go through as many as we can. We allotted time frame for next segment and the each to a minute that we talked about.
Taylor makes that yes, they get that word. The just doesn't take it when it's
Style, we find out a little bit of if they go from comedian to a little bit they go from a comedian to a guest.
psychology,
Your fan show.
psychology,
Oh, you've seen it, Memphis. So, comedian to a minute. Shall we get that word started? You say the name, yeah.
The antidote, my water, and just immerse myself in water. He will always say, not go up, also not for right, so hold the face checker, you'll be not
This thing where they get blacklisted and then you got
No.
Patriots to make this.
I will be stuck, I'm not about I go, when you're not good, or if you can't, I will be stuck. وكنا على أجل الكون
It's true. I'm changing my face, but it's personal.
That the first part of the month is kind of reconciling with my past. And then I could work with these and the subject is actually the opposite.
I'm new to LA and
I'm focus on my future,
driving is kind of
and then I'm
new.
going
And there's so many funky, but like,
really
say the most obvious out of everything wrong. Sorry, it's like where to start.
I feel if I stare down my ability to actually help with that, there's a people the people
Way scarier than
it's really in the subject matter. Let's talk about how it's the future. Let's talk about the future. Back in the past, but right now, let's just focus about not what was, but what will be. The time to go out and time for our future. Again, it's physical, so how do you plan for the future? Nicola, tennis, right? Tennis, New Delhi, Nicola, I need to go back to the primordial subject of you, right? I need to restart, right? That's come on, what part of the back to, I need to go back to the hey, Shiva, I have to think that was I'm going to go like this. I like it. Hey, sometimes give it a good I don't know. I need to read that side. But I think things like the conversation is hold up.
You said, what am I doing? They're riffing, but you already said a bad premise. After that, we're just trying to say the most riffing. So I honestly had high hopes for this, and I was going to do a joke, and then I just
I had
that was a bad tag, but
that's the more I suffer myself, the more I feel is fine. But the stronger you are, it's no different. And why do you think that? I want to take my immunity. Like I want to take a third booster shot. Like I want to do a booster shot. I want to take my immunity. That's all I want. What if I want to plan a future? How do I plan a future? And what I know is I want my people to be different than my past. I don't want to live the same way. I don't want to engage in the same way. I don't want to be the same. I want things good as actually to happen. So, well, like, I can't see again, but you right? It goes ahead and actually bolsters the person in that way. 1,000% assurance that I'm never going to sin again. Of course, the first one you get that assurance is when you're dead. Right then you have 1,000% assurance. But my life itself, if I told myself at first, I told myself, I just stopped here for today. We're going to pick up with the rest of the decade.
No one who self-describes as a fashionista actually is stylish. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep letting that work. Thanks, Tony. Thanks. Fuck yeah, the old F word bit. Well, you know, I mean, I just don't understand. I just understand why. You don't know. I'm just saying that you say F word, and then it's like, here's some other F words that should be now bad. So I'm saying that those words are worse than the actual F word, but I did it on my head. No, so that's okay. I want to say one more side. You're on the show. I'm sorry. That's not too soon. You know what? I get where you're talking about play on words and stuff. Yeah, it's adorable. There's still being misdirected. Fuck you. If this segment was still called Tagging or Bagging like it once was, that'd be one guy who would put in a bag and then bury deep in the backyard. I agree. I know. Totally. And that's one where and that new joke is now an old joke. And that's the bag and the swords. I love you. You're the Jackie Brown. So I'm from the Caribbean, and so I come to LA, but a lot of people kind of confuse us because my family's from Trinidad, and I never go to things like, oh my God, you're Jamaican, which I don't appreciate. But you gotta just listen to some of the sounds in the conversation to let you know which island I'm from. Like Trinidadians always like to make the sound in conversations. Like I saw my aunt this past holiday, she was like, last time I see you, you said, baby, you're not really saying right. Like Haitians, they make another sound in conversations. Like, I saw two Haitians get argued, which, by the way, is the funniest thing in the world to see. Because he was like, I see you press the button, so that's my time. So it'd be like, it's like vacations, like something like in a restaurant, and the guy's like, I need my wife. Where's my wife?
Some people say that I'm too dark. And I am mine from the waist down. Frostbite. I felt it. I felt it. Still there. Don't drink any more. That's water. Always been back. 3 months old head brain surgery. 3 to 1 odds against me surviving. Here I am. First win. My brother, he had a game without playing. Checkers. Chess. I was a world dominator in risk. Always be there. He's dead now. Another victory for me. Last game, one mile died. I wouldn't even interfere. I played pretty well. Everybody seemed really happy she was finally dead. Subject. Can I say something? I like to put some of the frostbite. Yeah, I think that's for someone. That frostbite. Actually, I kind of use like a frostbite chip that is sort of very rarely does this have not stolen. I'm sure you probably just haven't heard it before, but very funny Canadian writer Neil has a joke where she talks about a black penis as a frostbite. Says his tags better. He's been going for years, which is he just fucked the snowman. That's how they got it. See this? didn't see it?
I just want to say this. You meant progressive with an asterisk still. Also. Alright, and hold on that. I remember everything, so I remember everything. I'm willing to fit all this and see how. Alright. I defended the turtle is a very good performance.
those related to elections. I don't understand. So why did the basketball come out? In other words, what they needed to shine up, the shine is, okay, I got in the right to go and you follow the guy, follow the guy. I understand what's happening. At the end of the day, why did the voice come out since the process of the other so the Torah also knows what's written in the Torah. Again, he also knows. But when I said he knows that there's a bit of majority. There's a bit of majority, so why even have the gospel come out at all? Because this kind of stuff with some that's so beautiful. Okay. Nevertheless, we preach to who knows that and lives together. Okay, but it says this down as a end of the day, But you see that the child is convinced about the correctness of it and the goodness of it, and if the child genuinely feels that this is a good data. I'm not talking about your child wants to do something. I don't know. But you just think it's just not a good life to see. But my child is good, and every parent knows, as your friend, you feel that capital is really effectively responsible, that you step in, but then you're all this, you know what? Okay, you know what? It's older, probably old enough to be young children, but old enough to be sure enough, I should make informed decisions. I disagree with you, but this is the way you grow, and this is the way you take away, and this is the way you mature. So I have to give you that support, even at the end of the day, I tell you what you need to do. That's really what it is. Ultimately, again, it's too late. This is like, yeah, but it's changing right. It is almost like they're going to do things. I don't agree with what they're doing. So they got what they're doing. That's a pretty good indicator that that's really wrong. But from my side, it's too touchy.
Yeah. It's a boo-boo, baby. Another beautiful day. We have the new set. Everybody give it up for that. Right? Somebody went to Chinatown over the weekend and donated a bunch of cool things to the set. It's me. I went to Chinatown once. Steak, silver, all these things were $1 each. So for this one, I understood it. I thought it was really cool, and it was hanging from the ceiling. So I was one thing I went to the Chinese cashier, and I'm like, hey, what's that one for? And she goes, roast of barbecue roast. Yeah, I got almost $10.
Why does the basketball come out? Because the basketball stars and countries we want them to start to run ahead. And we start them nice. that Torah is wrong, Moshe was right. What Rabbi saw in response to the first opening up the swallowing of Torah, Hashem used them as punishment. You, the accused Moshe, which you shouldn't do, you still do. What? First of all, Torah started. Second, but it was security is here. Please don't forget to go to Little League Iron Patriot. That's one of his many awkward catchphrases. He said, you come up with something translate. You come up with Rothschild, no Rothschild, but in mismo apela teoria agora que toca mulher com mais idade que essa aqui não existe. The study defense said the comes from seven colors. Colors of the moon. And the direct other news to relay when you see it powerful language. And there's no question in mind that if you are convinced of a particular data, and you are convinced that that data is correct, and you is correct and strong, then you don't Does God want to open up the earth with follow of Torah? Followers? No. You know why he did it? He did it because you were convinced of the correctness of the But it is not indicative of the fact that that was so again, literally what they're saying is once you learn your life, you're like Rabbi Eliezer. You're like the gospel. Hi, Rabbi Eliezer is wrong. You were somebody else. I love to decide about the majority. But at the top, we should put that conviction. And see that you're dedicated to your cause. And at the end of the day, most support you, even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have conviction. You're dedicated to your cause. Not that it's possible. Supporting you, even though what? No, that was the plan. Once like this is low, and what we got is a couple of options to come and go to the right. A couple of supplements. Number one, you see the power of having to look to the power of your media. Don't be anything. And the very well power of that. If you look at people, yeah, they get paid a lot. To rather than go to all do a lot of things, and a lot of things like what am I doing? What am I doing? What is I believe in so much that I would even be able to see the opinion of the owner for their video. Because even if it's successful, because it's only Like when they need to be introspective, then you kind of hit this wall, and the things being and that's really easy. That's easy. And it's not because there's lots of purpose for everything is going to do. And everything is beautiful, right? Because when you take a step back, take a step back, just to figure out the big flow, but the way I'm living and what I'm doing is
Right, 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
How long is this? 90 seconds. I gotta tell you, Patriot, I don't know if that body armor suit has a watch on it, but that was not 90 seconds. Do you ever say the N-word when you're not in the suit? You were the weirdest sounding guy ever. Now we see where you cover yourself from head to toe. Beware weasel, everybody. Alright, I'm already being pumped up to get this thing started. You guys ready to bring up our an awesome guest tonight? Essentials, the bird, and concert show, and many other great things. One of my funniest friends, irregular comedian, period, to the very funny thing. She was and with no hesitation, bring up the second guest as well. You know this guy from both television shows like Saturday Night Live and TV. Another extremely funny friend of mine. I'm so happy to have him here. It's going to be the funniest video I've ever made in my life. Finally, Jeff Richards, everybody. Live in the flesh. He's here. Yes.
Yeah.
Master impressionist. I never watched it. That's his impression of me, though. Don't judge him by that one. But yeah, I'm excited to have you guys here. What do you think so far? Patriots are team tonight. That's one way to sell a shit suit. You want to produce it or you want to sell it? You don't even invent it. 6,000
Yes, we all have a view of consciousness on scholarship. We have to know the way. Remember again, how we can be on every business like this is that we are being known women. That's right. And this evening's show is going to be closing out with an exclusive first-time release here on That's What's Called Tony from him and his band. not so comfortable and powerful society that this is a good idea. But again, Eliyahu Hanavi felt this was the part of resurrection. He felt that it was the resurrection. So making enough to the reformer to end the dream of the people over the future of the future. So I had the most evidence that he was coming. Also, the Bara and Obama.
Many people find out
The world.
in the first Canadian time. Dean
Again, the she is covered as an attempt of the remember again, we're not getting into details of that right now. If you don't know he wants to perform yes, but that's another key. Well, says, no, it is that you want to kiss the nation, you have to get back to the race. Okay, so I'm going to get back. Yeah, but this thing, armor load of Rio, racially success, to Panisa, the Pasadena, the Science, when it starts at the next one, this stuff me alive. The Algara actually talking to us, the substance and half of the country, that the yell is their place. The origin of the being the last, like I want to know, half of did not explain to the race. Right, did not explain actually the order of the young and the killed. The young of his time, right, the high, but not like the disbelief, not how this. Not how this. Every day, waiting would bring the threat,
there's a sound amplification system. I really know I wanted to interrupt for your whole thing, but it wasn't.
These are solutions. I some funny things that I had like the Instagram chat. It's interesting how social media is like to humor. So they're very patient. Like in the last few were the best ones. Like I feel like you've both been two versions. But again, like most about Europe and half of the Asia. The dictator of the Pala Torah, my courage,
It's just one of those situations where you're like focused so far away from your mouth that it's just hard to pay
even
attention
though
to it.
it was not the last of the
Say this because we all
one
like
was
to
holding away,
maybe like
the hard video was having the next joke. Sour lookout. They also didn't want to, number one, they didn't want to hold it up. Two, they didn't want so yes, what did I put in to do? Two things. Number one, give video the number two, number two, video, right? I video and video for a prolonged amount of time. Someone will go back. Even though what? Even though what? Number one,
Oh yeah, there you go, Steve.
think about the guy, think about the even if the bonus for always the lower height, never was not almost simple life is
I really haven't seen any penises.
and what they
What is that? Some kind of evidence later?
that's much more meaningful and significant
Oh,
for
wow.
us. Because when God chooses how a person, when God brings you something, but you see what else is discussing it, because plenty of times,
That's
when we
one
talk
media
to
now.
people, comes to
They
you,
had mini
and
fast
therefore,
line, mini fast line.
they like to encourage, and they like to say, yo, what's important to us in this thing is take away from people, but
Yes, I agree.
don't do that to
Thank you
stuff,
very much.
right? It's indicative of divine
I was so
state,
used to
or
our roommates
I'd
like
be
fucking chicks all the time. Like, listening to them, falling asleep to that. Now I need to put porn on to fall
I
asleep.
can't be respectful
Like, I'm
without
ready.
actually
I'm
part
ready
of
for
our
me
allowing
to
people
not
to
win
do
every.
that. Don't allow
Just
sex
a little bit louder, trying to
as
sleep around here. Weird dude.
God is
I don't know,
happy
but see,
with
when I get
the
laid,
song. I
get laid once.
because
No one's like with me.
sometimes
I
that's
can't figure out why. I don't know why. Maybe it's probably this.
and it's
I don't know. I
important
couldn't
to
cross that very far.
understand to go with the new
Crush it. 1 minute of jokes.
thing about it. Life in general will be
We have kids that one day.
if I can look at the
We have
following
kids. I want to have
if
children.
I'm doing
Tell
well,
all my
right, I'm
experiences growing up as
succeeding,
a child. You know what I
then
mean?
it's God's
Don't
help.
tell all that.
Not
I
succeeding,
realize I
that
can't
is
talk about
God's
music
punishment.
generation. You can't do that.
Great,
No, because like my dad used to listen to classics like Temptations. You know, my grandpa Frank Sinatra. Like when I was supposed to tell my kids, Frank,
Bloody
this
good,
record is a classic.
right? And telling us you could be wildly successful in life.
We go eat this minute,
Fucking life.
we definitely talked to him.
Try to
Yeah, that's a huge improvement. Yeah, why is Pete Corchetta doing
couple
that?
days today, to pick up the answers.
At KBC. How real are we supposed to be when, like, Owen Micers ever freak out on you? Yeah, that's what the Iron Patriots where he's the head of security. We can say whatever we want, and in 2.5 minutes after that, he's going to be right on top of the guy. By the way, for those kids that don't know, the Iron Patriot can't see where he's going. He can only walk at 90-degree angles. He takes the bus here because he can't sit down. In his suit, he can't sit down. He can't take off his suit, and it's extremely hot in the suit. It's 40 pounds worth of, what's it made of? There you go. 40 pounds of fiberglass, which is, alright. Does that mean cotton candy? How dirty is it when you sweat there? You can't dry clean that, so you're disgusting. Moisture management under women's clothing. Moisture management under sink. What are those ever used for? Athletes like me. Do you complain about pieces? I don't know.
You like,
What we did last week about it, by the way, is that he also does a lot of food finish for the ladies. These ladies eat. We all know who porn stars are, but you want to go there. I love Jimmy. Never looked at me before. No. No, more of a vagina, boobs, and face. People call me like that for reasons. It's weird. He's the dirtiest, weirdest, smartest. No, it's great. People think you're the Iron Patriot. A ruler of American defenses. For someone so into moisture management,
Do you like the
You
smell
do?
of dirty
I
foot?
love
We're
doing
all
that.
woman now.
Even if I'm close, you do it. I don't. If I got, don't do it. Like, don't do it. Right? I'll help you with that. It's fun. There's nothing you have to do. There's the aftermath, the one you think about, of the cut on the left hand up. Right hand area. Right hand side. Yeah. Next area. The half length, the left hand side. Now we have left. Now we have other. And love is said,
Have you ever had a girlfriend fit in your butt? You know, your typical doggy style shoes or picture meal. I don't know, 34 miles. Lots of shit. Don't be surprised. I remember your jokes. Okay, you did the one. I wouldn't do the one about your parents and the little wave thing. That's the entire premise of that. We have this. My parents have that. So, especially using it's a nice personality. It also seems like you're pushing the weird thing. My first friends, I don't think you're weird. You're like a smart. All this
Well,
That's creepy. Otherwise, you might not actually be creepy. You might be saying creepy. Unless that's where he wants to get eventually. But I think that's you. You just want to be a creep. It's just not even some kids. It's not necessarily creepy. It's just like, I gotta try to come and tell you that you know. Winner chicken dinner. When we try coming. However, is not the Iron Sheik, but the Patriot. The difference, I mean, a guy from Iran and a guy who's defended America's right? Something's up. I don't have some toys. Say the Patriot talk about feet obsession. I saw you on at many Fastline on Twitter, TikTok,
Don't go. Don't go. Yes, somehow, some way, don't go.
It seems like they're stuck with something, and in the end, they're stuck with that means that if there's women that are working out that hard globally, then
How do I get that?
I thought you were going to go to the point where your friend would have fucked you.
Go ahead. That are really yes, that it's good, that it's right, that it's correct, that it's warranty. That's actually good.
why am I
You actually start with something
there's a lot of good things where you gotta get great information about not having a car. There's a lot there.
Yet,
But there's a lot of great
so
information.
is the right step. Well, because then what you are doing is correct. I can't get it. He goes on to say, because the fucking priority lot of things like that, came out to Florence and the country of South. Move on.
Especially for ads, just like a Prius. So you're literally zero. You hit a button, and the car knows exactly where you are because of your map. And then they pull up to you, take your info. But don't use the other thing where the people have the mustache on their records. That's just fucking embarrassing. I know you're right. I actually take Lyft, which is the big mustache one, and they make it all they make it so you have to fist bump the driver, like your friends. Why you take that one when you have Uber? Because whenever, like if it's closer, I'll just take that. Because in the front seat, you can't sit in the back. It's just saves like a couple bucks. I save a couple bucks, and if it's closer, if it's between Uber X and Lyft,
Even
I'll
if
just
I
do
look
Uber
at my
X.
to watch, I look at my to right now, there's what help you about. Help you about. I want to get what you can help you back to get or that's a lot of the
Spend the extra bucks.
like
Then you go through fast sums of money by the way. I'm just like a Jew from
people relying on
anybody that's not from Beverly Hills and not Jewish, you can't imagine how nice it is. So maybe I'm not, but I know it's fun. See, you hear that a lot. I think it's just that there's a lot of poor people. So if you're not poor, poor people think you're rich. But I'm not rich, I'm just not poor.
that's success.
It feels like I'm rich to you guys because you're poor. I said, first of all, I said you come from money. I didn't say you were rich. I said you come from money, you don't know I'm a Beverly Hills Jew. But, I mean,
And yet,
I don't give it a different outcome. You were raised by a maid. Yeah, that's the sign. There you go. And I read a post that they were raised by a maid because your parents were so rich they could actually afford one. Really? You have rich parents? Oh, shit. Most people with rich parents, it's just like a fun conversation to know that shit's like. Yeah, you want to just live on your parents. Just talking about Hollywood, everybody. It's Jane Marin at Jane Marin 100. So I love Hollywood. It seems like every race out here acts like another race. You know, a lot of white guys dress like white nerds. We'll go to white nerds with gold chains and snapback hats. And Italian food is only cooked by Mexicans. Similar cigarette. I think those rappers don't come like they come up to crazy. They keep crazy.
These scams. Sometimes the karma goes back on these guys. The other day, two of these rappers got in a fight. Their names were Purple Rain and Swag Nation. Yeah, got a brutal fist fight in the concert room. They were both arrested. I know what you guys are wondering. You're wondering, Jay, who won this fight? And I think it's pretty obvious. Society. Even a microphone video from Snapchat.
Now, we live hard. I'll start off by saying this. You can't do a Mexican cooking show. Sorry to break the news to you, man. That is just one that is just, that can't be what you get out. Right, Jeff? Wait a second. You really don't, you know, have a bit Oh my God. Great. That was awesome. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Well, you really blew it on that one. Now we can all hear that. And the second word, that's where you're talking about the two rappers, whatever, the other rappers, like $20 a CD or whatever, you know what I mean? Definitely, when you say the names of the two rappers, like it's gonna come back to mean something to you. But it doesn't yet.
Yeah, I think you're telling me. I think that's where I was like, I thought you were going to be like, they're giving away their seniors for some reason. Like, they got to fight. There's some other platform because that, you know, these are not real rappers yet. Whatever. There was some kind of reason that
When you go to a misdirect at the end of all that build up and waiting that there's a chance we can hear Swag Nation or Purple Rain again, all of a sudden it goes to society. Like, it just seems like something funny or something. And really smart. Right? Society, and that's the big joke. Everybody Thanks, Jeff. Plastic suit. Jeff Richards. Yeah, I mean, I think he like he's a nice guy.
Or sometimes the wrong comment, the wrong approach, and then they just give because you don't pay whatever it is. The first part usually is how we
I noticed that you wouldn't think so. It seems like we're with your man and your coffee. I'm an adult in the soul. For real? I think it's a dominant thing. Because he's like, I'm being so much now. I'm the big thing.
all right.
He's not trying to make sure you can get without amazing. Another Tony that heard somebody else is like, hey, I just got this heavy library. You said, well, this ain't even a lot. Right? So that sounds like the type of drink that if you're like, hey, listen to this, like, it seems like somebody with power, only somebody with power can't even fucking, I mean, either it's somebody with power or it's like the homeless guy that like needs it for nourishment. I also offered to share one, and I did share it. I did share it. I gave you word of like,
And you know,
it's a power meeting, and it makes sense. That's what you work hard to get on SNL for. So once you get on SNL, you can fucking take somebody's. Yeah, absolutely. Guess what? Hey, You get the same guy on SNL to your outfit.
I know, I understand that
That's
he's
the
such a
one. Each one of them will make a noise smelling and put a bunch of things. There you go. Yeah, be a part of the road.
Even though you put one more time, I never used to do it like something or something. That's just fine.
In versus SNL live comedy battle.
You can go ahead and take your success, right? And it's not around you. It's not part of this guy. Even if what I'm doing is one of the worst things I this guy, so the house that was in there, he has to work on house. Well, definitely, the whole people talk to that. And the house that does run to the south, well, the better the house that lives there, lives there, what you say? What's the name? I love that. But the guys are the ones the tax that you want to take the life, then you know what's going on. I have
Great fat guy. It's like the Chris of balls. You know what that probably is where you took your coffee. Such rich man. I haven't really read this by the essence of it. If you had last month, since you didn't know what it was like to have no coffee then, now you get to know what it's like to have no coffee just after you have coffee. It was so painful because you know you're like 3 sips into your latte and you're like, yeah, just get going by then baby steps. Just a few more sips and you have a little more. You had a little, he had a lot to help. You're next to me, you're like, say what you're on the paper minute and then transfer from Ari Manis to everybody else.
Most of those is not right. Like, most of those people that they do know, or just not like this. So the first is like, I mean, there's things about this thing, but everyone's like, everybody thinks they know my will, and everyone thinks that they're my doctor. Everyone thinks, right, if they only knew the type of people that a lot of things right, you are quote unquote performing the lesson of them. It's not the lesson of them performing. It's the lesson of me. It's my own will. I just happen to go ahead and be coaching this and do it also with policy. Because it's something absolutely qualified a very successful concept. You can there's the other most amazing original self. Can you think about I hope you on it? The prerequisite that is you have to believe that what you're doing is correct. You fully believe that your daya, for your daya is the pursuit of absolute evidence, but I think it's now different. Whether I agree or disagree, you have no data, and the
What's great is that
incredibly consistent. Like, so it's incredible to be traveling back on the regulated things. Right? Because let's remember again, we are working on this. By actually, we're probably going to go below as well. But if you think about this, furloughs are part of the party. But the furlough would take away power that you want, because furlough ultimately, again, you understood. See, you look at it but the night stuff, you remove the power that you are ultimate. But he allowed you to do it. He wants you to defiance and stand up. So again, Tyler did not believe in the Bible. Tyler believed that he is the Jesus. Right? Yeah, you have a real Sophia. So that means enough. I don't think he was the kid. So the God is just you want to be God. You want to stand up. You want to go ahead and actually be God. You can't shut them like the radio. No weakness. You have to absolutely believe that what you are doing is correct. Actually, look at everything. Listen, how many times do you go through life and you have absolutely no connection? Like, people are so tired. People are so tired. And the people that you go through life, and what are you passionate about? Like, what can I actually believe in society and society way? That's what people believe in. All those numbers, what is it that well, because the best people in the world, if you believe in something, if you believe in something, I'm lucky. I may not believe in that. I don't agree with it. But when you really believe that this is going to, when you really believe that this is the last one I'm saying, then I'm so you are wrong. You have to really believe it. And that would be that off the top of your brain. That way, that's at the end of the day, the person is success in a particular area of life. But that's the success that what I'm doing is I cannot be by the way, the Muslim very certain as well. Many times, I've taken this very deep, and I did that with very close. But they believe this is the right thing. But I do this something that I just people are doing. You believe this. So what you kind of actually do, right? Not only do they understand the way, but no, they can support it. Sometimes they can support it. Because when I said, I don't support it. This is what makes me believe it. This is what I'm going to think is a good thing. So you know what? This is what I'm going to be indicative that it's right. It's an indicative that I agree with it. Absolutely. You know what? But sometimes it has to let people believe in the things that they believe. It's probably sense of self. I don't know the way. If you have to believe, you have to believe. You have to actually believe. You have to believe in something. It's finally and if I look at God, you believe in it. Because sometimes the successful is like you just like one of the activities temple, like this temple is scam on what I'm doing. As soon as it's probably self-awareness and this going through life and to really think about. I mean, hey, what I'm doing is right. Success is not always the next trick of divine pleasure or divine approval. With my life, what it helps me because I believe this is the right thing. And I see self-awareness, perspective, and really try to figure out is what I'm doing truly the right thing. Like the top of your head today, we pick up the mental model like that.
There he is. Ari Manus. Ari Manus, like square right, Ari. Manus, M-A-N-N-I-S. You want to see that? That's something about his name is here. I don't know how chewy you are, but maybe don't eat because, I know after I eat, I can't. That's why I make a turkey taco. Make it small tacos. You don't overeat and you're like, I got some calories, I gotta go. Right.
Alright, so just learning that part.
There's sour cream used like a yogurt, not fried yogurt. Rock climbing area, yeah. She likes fucking, bro. Yeah. She likes getting wired up and having sex. Not wrong for you. She totally thought you were gonna get her wired up after that, by the way. She's a dirty girl that wants to be fucked. It's fucked up. Yeah, I mean, 11 o'clock. So on the head, I can't believe none of us asked that. Is that great? Is that the case? Holy shit, you're like that guy that takes a girl to the skating rink and like starts skating back, right?
Queria aparecer no Paulo. This underclass como Paulo, I just put on that talking about the other direction here. You can see Lucas knowledge the other side, which they were coming. So let's say that so many times before that, I'm going to divide it by the other side of the so of course that's what this is about. But rather say that embedded in the idea of the David Amela, family of David, were considered like David, right? But they kind of had to be the considered. Which is the ability to be fully and fully embedded in the program of the result. Imagine the offspring of Joseph and the offspring of David get together. They get together. Are they the same? No. Who's better? Who's better? It's all wonderful. They're dressed different. They're criminals and take a place absolutely incredible. It's sometimes unique to the that the goal is conformity. The goal is conformity. Everyone should look the same. Everyone should train. Everyone should act the same. But in fact, conformity is the goal. Right? What did we just learn? Everybody agrees, right? It's not like you can do that. Now, they didn't have to meet the Joseph. They didn't have to meet the of David. And Moshe Rabbeinu didn't have to meet the of Yaakov. And Yaakov wasn't Moshe. Everyone signifies guilt. And it has to do with also the truth that the couples develop this thinking in one another. And the trouble says for one thing, believer says, anyone who is guilty about it, he's going to be able to do it. It's certain fact that was stronger in this particular area. So, I mean, you need that that even considered practicing another family, right? One more person. Typically, though, to go in a real estate, typical abogados and ridiculous that are very hard. We can look for real estate. Again, ultimately, study for morality. They will come in a particular area on them. And not just in the other, they will also what to say. Every one of these matters is true. It's not about here. The context is going to be order. So I want to be clear. If you accept the approach to our neighbors, how did he order them? How did he order them? In chronological order. And he wasn't ranking. This is more important. This is less important. No. Okay. But he says to put this detail, start this up doing. Now, remember again, when we learn this, we have a type of remember the way this works in public life. The person who's trying to buy the new book, he then has to down to his children, and then it becomes a trivial problem. So when we learn this, this is really exciting because I look at it and I say, hold on a little bit. Maybe we need to be a little more easy. Maybe I need to be a little bit more trouble. What do I need to work on? The old type for me is to get this back to the one is both of them to no sense of how much not a high both of them like that just to the top. So if they and again we should put on the different people doing this. No one is and that's one of us. I know what the topic is saying is there anyone who can get the what's the answer? The answer. See, I think the answer is just all of them. If you don't go and respect all of them, it's the same level of it's human nature that is gravitational to itself. So I have a little bit of all of these windows. Absolutely. Do I become sufficient in all of these windows? Most probably not. I mean, it goes on. Anyway, after we love everything, that's okay. He says again, I will discuss this on the one and both with the whatever Malachi, Yosef Hadachon, in Mala Heret Whatever Yosef. And so ultimately, again, you'll find these windows coming out in different ways and different things. So you'll learn actually feel like the idea of the thing is the whole analog to the That's my stated goal. My stated goal is to try to keep this all of these levels. And that's my goal. Will I reach the level of proficiency in the same way of these goals? Probably not. That's okay. But I will get that goal even if you don't coach. It's a public. It's not like the same. It's not how to have that. Because then it says, look at any Hazal. I'll couple of these beautiful. And all of Hazal, all of my coaches, you can call a road and passing me with all of these skills. And a lot of people, you can actually say, not a lot of I almost like that. You
Oh, this guy's actually a producer on the show. He always helps out and sets things up and helps us throughout the show. And he's actually going to go up his at Josh Mark Vlog. His name's Josh Mark. He's so much fun.
In a different result of the Nemo people stuff. And it was the world that, are they both correct lenses? Correct lenses? Absolutely. But and it's such from a focus group called coming to yourself. And a lot of you looking at the band, it's not of those
just like
we
ran
started
out
to
of your
call
garage
everybody
and
who was
closed the
coming
door
to
to the
come in.
garage door shut.
We
It's
told them to
it's
be
not
on the
there.
contact because
And
other
the thing I
ways
was
to do
thinking is if they
there are
did
more
buy a couch already, then you
other
would then
companies
he
that
would have no
complement
choice
them
but to take the back seat out of
are
his car and have
independent
it.
category of people. But it does, although the goal is for everyone, and just all of them, most of us end up becoming specific families. And what
Josh is
first of
driving
all,
us,
figure
and
out what
our friend
everyone
is
goes
sitting in the
through.
back seat of the car right where Josh
Get
kept
things
his head.
unviable with time that we
Sleep.
to figure out, okay,
We were getting
what
off the
do
freeway,
I
all
need
of a
to
sudden
work
he
on?
goes, we're all
Who
laughing.
do I
He
need
goes,
to
wake
remember
up,
to
man,
keep
I
going
got
on
a
my life?
pee.
And I don't think this one
We're like, all
person
right,
to
man.
our minds. I think
Start
it's
to
also
pull
smart.
over. First
Tell
thing,
about
first
it,
thing, he's like,
how
oh
they do
man,
it,
big
and
trouble,
it's
big
not
trouble,
to
big trouble.
often goes to about
He's
it.
like,
They don't make
pee,
sense
and I
to
can't
us.
stop, and I am just filling your back seat
Or
right now. This man, so Josh was dealing with just a month ago.
end up
Now he has his new plates and new tags.
because it's about we grow, it's so important to recognize that our goal is not to be the same. Very important. We don't need to we can get active, get married,
Estrogen in this party.
but that's not true. Everybody should be the version of themselves. Everybody should be better to do that. But there's no one that's more right. There's no one that's more wrong. It's everyone fundamentally necessary. Considering those fundamentally John Fox está por ver estamos por para ver está por ver porque fica bien tomorrow because there will be this idea that the United States
So you can fall asleep and I take shit.
where subject never has
I found your legs on it. I don't know. Maybe I'll fucking out from the water. Yeah, I know. You guys, that sounds like something it just sounds like you're working really hard. I don't know why you do it, but I like think rationally in my head that guys go
not
on
only
the
the
road,
benefits of
one
Torah,
of the best
how did I
girlfriends she
know
ever
the benefits of
she just goes to the bathroom, shuts the door, and instantly washes her hands. That's
I think there's something in like pooping too. I think you can fall in with it and you don't want to hear it. Like, what else can you do? So dry your hair after eating Mexican food or something like that. It's like a cloud in a sink. Like, why is she always vacuuming the bathroom after we eat a lot of you guys out here? You just have to your juicer in your bathroom. What do you want? She's comfortable. You're so weirdly neurotic sometimes, and other times you're like, oh, go fuck. You'll listen to a girl ship, and you'll like, she doesn't have like her own bathroom. Like, you won't use the same toilet as her afterwards. No, I will. I've never heard a girl shit, and every girl comes to me, so I want to hear a girl shit. You want to hear a girl shit? So much more than you hear her before she dumps you. That's all I got. Dump fats, everybody. Jeff, you ever heard a girl about feeling before?
Other it's just a girl
Barely makes a noise. My water pressure sucks. So you just hear like their little fart, everything echoes. So I do try to turn the water back on, so like accidentally knock stuff off, like the back of like I know some things that I know. I make noises too. I do things like that sometimes, and it always ends up going like off beat. You'll hear the champagne bottle drop into the
yeah, right.
uncontrollable weight, slashing diarrhea. And so, and then I ran out of fragrance lately, so I tried to use soap. I don't even know if I that's like one side of it, a little less salt in it, so I tried to put like soap on a towel and like spin it.
That's all. What that is, so we want to out. I do this in my entire life. You mentioned that I did not like myself. Or I can really dubbing off on the
Guy's been on TV for a decade now. Maybe
father of the is he goes on everything, nothing will be able to goes out of the door.
I love the part where you say, no, I'm here. Remember, you've been here, you know what I mean? And I don't really think you can top that with anything afterwards. I think that would be closer to the end. And then you're wondering, are you still dating this guy? Is it a real story or really not dating? So it's over. Yeah, I did not like the house back for the television. So he really rejected you. We're getting out here, or did you? We both didn't like each other. It was weird. It's good. No, but like, we were both just like, alright.
We read a lot of
This is how we're going to keep it moving. years when the president was the idea that minor was the people trying to siege YMBR.
left and
Translator
right.
for
And now that being stuck, the mind of being static, that means what have I going to remember again? You will try to explain represents the idea of simplicity. And he represents his body because none other than your people. I hope I told you last week. So I think to massage one body and yet the ability to go ahead and the ability to go ahead and get more incredible moral wisdom. That says the public is no matter what happens in the world, I'm only going to use the reality of I'm only convinced they have the same exact color, same color. They just use it different ways. What is rotate? Rotate actually is not against the left hand, but that rotate actually for the left hand. But no matter what happens, rotate will not rotate so the same exact feedback. But this is not just last one. In the one
Afterwards, for some reason, she just attacked us. I think we all probably tried to fuck her at one point, and she just realized.
Well, that's what it is.
She's pretty. What do you think I'm gonna do?
That a lot of the money stuff, the I tell you, doesn't apply to the customer.
Sorry for the people that weren't able to get on tonight out of the bucket. That was that portion of the show that was the attack her bag. Right out of the bucket. As we originally started, we was a show with one of special creations. We have two of them here tonight. We're going to give them both a solid 45 seconds. And so we're pretty excited about this. Going first, the challenge. The person who's on probation. They're get together for us. We started here a few weeks ago. Regular on the show, making a return after not showing up and missing her spot while being home. They're get together for Matt Sarah dresses and
So I've been going in and out of this relationship for about 3 years. And it's been in and out and in and out and in and out. Unfortunately, that's the only in and out that's been happening. We never, ever had sex. I get a full access pass to an any road you want. All the fucking roads are open. Range corners. Use that door. So I've taken a vow of celibacy because I guess one asshole in my pants is all I'm fucking right now. And so I'm myself. So I'm all that here. Alright, so I'm pretty much taking that.
Very funny.
Trying to fit it in I'm 22 years old. I hate telling people my age. Every time I say I'm 22, I'm like, I'm 22 years old. People are like, oh, you're so young. You don't know anything. You're so naive. You don't know life. And I'm like, fucking cut me a break, okay? I've seen shit. I've been here for 22 fucking years. I was around when Justin flowered through. Okay? Like, I know what happens at the end of Titanic. I mean, I dreamed of Stella Artois. Okay, people, I'm an adult.
So, thank you so much. That's that.
probably like other countries where it's just like out countries like this. Which are indicative of things that are tomorrow to life. Okay, part of the question is when you talk, if a problem saying this is an area that is important. So again, I'm making a question. What that is properly listed and then going to do. The first way that you represents something that is really good how can I build on that? That's the first step. So for example, I see that oftentimes the language is generally just out for the other. That's the question of design. How can I go ahead and put that people first? How can I go ahead and do that using create later? That's the first step. That's it. So that's what I'm saying. And going to ahead and so whereas originally if you were just obligated to go ahead and fulfill the work of my secretary, but usually women can hold up time. The question says, let me figure out how to help you with a part of the job for the reason. The woman can see right, the one who is not a big deal. But the way you see them with the job is not good. It's going to have a little bit of a different
super quick. It'll be over before you know it. Continues the David show. It's next. The longest running show in comedy short history. Don't embarrass us. Your experience for it's
sorry.
welcome everyone. How are you guys? It's all happening.
Wait.
Just sit over a little bit. Yeah, I guess you can just. All right. That's very eager. I'm excited. David Taylor's so excited. I've never been more excited than when you said excited David Taylor. We just got back from Toronto. If you're wondering why we're wearing baseball jerseys,
You know what? I must have been too stoned to realize what you were talking about. I just figured out I'm not wearing a blue jacket jersey. I thought I was wearing a blue jacket jersey.
that's why you said hockey.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so crazy.
I just realized it because somebody asked if I lived in Canada. I'm like, no, why would you ask that? I'm wearing blue jackets, and I looked at your back and it had a baseball logo. I'm like, oh, wait a second, I'm wearing.
Wow.
As you see, this is baseball. This is like their professional baseball team.
Yeah, the Toronto Blue Jays is a very, very famous baseball organization.
Does the United States play versus Canada?
Well, yes, they're one of the only Canadian Major League Baseball teams.
Wow, I didn't know that was like USA only for baseball.
No, it seems like it would be, but it's actually one of those sports that they just barely cross. It's all Americans that are playing over there. Like, I don't think there's too many great Canadian-born baseball players. The closer you get to the equator, the better your baseball player is. It doesn't go up, right?
Is there football that does it, or is it just baseball that does it?
Football, There isn't an NFL team up there. Basketball, yes, but they're always horrendously bad. There's the Toronto Raptors.
Are we talking about sports?
No. It's interesting.
It's fun, man. Toronto was like it seemed like it was like the richest city I've ever been in my life. Like out here, it looks like there's evidence everywhere. It looks like LA is just bankrupt.
It's definitely Canada's Tokyo.
Yeah.
Like it is bumping.
There were so many skyscrapers. This guy told us that it was like 70% of all of the cranes that are used to make skyscrapers are in Toronto. And these things can't move easily. It takes years just to move a crane, I guess. To another country, I guess you can't move. I don't know.
It's all bumping and the energy there is crazy. And I asked somebody, I go, why is this all possible? Why are the doors open and everybody's having fun and people are drinking? Why is it always like this? He goes, because they have no guns there. There's no, people just don't carry guns anywhere or have them at home. They explain to me how that makes it so that you can have fun all the time. And it made sense, by the way, when he was done. After he explained it, I'm like, oh my god. So it's sort of a crazy thing that all the is there too. In that,
It was really stupid. We were playing a podcast thing. It was fun with other people smoking weed and you had what is called very popular in Canada called a greenhouse.
yeah.
And everybody uses this word. Never heard it before. I mean,
Me neither. I never heard it, but it's used, and we saw a few cases of greenhouse. See what they do in Canada is because they don't have the mountains and beaches that Southern California has. Josh, you have to be the guy that controls that. That's your.
There's patriots up here, by the way. There's military security guard, but you can't go backwards. So you have to make all your body, like, you can only protect us from what's in front of them.
Another great thing about Toronto is that a lot of people came up to me just going like, what's that catchphrase you said?
People were just doing that in Toronto.
Yeah, sure. No, I didn't bring you any weed from Canada. Luckily, California.
Let's be honest, everyone in Canada that had the California weed, that was the best weed.
Yeah, totally, and they do, and they're like, man, this is sweet. This is some fucking Cali grill. I'm like, that's what I've been smoking for the last 7 years. But the green out, what's crazy about the green out before we get back to the Patriots question, so since they don't have mountains and beaches, my theory is that they just fucking smoke until they pass out. That's their limit. Their limit when they're like, oh, I got high last night. When they say high, that means they passed out.
And they all call the green out. Like I heard it killed people the whole weekend.
Which it's just an adorable way to say passed out. Like it makes it seem like it's not unhealthy if it's a green out.
When it was either you on stage or the fire opener, there was a huge crash which sounded like a plane drop, and it was a person trying to stand up and falling over and passing out with too much weed.
And it was one point which I, myself, thank you, did Canada all the way because there I was in the bathroom at one point.
You're professional. You smoke weed every day. Like, probably more than me.
Well, I don't smoke weed all day. I wait a little bit. I wait a little bit in the afternoon.
I'll be the comedian's day starts.
Well, yeah. I noticed that I get higher if I wait like till 4 or 5,
So you're in the bathroom.
I'm in the bathroom in Toronto. I run you on stage. You're about 20 minutes in here. So, by the way, we got a hell every show, right? Right there. Unbelievable. I mean, it's always fun to watch a friend do a long set for the first time. Like when you're always like, 8 to 15, maybe 20 on a night, but we want to do 45 stretch walk, and yeah, it's all good. And anyway, I'm in the bathroom. There's a little door lock thing that's just one of those loops that you put in the tiny circle. It's not like a twist thing. It's one of those. This kid is safe from nobody gets caught. Nobody's like nobody even knocks on the doors. They just wait. 5 minutes to make sure nobody's anyway. So there I am going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden the thought of a heart attack hits me, which is crazy because I was doing a bit about every time I think of having a heart attack goes too high. That's kind of high enough. Anyway, the last thing, like, to fulfill the prophecy of my own bit, I'm like, oh my god, heart attack, and I'm like, wait a second, I just start sweating. I'm like, oh god, this is all happening. I know what it's like right before you pass out, and I was what you learn from passing out before is the good part about passing out before positive is that you learn how to pass out better. You really do. So when that happened to me, I'm like, I'm like, okay, here we go. So I'm like on a mission. I pop the log, I open it, I know that I have this 4 or 5 second window. Death is right there. These bartenders, by the way, Puff Mama, Joe 2G, Matt Hazard, as a Twitter, and he's also Rohan and Jason, the guys that made the jerseys, the hospitality that was incredible. I bust out the door and I go, I'm about to pass out. And I'm going like this. Like, I'm actually, they open the door, I take 1 step out, I'm like, I'm about to pass out. And they all look at me like, you know, I just been on stage twice for 45 minutes. We'd all been having a fun week, and they're all just like,
But then again, purposeful,
helpful,
unintentional, let's have a look at
they
it.
just fucking,
Let's have a
they
look at
split
your
up
life.
in 4 different
Because we can
directions
talk
at the
about
same time. One wouldn't grab a Sprite, one wouldn't grab a fucking wet towel,
Because at the end of the day, I go
another
with the
guy
movie.
hit me
You know
outside.
what,
No,
today,
I don't care.
I'm really disappointed
It
with
was
you how much
literally
that's
like no debate.
I mean,
There was
it's
no debate.
terrible.
It was
I mean, go out and anybody
oh
and
yeah,
everyone
it's
here.
fucking
It's terribly disappointing. Now, so there's a little
Imagination
celebration
land.
for
And
December.
fucking
But if it's possible,
they
you know,
got
even
me.
if
I
you
was
decide,
right on that
even
grid.
if
I
you
was
be a little bit,
passing out, and it didn't
if
happen.
you're also a little bit crushed,
That sucks. Nice people that it was a
well,
green out. I mean, I was out of it. There was a point which I had given up.
other money
I went outside and I took my shirt off.
values.
Yeah, it was just
At the
crazy.
end
You
of
know,
the
Tony's
day,
Tony's not one of those guys who
now
just takes
I
his shirt
want
off. Right?
you
Here's
to
your first
do
ball. He has like
it.
7 shirts on right now.
I always wear multiple layers, 2
Let's have a
pairs
look
of
at
socks at all
Let's see
times,
again,
usually
you're
a pair of
giving
thermals under my jeans.
Let's see
Yeah.
ultimately again.
But I took off my shirt, man, and I'm sweating profusely. But we and something about the sweat, the fresh air.
Sorry, Dad.
We got through it, man. I had no pass out. Toronto tried Toronto. We tried to take down the Golden Pony. Well, guess what? This pony doesn't go.
I want to respond to you. It's high effort turns left.
Yeah, basil soup.
For which I am giving
Did that on that hotel menu. It's like you did that same night. Was it Friday night or Saturday night? And I'm like, oh yes. I looked at that tomato soup and I was like,
before
what if I just
and
make
for other
that
people how to get
3 hours later, I had a puking tomato. Like, you know, when something like back my throat has that little teardrop, something that's going on there, like it's like a little itch.
so which by the way is not a bad thing. What the fuck did you think?
It's just
Think about a
points
world
everywhere. There's
in
puking
which
blood. When
everyone
you're asleep, you're not thinking of tomato based. You think you're puking blood.
that's again, so one of the points that I think is very important is obviously the foods with the lifestyle of Okeach culture. It isn't like it isn't never
Yeah, we decided to stay up all night and just party.
when you take a